watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon as we wrap up the live racing week here at Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. We are kicking things off here on our FS1 coverage. We'll be moving to FS2 in the middle of the day and then back to FS1 a little bit later on. Acacia come on alongside Andy Sterling. Believe me, it's hard for us to keep track of it sometimes as well.
We figure it's a Sunday. It's been a long week, and we want to keep people on their toes.
That's right.
So this is our gift to you. We're keeping you on your toes.
Plenty of other ways to keep you on your toes, though. We also have some stakes action to look forward to on today's Sunday card. The Wilton will go as race 7 today. Liam in the Dust cross-entered in Kentucky to run there, so one scratch of the inside runner. Horse, it's a shame we won't see her, as she did look to be a player, but does kind of circle around Mazayat, Andy. A horse that broke her maiden last time out in her third career start using that early speed.
Yeah, you know, it's always so hard about a horse that's probably going to be favored, and I scratched indoors my top choice, that's coming off a wet track win. I mean, the second place finisher came back and legitimized the number. She's improving for a barn that can seemingly do no wrong, for a rider that can seemingly do no wrong. But you sort of want to see her do it against better horses with a little more experience on a dry track. I think she's a big player, but this is a tricky race.
It is a tricky race. One turn mile, as you alluded to, trained by Belmont, ridden by Junior Alvarado. Of course, that potent duo teamed up to win the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes this year. And Belmont batting about 24% at the meet right now. Seems that pretty much everything from claiming horses to Kentucky Derby winners is running right now.
Yeah, I mean, he had those 2 first-time starters win at Saratoga. Both of them were pretty good prices. It just seems like when things go well, they continue to go well. It's no surprise. It's not like Belmont and his barn aren't some of the best group in the country, and they have a lot of good horses, but things are going very well for them, and hopefully for them it keeps up.
We'll see what takes place in the Wilton a little bit later on our featured stake on this Sunday card. Over at Monmouth Park, we have live racing for you. Down on the Jersey Shore as well. Fun card to wrap up the week over there. The 7th race is the allowance featured today. Sprinting on the main track for fillies and mares. One scratch of the 5 coming out as Howler lightly raced, but very impressive in her 2 starts thus far, as we welcome in Paula Duca live with us at Monmouth Park. Paulie, happy Sunday. Looking forward to that allowance feature a little bit later at Monmouth.
All right, happy Sunday to you, Acacia, Andy as well. Yeah, we got a good little feature. You know, I just want to let everybody know here, as I'll let Joey pan over to the track real quick, and then he'll come back to me. We had like a little bit of a, I don't know, hour, 2 hour of rain, and I want to say the main track is going to, I know it says fast and firm, but I want to say the main track is probably going to be more a little bit on the muddy side or play a little bit on the wet side for the first couple races. But the turf is labeled as firm, even though we had a little bit of a downpour. But in the feature race, Howler to New Jersey bred, and who else would be the breeder besides Isabel de Tomasa, who just breeds, I mean, a New Jersey bred after New Jersey bred. And this one is a fast one, a filly by Irish Warcry. And, you know, she got Lasix last time out, and she exploded even more. Now, the number wasn't as good as her 2-year-old number. This was a comeback race. So, I mean, I guess, you know, she just crushed her competition. I don't know what to do with the number, but she's going to be the horse to catch in there, facing some open company. Now, I do think the outside 2 horses in here, although I prefer Winky more than I do the 7 in here. Factor Abella, because Factor Abella is 1 for 24 a lifetime, but they're all going to have to catch the New Jersey bred in the feature race today, Acacia.
We'll see how it plays out, Paul. Thank you. And yeah, luckily very warm temperatures on this Sunday afternoon as well, so hopefully that'll dry everything out for us a little bit later on.
I don't think the rain is even a consideration. You can look at our track here, which they just opened up. Like Monmouth, they had it sealed. When you look at a sealed track, if you're not familiar, it always looks wet. That's the nature. They run the seal over it so that the rain doesn't seep in as much. It's very warm out. It's a warm time of the year. And we got a little, probably the same rain they got there over the course of a couple of hours here, some showers, but nothing of any consequence, nothing that's going to make this turf course anything but firm. Same at Monmouth as well. And I imagine with the rain being gone now, when they start the racing, they'll open their track up. And in fact, it'll be fast, just like our track.
Well, we have those warm temperatures. I hope you all are staying cool as we take a look at what's coming up for today's races. As always, presented by Claiborne Farm, Fast and Firm in New York with the Wilton, Fast and Firm over at Monmouth Park as well with that allowance feature that we touched on. Reminder, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com to get started. We'll talk about the upcoming card at Monmouth in a moment. We'll also preview some things on the horizon. Maybe in the Grade 1 Ballerina, we'll get a chance to see Ways and Means, who was dazzling in the Bed of Roses last time out. Some stars to look forward to in the upcoming Saratoga meet.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn,
And they're into the stretch.
making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
We're back at America's Day at the races. And after this, we still have one more week of good racing at the Big A that we will look forward to. But of course, a lot of excitement for Saratoga Racecourse as live racing returns there Thursday, July 3rd. We'll have that special July 4th racing weekend, which is still technically part of the original Belmont Park meet, Andy, before we have the traditional opening day of Saratoga the week after.
It's a little confusing. But in reality, we'll be in Saratoga for 44 days of racing this summer. I think for people that are wondering why we made this change this year, it's really because July 4th has been a big weekend for us with the Belmont Oaks, the Belmont Derby, other stake races as well, the Suburban. And the truth is that we had to move it obviously to Aqueduct last year because Belmont is being reconstructed. And it was a bit of a disaster. I mean, it was a weekend where we've had great racing, done very, very well. And last year we had a kind of lousy day for that, and we just felt that in moving it to Saratoga and be there anyway the next week, way to sort of bring the race, the weekend back to what it should be for July 4th weekend. So that's why we're moving up there. When Belmont reopens, we'll be at Belmont on July 4th weekend and back to the 40-day Saratoga meet. And because this year is a particularly early year with September 1st falling on Labor Day, we start as early as possible anyway on July 10th. So it fell in very easily to be there on July 4th weekend.
Well said. As of course we look forward to the start of that meet July 3rd. We will be there up in Saratoga, but with that brings all of the things that we love about being up at the spa, and that does include the superstar racehorses that we'll get a chance to see as well. Something fun we've been doing here on this show is a little top 5 countdown of horses that we're looking forward to seeing. So Andy, let's get going.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's probably 250 I could have listed, but we're all such big fans of Bookham Dano, and great to see him win the True North and expect to see him running. We've come to the Forgo. We could see him in the Vanderbilt. I don't see any reason he can't be efficient at 6 furlongs. And I think we all kind of agree he's one of the best sprinters in the country. And I think he's just a horse that, because he started out running here as a 2-year-old, we've all gotten to know the ownership group a little bit. It's fun to root along with them, and he's such a neat horse, a Buchero, a gelding running. So, you know, we could be seeing him for a long, long time, and it's a lot easier as fans to fall in love with the geldings because the chances we're going to see them for a long time are pretty extreme. And considering this ownership group is game to run the biggest races, they love coming to Saratoga as well, and we appreciate that. Bookham Dano is kind of one of our heroes, and I'm looking forward to seeing him run perhaps as many as 2 times up in Saratoga.
I'm a huge fan as well, and had to be one of the most jubilant winner's circles I have seen following Bookham Dano's win. I think this next one, though, pivots a lot on what happens in the Stephen Foster.
Right. The next week, Stephen Foster, Sierra Leone is in there. He's looking to build on his return, where he's still got a decent fig, but he was disappointing finishing 3rd. Now, it was a slow-paced race where he was badly compromised. On the other hand, Sierra Leone's a horse that when he's lost, it's because of slow paces. I don't agree with the connections who have this notion that he doesn't run well in Saratoga. I think he's actually run some of the best races in his career up in Saratoga. The reality was it was a very speed-friendly track in the Belmont Stakes. The pace held together. He caught behind a slower pace. He was losing to a horse like Fierceness, as well as a very good Torpedo Anna. I think he ran extremely well up there, and if he can get the pace and he wins that, I think he's going to be a major player, and he and Fierceness could square off again in the Whitney.
Certainly hope we get a chance to see that. Of course, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Sierra Leone, and then the next one, she's very good, but I know she's a personal favorite of yours as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ways and Means is just such a cool horse. Now, she started her career, in a lot of ways, you almost compare her to Echo Zulu, another horse who started her career in Saratoga with a very fast figure, and she had those 2 huge races up there in the Honorable Miss and the Ballerina before unfortunately getting injured. The performance we saw from Ways and Means and the Bed of Roses, that was the performance I think we had waiting her whole career for. You know, we knew she was really good, and she hadn't run badly behind the immensely talented Copian, and from a speed figure standpoint, she and Copian are the fastest 2 horses to run in this country. She needed that first race, didn't have the best trip. She wasn't beating Copian anyway. Now, I don't know if Copian was beating this horse. Possible the 2 of them meet in the Ballerina in a prelude to the Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint, but looking forward to seeing Ways and Mean, and she is pointing to the Ballerina.
Coming off that 111 by her speed figure in that Bed of Roses. Now, we were privileged with, I think, a really top-class group of 3-year-olds. And I think you brought up a really good point that in some years, journalism could have been a Triple Crown winner.
Would have been a Triple Crown winner. I'm really not sure that he's not as good a horse as Justify was, to be honest, who won the Triple Crown. And there is a lot of anticipation that he, too, could be coming back for another rematch or maybe even 2 rematches with his rival Sovereignty. And I'm not ready to concede that Sovereignty is absolutely the better horse. There's evidence that he is the 2 wins, but I don't want to discount journalism and the concept or the idea that these 2 may meet up again as many as 2 times in Saratoga. As a racing fan, if you're not excited about that, I don't think you're a racing fan.
Rivalries are good for the sport. We've gotten a chance to see those 2 match up in the Derby and Belmont. And so far, Sovereignty, as we bring to the final one in your top 5 list, has come out on top. But as I often say, you think about a race like the Travers and how important it is for the 3-year-olds, and it's important sometimes for 3-year-olds that are a little bit later developing.
Sure.
They're still young horses. A lot can change in the second half of the year.
I think both of these horses are improving, and you give these horses a little more time. You're talking about close to 3 months between the Belmont and the Travers, and Sovereignty just keeps getting better. He's a very, very good horse, and I think it's interesting in a year where so much focus was put on the older horses coming back this year. Fierceness, Sierra Leone, others as well. We really thought this would be the year the older horses will dominate. Now, maybe they will, but the way these 3-year-olds are running and the way they're improving, I'm not so sure by the time we hit the Breeders' Cup the horses to beat might not be Sovereignty and Journalism. And just the idea of these two hooking up, it's very, very exciting, and it adds a lot to what's already a really exciting time. But think about them running in the Jim Dandy, running in the Travers, and as you mentioned, there could be some new shooters coming in there as well. It's going to be a great meetup there. There's no doubt about it. But Journalism and Sovereignty, if we can get them to hook up again, that's going to add a lot to it.
Absolutely. Something that we, as racing fans, because even though this is our profession, we are fans first and foremost, are truly hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, I've been going to the track now. This will be my 52nd opening day in Saratoga. I was there in 74. Actually, no, I'm sorry, 51st, because 75, I did not go opening day in 74. But I mean, I get those PPs for opening day, which, by the way, we're going to draw, at least for the July 4th weekend, next Friday. I mean, it's as exciting as any day of the year. I don't celebrate Christmas, so it's not Christmas for me, but this is my Christmas. This is my holiday, and I mean, you get those PPs like Belmont Stakes Week, how exciting it was. There's nothing like cracking open those Saratoga PPs and the meet starts, and it's a marathon. There's a lot of racing to come, but there's a lot of great racing to come as well.
So much to look forward to, and you mentioned some of the true stars of our sport that we all really hope we get a chance to see at least once throughout the summer. As we turn the page and get ready for the opener over at Monmouth Park, we'll kick off the action sprinting on the turf here at the Jersey Shore, about 5.5 furlongs, a $16,000 claiming race. A couple of scratches, 5 and 6 are out right now. The number 2, Can't Know It All, getting back on the grass, is the favorite. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting off with Cisco Kid, first time on the turf in a while.
And I think the reason the track is still sealed is they're not on the dirt until the second race. I would be sure it'll be open. Cisco Kid is a long shot.
Here's the favorite, Can't Know It All. He has handled everything but hasn't run on turf yet.
Yeah, he has not been on the turf, but with the scratch of the number 6 in this race, Uncaptured Star, he could be the lone speed.
The 3, Captain Quick, went by. The 4, Point Liam, went by. We jumped to the 7, Dirty Harry.
I think Point Liam, by the way, is a very, very dangerous and logical horse. I'm surprised he's second choice. Dirty Harry, good movie. Not necessarily as good a horse, especially on turf.
Harbor of Gold off the layoff, and Jerry's Turn to the outside.
Yeah, I don't think Harbor of Gold is total. I don't think either one of these horses is totally impossible, though Jerry's Turn's best race in the turf are going a bit longer, and he's a little camera shy.
That's the field for the opener. 8-5 on the 2, Can't Know It All, with that guy, Paco Lopez, who wins a lot of races at Monmouth, Paul.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he gets a lot of attention. And when you look at the 2 horse in here, a horse that's never been on the turf before, and a horse that probably should have won last time out, and broke his maiden, or at least got through the condition last time out when on the sloppy racetrack. So I think this horse might have been better off. This race being taken off, but it was never. And I kind of get it. They've been trying to get on turf, and it's Kelly Breen, right? So Kelly Breen and Paco Lopez, they are just dangerous connections. Now, the other Kelly Breen in here, the 7, is another horse that's never run on turf. So Dirty Harry, like Andy said, great movie. I don't know about the horse, but cleverly named by the sire Eastwood. Has had 1 turf start, and it was not good, a 49 buyer. So that's why I'm kind of with Andy. I don't understand why the 4 is not the favorite in here. And when looking at the fixed odds, it does look like the 2 is going to be your choice in here. But the 4, if you go back, has some really nice turf races to go to. Both wins were on the turf, 2 for 10 lifetime. And, in the 7 in here, Dirty Harry, you're just kind of guessing. The other horse in here is the 9. But when you look at Jerry's Turn, he's a 7-year-old that's 2 for 45 with 10 seconds. I think he can get up into this race because he does have some turf races to go to, and he has some decent numbers sprinting. I just don't know if he can win this race. So I thought the 4 was definitely the horse to beat in here, Point Liam.
He's intriguing as well, Paul. Thank you. Point Liam certainly has some turf races on the go back that you have to pay attention to, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather bet him of the two short prices. I'd rather take a horse that at least has some turf experience, and he's run some fast races in the past. And if you look at him, he hasn't been in a turf sprint since August 11th of last year. He's supposed to be favored. This is like the old Harvey Pack statement. I actually agree with it. And never bet a horse trying to do something he's never done before is the favorite. And yeah, the 2's a half to a turf winner. That horse was a practical joke. This horse Cantheros. There's no reason he can't handle the turf. On the other hand, you don't know that he's going to be a turf horse, and you know that the 4 is a good turf sprinter if he runs his race.
Yeah, he has that proven commodity already. Can't Know It All, who I'm familiar with, was in my father-in-law's barn at the start, but a horse that just was tricky. It took a long time to get to the races after being purchased at a 2-year-old sale, and we'll see if he can handle it. Like you said, certainly has the pedigree to suggest that he should. Do you think with the presence of Paco Lopez, that's something that's hurting your price even more?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's the absolute right point. Paco just takes so much money, and he's a very good rider. Sammy Marin's not a bad rider either, to be honest. So I'm never, I mean, to me, I think rider changes are important. If you get a horse that's going from an inferior rider to a much better rider, or vice versa, maybe you give it some thought. But you're talking about Paco Lopez and Sammy Marin. Do you really think that it's particularly likely that one horse is going to win or one horse is going to lose because of the rider? I don't buy it. The 2 may be the controlling speed. That may work out. I know there were some showers this morning, but the turf is pretty firm when you get this kind of warm weather at this time of the year. So maybe the speed will help out, but I just think the 4 is a known commodity, and at a similar price, I would rather take the 4.
What about the 8 Harbor Gold, who we kind of skipped over quickly in the post parade? You mentioned that you thought at a price he had a little bit of an outside look. He does have the layoff to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to look at somebody else. He did have earlier races that were pretty good. I don't love the post, and obviously his last race wasn't good. But, I mean, if you're looking for a long shot, I don't know. Why is Dirty Harry 5-1? He ran once the turf. I know it was going long, but he didn't do any running. He has no real turf pedigree. I know his Eastwood's a Spitestown, but it's not really a turf. I know the Dam's a Patio Prado, but I don't know, man. If I was going to look for a bomb, it would be the 8.
12-1, nice price as well. We'll see how he handles it. Favorite continues to be Can't Know It All. The 2, though, first time on the grass for trainer Kelly Breen. As we load in for the opener over at Monmouth Park, fast and firm, we send it up to track announcer Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Here's Captain Quick going in. Point Liam, post position number 4. Three back, Dirty Harry to post position number 7. Two back. Harbor of Gold coming up. And to the outside, Jerry's Turn. 9 races on the docket today on Monmouth University Day. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Can't Know It All blasts out of post 2, is on the lead early with Point Liam. These 2 stride together. Dirty Harry right behind them in the 3rd position. Harbor of Gold in the 4th spot with the gray Cisco Kid, who's down on the rail. Captain Quick passes him. Far outside is Jerry's Turn as they make their way down the back stretch, where Can't Know It All at 3-2 leads the way by a half length. Point Liam on the outside, the presser, a length and a half to Jerry's Turn. He's all the way into 3rd now with Harbor of Gold as they streak into the far turn. They're 3 clear of down on the inside. Captain Quick sent along. Dirty Harry's lost significant ground, is second to last under pressure, and Cisco Kid at the back as they come to the top of the lane. Can't Know It All off the turn with a narrow lead on Point Liam, who's asked for his best on the outside. These 2 squaring off with 1 furlong to go. Jerry's Turn 2 behind in 3rd. Harbor of Gold down on the fence 4th, not going to get it done. Cisco Kid coming on, but it's too late. Coming to the 16th pole. Here's Point Liam on the outside of Can't Know It All, who digs in. Point Liam, Can't Know It All. It is a photo finish. Very tight here, and they were well out in the center of the course. Can't Know It All, Point Liam on the line together with Jerry's Turn and Harbor of Gold 3rd and 4th.
Very tight photo finish. I'm not sure who got the bob between the 2 Can't Know It All and the 4-point Liam. Not sure if we have access to the head-on, Andy, but there was some significant drifting and hurting going on there at the stretch.
Yeah, maybe I was wrong. Maybe the horse did finish first because Paco rode, but I'm not really sure. Let's watch the head bobs. It does feel like the 2 had a real advantage in general going into it. So I think, yeah, he got the 4 got the 2 got. I think the 2 got the bob,
The 2
right?
got the bob. Yes.
But I mean,
did he come out into the 4? I guess
well,
is a little bit of the question.
they
There is
herded.
an inquiry up.
They
There is
herded.
an inquiry up.
There's an inquiry, and this is, I mean, these horses ended up out in the 10 or 12 path, I think, without the head on, though it's hard to know exactly what happened. Our crack staff. We sent Mitch's down. Mitch flew down there to try to get it quickly.
So hasn't been posted yet. Looks like the 2 Can't Know It All got the bob at the wire. It's where their nose comes down late. When we talk about herding, it's not necessarily contact, but it is pushing out your foe in the stretch, which does impede the forward momentum.
They came in the stretch in about the 3 and 4 path, maybe. Feels like they ended up about 8 paths farther out. But without seeing the head on, it's very hard to know exactly what happened. Felt like there may have been some contact there where Sammy tried to hold his ground, Sammy Marin, and the other horse came out. But once again, without seeing a head on, it's a lot of conjecture. They're showing it. Here it is.
Here we
All
go.
right.
So
This is
it
not a
has
true
been
head-on,
posted
unfortunately.
unofficial 2-4 down the line, but keep your eyes on the lime green cap coming out there. Is there drifting? Is there hurting? Is it enough to be considered a foul? Again, an inquiry sign has been posted.
Well, I would take this horse down,
They
absolutely.
go very far. Look at where the other horses are positioned.
and I think it's a failure in general, and we'll watch the behind view, which might even be better, to suggest that there needs to be more contact. First of all, there is contact in there, but second of all, they're not both simultaneously drifting. He's carrying the horse out. Play Gallop Racer, and you want to carry him out. You can beat better horses, and that's really what's going on here. To me, they're going to say there's no contact. They're going to leave this horse up, and I think that would be a massive, massive mistake, and I didn't bet the race at all.
Couldn't agree more. So when they're looking at a questionable foul, the question that the stewards are asking is, did it cost the other horse a better order of finish? I would say in this case, yes. Given how tight it is to the wire.
Put it this way, Acacia. How can you say that the 2 allowed the 4 his best chance to win the race? Maybe he wouldn't have gotten by him as it turned out, but given he just kept pushing him out farther and farther, herding him out farther and farther, and I wish Richie was on with us right now and he could talk about this because I think he generally agrees. This is egregious. It's not like they herded 3 paths. These horses may have been out in the 15 path. It was even wider than I realized they were.
It's like watching a race in Europe where they're the other outside rail almost.
This is not a true head-on, which I don't like. This is an angular head-on, which I think doesn't tell a great story. The back view was much more damning.
It's the back view that you can really see.
And this is pretty
at the
bad
boat,
as it is.
But you can still see
But
it
they
there.
are.
Yeah. Inquiry sign is still posted, unofficial 2498. You can see where the other horses are positioned and how far out in the middle of the track the 2 and 4. Here's the back view, which is where you can really see.
Look at this.
You can see the body language, I think, on Paco Lopez on the 2 Can't Know It All, who is hurting, drifting in the stretch. It's also an intimidation factor, and what that does is keep the 4-point Liam from having that forward momentum.
This would be, in my opinion, a miscarriage of justice if they don't make a switch, honestly. I just don't see any argument that you can say that the 4 had his fairest chance to win the race. And anybody that tells me if the 2 wasn't in the race, the 4 would have ended up in the 17 path, I think they're just lying. So to me, this is a no-brainer, and I think it's very important for stewards to understand that you don't have to make contact to interfere with another rival's best chance to win a race. And I believe the 2 did not allow the 4 his best chance to win, and I think there should be an automatic disqualification here. And there isn't. I knew it. They wouldn't do it. And in my opinion, it's wrong. And I think that if you bet on the 4, you have a gigantic gripe. And if you bet on the 2, you should run to the window fast and sneak away.
So inquiry sign has come
Absurd.
down. 2498. No longer the inquiry sign up. It's not official yet, but looking like there is no change in the order of finish.
In talking to the stewards here, I think one of the good things is they've started to, this horse would have come down here in New York, the way they've been adjudicating fouls lately, and I think you've seen herding stop for the most part in New York, for the most part, because they've started to penalize riders for it. In the past, I didn't blame the riders for doing it because the stewards had allowed them to get away with it. Riders are trying to win races for the owners and the bettors. There's no question about that. But it shouldn't be allowed. And this was egregious herding. To me, this is really a failure of the stewards to make the right call in here. I could not agree less with this call.
So it's not official yet. Riders have not gotten a leg back up. The inquiry sign has come down, and there, as of now, has been no change to the order of finish. But again, it's still unofficial. So we're not sure, as neither horse has come in to have their picture taken. Jockeys are not back up. Still posted as unofficial. But still, with what we saw, with the eventual herding there in the stretch, Paco Lopez giving a fist bump. So looks like he is, that's Sammy Marin
now
getting
that's
the leg
Sammy
back
Marin.
up.
So what exactly is going on here?
What we see, it's still unofficial, but the order is still posted as 2498. However, the 4, Point Liam, now moving in to the winner's circle.
They disqualified
so there
it.
has been a disqualification. We apologize for the confusion. Was not posted until very, very late. But I think, Andy, this is very much the right call.
Well, obviously I do, because now I agree with their call. And I'm glad they made the right call, and I apologize for that. But, I mean, I obviously disagreed. And from all we could see on the screen, I got a text from my friend Matt in New Jersey who said they did disqualify the 2 as well, and they made the right call. You know what else I like about it? They made it fast. I know that there was some confusion because the board wasn't indicating it, but they made this call pretty quickly, and I think it's a no-brainer.
Yep,
and it turned out they agreed.
So 4-2, the new order of finish in the opener at Monmouth Park with that disqualification. Bringing prices in a moment. We'll also look back on yesterday's Ohio Derby. What a day for the New York bred Mo Plex. Not his first choice race, but now he picks up another graded stake.
And they're off at the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Game Winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game Winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at Naira.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, even if you're in the middle of Times Square. Place Andy and I typically try to avoid. But if you find yourself there, don't worry. You can still get on Naira Bets and get your bets in.
Well, you go to Times Square more than I do because you've been going to the theater much more than I've been going.
Yes, yeah,
so
but I don't go into Times Square proper. I stay on the outside.
You're not hanging around at Times Square.
Yeah.
Let's keep that
Not
off the
for
show.
me.
This is a family show.
Race 1, Belmont at the Big A coming up. New York bred maiden claiming for $30,000. We'll kick off the action here. 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And Cali Storm currently 6-5 with Irad Ortiz. Could it be lucky start number 13?
You know, I think what happens in a race like this is you say to yourself, do I want a horse with limited starts or a first-time starter, first-time dirt horse, the two, or one of the horses with more experience? And obviously, of the horse with more experience, people are going to gravitate to the one that Irad Ortiz is picking up the mount on. But do you really think it makes that much of a difference on an 0 for 12? And frankly, there are some races by the number 6 that are comparable to 5s. The 5 can win. 6-5?
Tough to take on a horse that has had plenty of chances. And I know it's Irad Ortiz, but I don't think Eric Cancel did anything wrong in those last couple of starts. 6-5 right now on the favorite. Let's meet the rest of the field, though, starting off with first-time starter, Daytime Drama.
Yeah, listen, I always respect Bruce Levine, though in this field, taking no money, maybe it's not a bad sign, but it feels like it.
5 Dozen Roses, second-time starter for Linda Rice.
This is the one I picked on a guess. I like Linda second-time starters, broke a couple lengths slow first time out. They usually improve second time out. My best alternative.
Gets blinkers on as well. Here is Fiery, first time on the dirt.
This horse is being bet because the turf figures make it look like she has talent. This horse has done no running at all in the turf, and it's all a turf pedigree.
Yes.
So I think this is the one. I think this horse is a worse bet at 2-1 than the 5 at 6-5.
There's Sassy Maxine, another first-time starter.
I don't want to discount a first-time starter, but once again, 11-1, and I don't know. I haven't got a text from my friend Kirk Wyckoff telling me to bet this one, so I'm a little bit skeptical.
There's your favorite, Cali Storm, 6-5.
She may well win. I'm not going to knock it, and obviously it's a big rider change to Irad, but even Irad probably looked at this horse and said, "Really, I'm riding this horse at 6-5."
Short price right now. And here's Going for Glory, who, as you mentioned, has some races that are comparable to your favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't pick this horse. I don't like this horse, but I'm not sure why this horse is a 10-1 shot and the other horse is a 6-5 shot. It seems a little bit skewed. We'll see what happens.
Well, it's time to welcome in now champion jockey Richard Migliori live with us, getting a good look at these horses for the opener. Richie, the favorite has had a lot of starts. Any others who could be intriguing in this spot?
Yeah, I think there's some other ways to go. It's very hard to take a horse that's 0 for 13. You know, horses run well, obviously can win the race, but the 0 for 13 is a little tough for me to get past. I'll start with the 2, 5 Dozen Roses, who I thought actually ran well on debut after breaking very slowly. I always look for a period in a race where a horse shows some run, and she did. She made, to me, a bit of a middle move around the turn, was trying to lug in a little bit, was a little bit green. Now she adds blinkers, has the race under her belt. From a fitness standpoint, that should help, and just being a bit more focused if she leaves the gate running. She was beaten, less than 8 lengths last time, and she gave away about 4 or 5 right at the break. I do think she could take a big step forward. That's where I'm going to land. The 2, 5 Dozen Roses. The 3, Fiery. I agree with Andy. This horse's turf form, if it would translate to dirt and on the drop-in class, certainly makes a lot of sense, but can you trust that at a short price? I don't, particularly looking at her from a physical perspective. Maybe she just landed in the right group. And then the 5, Cali Storm, again, she can definitely win it. She's got the fastest figures of.
Richie, thank you. We'll see how it plays out. There is your favorite 6-5 shot, Cali Storm. Who could get the job done? You'll have to take a short price, though. 5 Dozen Roses. Andy, let's hear the case for this one.
Well, the case for this horse, honestly, as a horse player, there's a lot of different ways you end up making decisions on horses. And one of them is sort of a process of elimination situation. I don't want to bet this horse. I don't want to bet that horse. And you narrow it down and you think, who can I take of the remaining horses? And those things work a lot. And they're also the kind of situations which may more likely lead you to a bigger price. And I can never endorse the 5 at 7-5. Am I going to be surprised when she wins? Of course not. But I couldn't endorse her, and I don't have a problem betting a second-time starter for Linda Rice that wasn't ready for its first start, got completely left. in my experience, while these horses can always get left again, I'm not be surprised when this horse is in front in this race and breaks sharply. We've seen it with Linda before. So looking at it, I don't want the 3, who's being bet for all the wrong reasons in this race. You've got 2 first-time stars that are taking absolutely no money. Process of elimination. The 2 becomes your play in this race. And, I don't know. If she goes down to 5-2, I'm not inclined to want to bet her. But if she stays up here, now 3-1, I can bet on her in this race. 3-1, 7-2, I can bet a few dollars on her. And I'll also bet some doubles.
5 Dozen Roses, currently 3-1, 6-5. Uncali Storm at Monmouth. We did have that disqualification, so Point Liam gets her picture taken after the hurting that we did see in the stretch there. So a change in the order of finish. We think it's the right call. So new order 4-9 in the first at Monmouth.
Right. I have great respect for stewards, and that's why both of us felt the same way. I mean, I was talking, but you were agreeing with me while I was talking that it seemed like a non-DQ here was almost crazy.
Yeah.
Because this was wild. This wasn't like a few paths. This was as bad as, they were far, far closer to the outside rail than they were the inside rail. And if you can't take a horse down for that, you have to ask yourself, what are you doing out there? Because these can be dangerous.
Yep.
The reality is that's how horses' legs get entangled in things. And Paco's a very talented rider, but the truth is that some of the criticisms of him are fair. Being aggressive is a good thing, but I'll give you an example. Take Irad Ortiz. Irad Ortiz is a very aggressive rider, and he got a lot of very fair criticism for years. I defy somebody to tell me over the last 2+ years the last time they really felt that Irad was reckless out there, because I don't believe it's happened. I think that's utter nonsense. I think he completely changed the way he rides. He's aggressive, and I like a rider that's aggressive, but I don't think that Irad in any way, when he got taken down last year, that thing with Flavien Prat, they were both going for a hole. It seemed like it was a fair disqualification. I didn't agree with the stewards giving him days. That's my opinion. But the reality is that wasn't one where he was doing something reckless out there. A lot of things can happen that are tricky out there. The reality is that most of these riders are so good that they avoid those situations, because if you're not if you're a good rider, you can do that, but it's not easy. It's not like it's so easy to avoid them. You got a lot of big horses in very tight quarters.
Not an easy thing to be a jockey, as of course Richie would know better than anybody. But I think you said it very, very well there. Speaking of Irad Ortiz, he's aboard the now even money favorite, a kick off the early pick 5 here in New York at the opener, New York bred maiden claiming race to start off the day. We'll send it up. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Kali Storm. Going for Glory. Last load. And in. All set. And they're off. Going for Glory right to the front from the far outside draw. Has a neck advantage, but plenty of company. Here's Kali Storm. In that mix with Fiery is in the 2 path at the rail. 5 Dozen Roses. There are 4 across the racetrack in the early stages, and now 2 across. It's going to be Kali Storm and 5 Dozen Roses. They kick on 5 Dozen Roses with a neck advantage. Katie Davis, they've got the lead. Right towards the outside is Kali Storm. Irad Ortiz Jr. is in pursuit. Just tucked in behind them is Fiery, and Jose Lescano found a nice spot in 3rd, right in behind the battling duo. Going for Glory, lost some ground, is back there in 4th as they're well in the far turn now. Just behind them is Sassy Maxine, and far back the lone trailer, Daytime Drama. Up on the outside, Kali Storm is ready to challenge at the rail. 5 Dozen Roses trying to keep up. These two head and head as they approach a quarter mile left to go, and Fiery was just off the pace and now tips out 3 wide. Here comes Fiery in pursuit. Fiery towards the outside of Kali Storm, who gets the cue, but Fiery's got all the momentum, and now here's Fiery trying to kick away. Inside the final furlong is up by 2, 3 widening lengths. Fiery has a 16th left to go. Kali Storm still battles on. It's a clear second, going for Glory 3rd, but it's all Fiery in the opener. Kali Storm 2nd, then going for Glory, and 5 Dozen Roses in 1:16.10 seconds.
Fiery with the win. She was taking money on a drop in class in her first time on the dirt. Never switched leads, but I think it was her finding the right field today.
It was, and she also got an absolutely perfect trip under Jose Lescano. I think is kind of quietly riding very, very well. And I was wrong. I mean, I couldn't have been more wrong about this horse. This is not a horse that I would recommend betting. But she absolutely galloped in here and made her 2-1, which I thought was an extreme underlay, looked like an overlay. As it turned out, the only thing you wanted to do was find somebody to bet against the 5. I tried the 2. That was a bad opinion. I'm going to have a lot more of them. And it was a bad opinion on this horse who absolutely galloped that I didn't like at all.
Even money, Callie Storm went off it, and she has to settle for a distant second, picking up another in the money finish. Now 8 for 13 in the money without a win. Fiery, though, getting the victory out of Fire Key, who is a very good turf horse.
Yeah, Pat
she
Kelly.
Was very talented.
Yeah, I loved her. She's cool.
But this one, Fiery getting the win, first time on the dirt, and the drop in class for Jimmy Ryerson and Jose Lezcano. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Watchtower coming at Maduro. Maduro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we just saw the opener. Belmont at the Big A, Jose Lezcano and Fiery heading into the winner's circle, her dirt debut, a winning one.
A very easy win. Happy for trainer Jimmy Ryerson as well. And as you mentioned, we love this pedigree. I would never have bet this horse, but I couldn't have been more wrong about her. She absolutely inhaled the field. And just shows how fast this track has been playing. For these fillies to go 116.1, this track on the dirt has been extremely quick.
$6.70 winner in the opener. As we take a look at the field for race 2, this one a 1 1/8 on the main track, 2 turns. You've got 2 entries to deal with in here, both of which are taking money. So you've got the old buy one, get one free a couple times. But this one, a $16,000 claimer, and a little bit tricky if you have an opinion in one part of the entry.
I think in this one you have 2 horses in Coffray and Empty Tomb that were going to be substantial. You know, I don't think they'd be that much bigger if you like them. I don't like Coffray at all in this race. I do think that Empty Tomb is dangerous in the rail. I prefer, though, the 3, Celestial Moon, excuse me.
Celestial Moon coming out of a second place finish last time out. As we turn our attention back over to Monmouth, we have race 2 coming up, and it's a fun race for the 2-year-olds. Plenty of first-time starters, only one with experience thus far. That's Thunder Chuck, who has a race under his belt already. This one going 5 furlongs for the 2-year-olds. The rest all first-time starters, and the 4 Flying Hawaiian will lead off the post parade, debuting for Butch Reed.
Yeah, and you see Paco Lopez going on this horse, so no surprise this one's favored is a full to Maximus Meridian.
Here's Cap'n Cats for the same barn.
The other one for the same barn, not taking any money in all likelihood. If the Butch Reed wins, it'll be with the 4.
Thunder Chuck just missed on debut.
That was a funny race because he really made a big run at the end. He didn't hang.
No.
He had his chance to win. He was 4 to 5 first time out.
Channel the Music, first time starter.
Worked 10 to 5th, the 2-year-old sale. I'm sure you watched that work. I know you. And I think this one's a little dangerous. Not taking a ton of money, though.
I thought he actually finished well in that
I
work.
agree. I thought it was a nice work.
Hawaiian went by. Wise Words, first time starter.
Yeah, this one's not taking any money for these connections, and there's not a lot of pedigree that I could find.
And Complication, another firster to the outside.
I love the complexities. I didn't love this horse's workout. I thought the workout for the 3 was much better. And as much as I love complexities, man, there is nothing on the dam side that I could find.
And what I was going to say, went 10 and 2, rather pedestrian work, late switching leads. But there's some pedigree in the second generation, and only selling for 30,000. I thought was a little bit of a question mark.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the complexities and how well they've been doing.
Well, that's the field for this field of 2-year-olds. Let's check in with Paul. Paul, just one with experience in here.
Yeah, and that's on Thunder Chuck. And a horse that didn't kind of break great, kind of broke a little flat-footed, and I think that's why Jorge Delgado went right to the gate with his last workout, and it was a bullet workout. And I'm wondering if that was the key to get him out of the gate and get him a little bit more forward, than he was his last race. I mean, he did make a really big, great run. He was 4 to 5 in that race, and it was only a 5-horse field. But, second time out, Jorge Delgado is 14%, and he's 22% with 2-year-olds. His other horse in here, the 7, Complication, like you guys were saying, the Son of Complexity, the work 3 back was pretty good. He goes to Matty Oliver here. Horse is like 5 to 1, so you're getting some value. I landed on the 4, Flying Hawaiian. I like those 2 works. Robert Reed and Paco Lopez are 21% together. Robert Reed is 30% first time out, 21%. And this horse is a PA bred. For a lot of people that don't know, the Flying Hawaiian, Shane Victorino, and I played with Shane in the minor leagues with the Dodgers before he came a hated Philly when I was with the Mets.
Polly, thank you. We'll see how it plays out. Always interesting with the 2-year-olds, and always exciting this time of year to see who could potentially take a step forward. And, it's early, Andy, so kind of anything can happen. But sometimes we really do see in the summers in Saratoga as well that experience can help a lot in these types of races.
Well, we showed a race from Indiana Grand the other day, and it was the only horse with experience at a huge price, selling for second. It's absolutely, we've seen many very, very good horses lose their debuts to horses that turned to be mediocre, but they had that experience. And it's funny, it's also, I was talking about the horse we're looking forward to. A lot of ways we're looking forward to the 2-year-olds, and I imagine, obviously, you being close to, being married to Miguel and knowing the barn as well as you do, you always, I hear this from other trainers, I'll talk to Chad Brown about it, not specifics, more in general. We like our 2-year-olds this year, but you like a lot of 2-year-olds, and it's a long way from them getting the races and proving it on the racetrack.
Yeah, it is. And the journey starts early. A lot of these horses are maybe purchased as yearlings, so purchased last summer, last fall, and you're finally thinking about getting them to the track, whether it's a homebred as well, a long journey coming along, or they come earlier this year from the 2-year-old sales, but a lot of development that can take place getting to their debut as well. So it's always fun and exciting.
Yeah, I've been privy to some conversations where Chad Brown will go through with Seth Klarman, the 2-year-olds, a lot of them at the farm, different places, and it's pretty scary how well he remembers these things. he does it from memory and knowing them, but, you have a lot of horses and you get anticipation, and then this horse getting issues and different things getting the racetrack. But it's also a very exciting part because you may have some diamonds in your barn.
Well, we'll see if there's any in this race here. 2-year-olds, all but one first-time starters in race 2 at Monmouth. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
to the outside post, Complication. 2-year-olds going 5 furlongs, a baby race here to kick off the early pick 4. We're ready to go. And we're off. Thunderchuck wins the start, and lifetime start number 2 is on the lead today. Flying Hawaiian picks up the running in the second position. Complication third with Channel the Music. Wise Words is second to last early, and Cap and Cats trails 6 lengths off Thunderchuck, who leads the way into the forward turn. Flying Hawaiian, the first-time starter, a half length back, and the 2 favorites square off as they go into the forward turn. 3 furlongs to go. They put the pedal to the metal, and they're 5 lengths ahead. Channel the Music coming out of the crowd to take third. Complication retreats to fourth while under pressure. Wise Words not going to get it done, nor is Cap and Cats at the top of the stretch. Thunderchuck clearly ahead now, and he's opening up to a 2-length lead. Flying Hawaiian struggling a little bit in second to keep up, but he's right there, right behind him. Down on the inside, Channel the Music tries to run on. Flying Hawaiian trying to catch Thunderchuck, who keeps going. Thunderchuck a length and a half from Flying Hawaiian. Channel the Music third. Wise Words coming on with his best stride late, but it's too late. Thunderchuck does it. Thunderchuck over Wise Words, who came like a rocket for second. Channel the Music third. Flying Hawaiian fades to fourth late in the final 100 yards.
We talked about how valuable that experience can be with 2-year-olds, and it paid off here. Thunderchuck, he's got a funny way of carrying his tail, but he broke so much better today and was able to hold on late.
Right. I mean, the difference between his performance today from his first race, not just in winning, it's the way he broke and the way he ran. The 4, not surprisingly, had some speed, as so many firsters that take money do, but it was the experience with this horse that mattered, as Sammy Marin is now got his chest pumped out, and he's got 2 for 2 on the day, and he beat Paco in both of them.
Sweeping the card so far. Thunderchuck, second-time starter, gets the job done. When we come back, we will recap some more stakes action yesterday, an inside-out trip, and able to stay on the racetrack. Rosie Jeeks, now a stakes winner at Monmouth.
Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best stride right when he needs to, and he's gonna run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, July 17th.
The post, the barrier, the stalls, the Iron Monster, the starting gate.
There's so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
Hey, wait for the truck. All right. Yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's a kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all four legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're gonna take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're gonna be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say one out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say one out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. Or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters, as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
Our own Richie Migliore taking you live inside the starting gate. Richie, we always love seeing that piece. And for 1 1/8 miles, the two-turn trip here at Aqueduct, what are some of the things that the jockeys are going to be thinking about going into that short run into the first turn?
Well, that's just it, that short run, Acacia. You want to get your position going forward into that first turn. You have, maybe 100 yards to the break of the turn where it starts to bend. And especially if you have the inside position, like Empty Tomb, the one, has speed. You've got to come out to protect that rail position. There's other speed in here, maybe the 2B, Kafra join outside, but with that inside post, it gives you an edge. Take advantage of it and guard that inside position. Starts are critical, whether it's 5 furlongs or 1.5 miles. You don't want to get away slowly or give anybody a head start.
Richie, thank you. We'll see who gets that position. There's a look at the starting gate, getting ready to be positioned for the 1 1/8 miles start. And it is pretty short into the first turn with this kind of configuration. And so that position early on really is imperative.
No, here and Saratoga, where we'll be so shortly, I don't think you can underestimate the advantage of being inside, because you'll see races where this horse might break behind the other speed, but the rail position gives him a huge advantage.
Post parade starting off with the rail position runner, Empty Tomb.
Yeah, he's going to try to go. He got a track that was very friendly to speed last time. I think he's a little dubious, but the horse to beat.
The other part of the entry, Blake B. I'm sorry, Bold Journey. There's too many entries in here.
Or Bold Victory.
Bold Victory.
You'll get it eventually. He's a deep closer, unlike the one, and he's a little hard to trust.
Here's the other entry, Blake B.
Blake B is the weaker half of the entry, has a little less speed, is off the claim for Dan Ward, who does not have great numbers off the claim.
The other part of the other entry.
This one for Dan Ward off the claim as well. He's won 2 straight races, but man, he couldn't have had things go more favorably. I think he's a massive underlay at 2-1.
The number 3, Celestial Moon, Ruben Silvera aboard.
I like Celestial Moon, who's faced some better horses in general in recent races, and I thought he was the likeliest winner.
4 is out. Here's the 5, Aula. Christopher Elliott has them out.
Coming out of lower level races at Parks, this is actually a big move up in class for him.
And Strong Light off a bit of a layoff.
Strong Light runs his race 2 back, I don't know where it came from.
I know.
He can win this race. He runs the rest of his races in his last 4. He can't win, but he also has that big fig 5-back. So on occasion, he runs a big race, and if he does, he can be a player at too big a price, in my opinion.
About 4 minutes to post to race 2. Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, listen, the public has settled on the 2 entries, the 1 and 1A, the 2 and 2B, and the 3. Those are the horses identified as your favorites. The 1, Empty Tomb, has that good inside position we talked about, looks terrific from a physical perspective. He's got to guard that position, but he also has to be careful that they don't get hooked up too much with Khafra, and they're both horses that are legit. So both riders, Dylan Davis on Khafra and Manny Franco on Empty Tomb, have to respect each other enough to not give either one a free ride. And I could see a scenario where they get hooked up, you know, maybe early, maybe someplace in the middle, but where the race heats up a bit too much. And the other horse that really caught my eye and I liked on paper a bit was the 3, Celestial Moon. And I think this horse could be the horse to benefit from the way I think this race could unfold. He's more of a closing type. He shouldn't be too far away. I am a little bit worried about the fact that he's 0 for 5 at the 1 1/8 distance, but this is the lowest level he's ever trying the 1 1/8 distance. And from a physical perspective, he was just a little bit above everybody else. So that's where I landed, thinking that there's potential for the 1, Empty Tomb, and the 2B, Khafra, to kind of heat things up, at least in the middle of this race.
Richie, thank you. We're taking a look at the last race for Celestial Moon. Got beaten a nose over at Parks. Tried the 9 furlong trip here. 2 starts back.
I can't bet Empty Tomb, who's coming off of a bias-aided victory against Lesser. I don't like Khafra at all, who's got to deal with Empty Tomb, and I think has been very fortunate. I have to like this horse in here. He's got figures that are fast enough. I don't think you're going to see the kind of number that Empty Tomb ran last time out. He's got back numbers that could compete with that as well, and I just think he's the very logical alternative. I would bet him at 5-2. If he comes down, a little bit questionable. I may even use the 6 in the exacta because he's such a big price.
That's the number 6, Strong Light, who's 14-1. Had a big win at this distance. 2 starts back at 21-1 that day.
He ran huge that day.
He did. But you look back through his past performances. I mean, back in December, he finished 3rd at a 1 1/8 with an 82 buyer speed figure. Every so often, he pops up with a big race.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's hard to trust, to say the least, and they are low-profile connections, but that doesn't mean he can't win in here. And I think I'm not going to be surprised if I lose to Empty Tomb. I'm going to be surprised if I lose the plain 2, the 2B. Maybe Blake B saves the entry, but for me, I like the 3. 2-1. I'm kind of on the fence whether I would take that price.
Yeah, Khafra, who won his last 2 races, both of which at a 1 1/8. I think, especially a 2-back, he was really aided by the track. And he's a horse I think could be a little bit dressed up.
I completely agree. I think that he is dressed up. And I'm not – I guess the interesting thing will be, what does Dylan do? I mean, obviously he's got an outside post, so the 1 has the advantage of being inside. But Khafra has only one way to go, and there's no way he's winning this race without being aggressive. And it'll be interesting to see how much pressure he puts on the 1. And I think if you're riding Khafra, you got to be thinking, I just got to get the lead. Because if I don't get the lead, I'm not winning this race.
The only way he's effective.
We'll see if that ends up causing the pace to be a little hotter than you might be expected. You don't see that a lot around here, but it's not impossible.
Both Andy and Richie going to the 3, Celestial Moon as an alternative. Ruben Silvera going to be in the saddle. Pick 4 kicking off here. You do have those 2 entries that you can try to get around or maybe lean on in this upcoming second race. As we continue on through the card, race 3, a very intriguing one coming up after this, 1.5 miles on the turf.
Yeah, no, I like those distance surf races, and I know that you do as well. And Mike Maker's got a couple of players in that race, maybe even the first and second choices with Vesting, who I think can be more forward. Greystone, who has absolutely no speed whatsoever. Be interesting to see if Bee of Courage can stretch out, because he's as talented, if not more talented than anybody in here, just not confident he's necessarily going to be as effective going 1.5 miles.
Got a lot of love for Bee of Courage, a very cool New York bred. That's coming up in the 3rd race on the turf. This race, though, 1.1 miles on the main track. The 1 entry, currently the favorite. There's Empty Tomb, part of it, who got the win last time out. He's certainly shown before that he can be effective at the 1 1/8 distance. Loading in for race 2 on the main track. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the rest of the load and call.
Celestial Moon. Alla. Alla goes in. Strong Light. Capre to the outside. Capre goes in. All set. And they're off. Capre breaks with huge speed towards the outside, sprinting towards the front, and Empty Tomb is doing exactly the same, and these two go right at it early, an early pace duel and no easy leads. Empty Tomb is going to back off, but Capre is going to win that battle, but did they do each other in early as they work into that turn? It's going to be Capre, who now clears off, is up by 2.5, almost 3 lengths, since Empty Tomb tries to settle in second. Alla is in the green cap, is moving up towards the outside, is now taking a clear third to the outside of Celestial Moon. At the rail comes Blake B, a big gap, another 6 lengths back to the 2 trailers. That's Bold Victory with Strong Light. They try to slow things down up front, 23.38 for that posted opening quarter mile. It looked faster than that as they went after each other, but maybe they slowed things down up front, and Capre is in front. It's Capre who's up by 3/4 of a length. Right there is Empty Tomb. Alla is trying to join them, and Alla is going to be 3 wide as they approach a half-mile left to go. At the rail is Blake B. Travels in tandem there with Celestial Moon. From the back, here's Bold Victory. Sylvester Gonzalez, they start a rally from the back, and the trailer is the gray Strong Light. Capre just keeps on going. It's Capre who went 46-4. For a half-mile time, Empty Tomb is back for more. Empty Tomb ranging up on the outside is back to within ahead of the leader. Alla is stalling in third. Celestial Moon is all in fourth, not making up the ground. Not much running on from the back, and Empty Tomb is ready to challenge for Manny Franco towards the outside. Capre battles on to the inside. Empty Tomb has now gotten the lead, and here comes Empty Tomb trying to draw away late. Capre is back to a clear second. Just grinding away there. Celestial Moon from the back. Bold Victory also there with Blake B. But Empty Tomb took off the early heat, is up by 1.5 lengths, almost 2. And Empty Tomb will get the victory. Empty Tomb wins it over Capre. Give it to Alla for third, and Celestial Moon finished fourth in 1 minute 49.50 seconds.
Empty Tomb gets the win, sat just off Capre. There was indeed some pace on there, Andy, and I think Dylan Davis did what he had to with the 2B, but turned out Empty Tomb just set the right kind of trip.
I think that both riders, Manny Franco and Dylan Davis, rode extremely well in a somewhat tricky situation. And I know they're short prices, but Dylan did what we talked about beforehand. If he had any chance with Capre, he had to go to the lead. And he probably went a little bit too fast in doing it. But if he had sat behind Empty Tomb in a slower pace, he wasn't going to win this race. And I think Manny realized, I got to get out of this spot because Dylan is going. And he is hell-bent on getting the lead, and we're going to go too fast, and I'm going to burn my horse up. And Empty Tomb, a little bit more comfortable rating, perhaps, than Capre, and it worked out for him. I thought in a chess match situation, both riders gave the absolute right rides. Just turned out Empty Tomb was the better horse, and nobody made any runs. My pick, Celestial Moon, could not have been worse.
Nobody ran on from the back. Top 2 dominated up front. 1, 2B. 5 and 3 in race number 2. Just goes to show you there wasn't much movement because the 5 Alla, who was a big price, was kind of right there chasing and hung on for third.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not that's a trend going on, I don't know. You know, it's hard. You don't want to make those conclusions based on a race like this, and maybe just the best 2 horses ran 1-2.
Empty Tomb back-to-back wins with Ilkay Kantarmachi, picking up another one here. Prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
In the Churchill Downs Stakes. And Gun Pilot 1-2-166 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 over the wire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, as we saw race 2 here, Belmont at the Big A. Empty tomb. Manny Franco, back-to-back wins. Manny did a very good job in positioning this horse, and the top 2 just were best.
Yeah, I think these are very tricky situations. I know the horse was favored, but Manny faced a situation, and he would have been second-guessed if he had lost this race. And so I respect that. And seeing those silks in the winner's circle, you think Jay and Flying P are gearing up for another big run at the Saratoga Owners title?
I'm sure they are.
Not the only one.
That's right. That's what makes it
Everyone
exciting.
can hope and dream right now. That's
what
for sure.
makes it exciting. $4.50 winner, of course, Flying P with a tremendous Saratoga last year. Taking a look at the field for race 3, Monmouth Park. 6 furlongs, $7,500 claiming race for fillies and mares. Island Dream Girl, right now the favorite, the number 4. At 7-5. But first, as we promised you a little bit earlier, yesterday we saw some stakes action at Monmouth as we bring Paul into the conversation. And Paul, kind of a tale of 2 trips. When the favorite didn't get the lead, made it an opportunity for somebody else in the Goldwood.
Yeah, rosy cheeks, and you got to give Chad Brown and his team a ton of credit. It was a horse that's been off for a year. She came back and she won a race, and you kind of got a lowish figure, and I think everybody kind of ignored her, including myself. But you're right, when opponents hoped, the heavy favorite did not get the lead. I was talking to Louis Cabrera, the assistant trainer for Chad Brown, and he said the instructions from the boss were to take back and make 1 run, and boy, did she explode in deep stretch here and blow by these horses. I thought it was very impressive for a horse. Like I said, second start in a year or so, and was very, very dominant in the race. You can see the 4 kind of ran up the rail there for a second. But, Rosy Cheeks, this is a filly by World of Trouble that's just getting better and better. She's a 4-year-old. I get it. But Chad, what's the crazy part is? He's had 24 starters this meet. Chad's a leading trainer here at Monmouth Park, and he's got a couple first-time starters later. But Rosy Cheeks was very, very good yesterday, Acacia.
She got the win, now a stakes victory, Paul. Thank you. And with a horse, as Paul mentioned, who had some stops and starts in her races, and she had some questions. Now back-to-back races in 2025 and picked up a stakes victory.
And I think it was a case, too, with the heavy favorite in the race not really running a race. I mean, she didn't get the lead. She never looked comfortable. And when she didn't run, it really opened things up, and things collapsed a little bit, and Rosy Cheeks got a nice win.
Over at Thistledown yesterday, it was a big day for them in Ohio with the Ohio Derby. And it was a fun race for us to watch, Andy, because New York bred Moplex, this was not the first choice. He was supposed to run in a New York bred restricted race going 7 furlongs. Belmont Stakes Week was affected by quarantine due to a strangles outbreak there, and so they rerouted when the quarantine cleared to try the 2 turns in the Ohio Derby, and it worked out.
He was so much the best in this race. He didn't break. He bore out at the start. He went and engaged a pretty fast and talented horse, put that one away, and held off some decent closers. Chunk of Gold's a very nice horse. And, as talking to Jeremiah Englehart, it is a very rare situation in racing where a bad thing or an unfortunate thing, because, it wasn't this horse that was the problem, put him in quarantine. It's obviously the right thing to do, but if you're the connections, it's very frustrating. You can't run your horses. So instead of running in a $200,000 race that he might not have won because it was a very impressive winner, that race, the Mike Lee, he ends up winning a $500,000 race. And I think a win like this opens up all kind of things you could run in. You certainly at least can be the favorite in the Albany off this race, and maybe it gives them a right to dream and try something tougher. This is a great win for them. A nice horse.
The Albany, kind of the marquee race for New York breds in the summer, 1 1/8 miles. Now, he showed he could handle it with no problem, and a big win for a New York bred. Now, his 2nd greatest stakes victory of his career.
I mean, I don't know the argument. This isn't the best race that he's ever run. I don't think he's ever run as impressively as this. And while he's a horse that can be effective going shorter, maybe his future really does lie. And with his speed, it can make him dangerous in some very big races going forward. He'd probably have to step up to face the best horses. That was a big win for him. What a performance.
Really was. It was a lot of fun. We look forward to seeing what the future holds for New York bred Moplex. Horses on the track for the 3rd at Monmouth Park. There was a look at the favorite, Island Dream Girl. Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, another race where I thought it was really a 2-horse race in here between the 4 and the 5, although the 2 has taken a little bit of money here. Now they've changed the track denotation to muddy. I think it's going to turn fast here pretty soon, and still the turf course is firm right now. So the problem I have with the 2 is the horse is 1 for 12, and the lone win was from off the pace on a wet, fast racetrack. So I just don't know where the public's going here at 5-2. Now, I think this horse's odds will float up a little bit in here. Island Dream Girl, the 4 for Kieran McGee. He's a very good trainer, obviously, 23% for the year, and he brings a lot of horses from Laurel over here. He's had 1 horse run over here, but this horse figures in here. Was behind a couple of next out winners, and I guess those last 2 races from the $20,000 claim are dropping down with this filly. I mean, it's got to put her as the favorite, and she will be your heavy favorite in here. The 5, Lady Collected, I'm going to land on here. I just think a horse that's been claimed a couple times, I think can maybe get away from this group. I don't know. I mean, a filly by Collected, you get Jorge Vargas, who's a very good rider, and I think he pushes the button from the beginning and maybe tries to wire this field. I'm taking a little bit of a shot. I thought this race was only 4-5 or 5-4. They're playing the 2 a little bit, Acacia, but I'll stick with the 5 in here, Lady Collected.
See what she can do moving to the Claudio Gonzalez barn. Paul, thank you. A barn that has very strong numbers off the claim.
I'm with Paulie, and I'm going to be honest. I know the 2 is dropping. I'd be more interested in the 3 and 4 than the 2. The 4 is even money. Huge numbers for Claudio Gonzalez off the claim. Overall, off the claim in the dirt over the last 5 years, he's 59 for 219. It's a lot of claims. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's basically claiming close to a horse a week, which is a lot. 27%, $1.91 ROI, similar numbers in sprints. How are these stats at Monmouth?
As we're just seeing on the Monmouth track, sorry, just a quick note, it is saying that there's a late scratch of the 4, Island Dream Girl. So that does drastically change the race with the even money favorite coming out.
Yes.
My apologies for
interrupting. No. That's more important than anything idiotic I have to say. That's a huge change in the race. I don't think it changed the race from a dynamic standpoint as she was in speed. The 5 is still loose. It just means for Paul and I want to bet the 5, we're not getting the same price we were getting. Once again, at Monmouth, off the claim on the dirt at Monmouth, 17 for 48, 35%, 269 ROI. And in sprints, he's 7 for 20, similar stats, 252 ROI. Wow. So he's got huge numbers off the claim, Claudio Gonzalez, and I would have bet him at 4-1 or 7-2. Right now, he's coming down. He's going to be favored based on the fixed odds.
So late scratch of the 4, Island Dream Girl, who was even money at the time that she was a late scratch on the track. So as Andy mentioned, not necessarily changing the pace dynamics of this race, but certainly drastically changing the way that this race is being bet. So now the 2, My Honey Bunch, and the 5, Lady Collected, both taking significantly more money as a result. So compact field.
So I guess the 2 is being bet because of the drop down. What am I missing about this horse?
I'm thinking it's the drop down. Yes.
I mean, I guess it's just the drop down. I mean, obviously she can win. She has back races that beat these, but her last 2 races have been atrocious. I mean, she hasn't run a step in those races, whereas the 5 at least ran credibly 2 races back at this level, and I just cannot ignore this claim for a trainer who has great numbers off the claim.
Some huge numbers you just mentioned, and now she is favored, the 5, Lady Collected, with that late scratch of the number 4, Island Dream Girl. The 6, Violet Smile, is also getting a bit of a drop in class. She is one who does bring a little bit of early pace as well.
Yeah, and Maddie Oliver's a very aggressive rider. She's probably the one that's in attendance, the 5, Lady Collected. Whether or not she's good enough remains to be seen. But, her last race on a sloppy sealed track against much tougher horses. And, it's interesting you say that. Why is she 9-2 and the 2 is 2-1? They're both dropping down. I don't know. I know the 2's. I mean, I think that the 6 is coming in the race with much better form, and she's more forward. I got to tell you, I'll probably look foolish, as I often do, but I think My Honey Bunch is a bet against in this race. I thought it was 5s and 3s.
Very interesting as to how this race is playing out. But the 5, Lady Collected, now the favorite. Claudio Gonzalez off the claim, 7-5 on that one with the late scratch of the number 4, Island Dream Girl. After this race, we're going to be saying goodbye to our viewers on FS1 and moving over to FS2 at the start of 2 o'clock, the 2 o'clock hour. So I hope that you will Switch over, join us there. We'll be back on FS1 a little bit later on in the afternoon, but around 2 o'clock, shifting over to FS2 for plenty more live racing from Monmouth Park and Belmont at the Big A.
And you're going to the you're going to have a little time off, but you'll be in the paddock later, right?
Yes.
And Greg Wolf will be coming up here as well. So little musical chairs going on up here.
Yeah.
Been fun.
You're not moving though, right?
I'm immovable.
You are the pillar of that side of the set.
Whatever use I may have, it's not in the paddock. I can tell you that.
Loading in for race 3, Monmouth Park. Let's send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
And to the outside post, Violet Smile. We're ready to go. And they're off. The quartet all broke well. Violet Smile on the lead. Lady Collected to the inside, matching her. Umbral right behind in third. My Honey Bunch at the tail down the backstretch. Lady Collected setting the pace, takes control of things, leads by a length from Violet Smile, who's tracking from second. Length and a half to Umbral off the rail in third, and she's 3 clear of My Honey Bunch, who's fourth and last with a half mile to go. Lady Collected, Jorge Vargas Jr. dictating terms on the lead. 3 parts of a length ahead. Violet Smile, Maddie Olver not far behind, keeping tabs on the front runner. Umbral getting a little bit closer in the 3 path with Luis Ocasio is third, just a length off the top 2, who are right together with 5/16 to go. My Honey Bunch, Chantal Sutherland staying on the rail. Coming to the top of the lane, Lady Collected has lost the lead to Violet Smile, who ran right by. And Lady Collected in trouble, backing out at the top of the stretch, and Violet Smile is left all alone on the lead. Umbral taking the second position on the far outside. Lady Collected beaten in third. My Honey Bunch back and forth, not going to get it done. And coming to the 16th pole, it's Violet Smile for the Derek Ryan barn in complete control. Violet Smile gets it, a length and a quarter. Second hone Umbral, and then came Lady Collected and My Honey Bunch.
Violet Smile gets the win under Maddie Olver, and we talked about how this pace could potentially play out. Andy, you said she was too big a price, and she was sitting just off the 5 Lady Collected. She took over to win.
Yeah, you liked her more than I did. It was a good call by you bringing her up as being the stalker. The 5 was awful in here, easily put her away. The 2, as we talked about, was coming the race the wrong way, and this is the one that was more forward and gets it done. And think about Maddie Olver. She is aggressive. If she's riding a horse that's supposed to be forward, she's forward.
Picks up another win here, 6-3-5-2 in race 3 at Monmouth Park. As mentioned, we are shifting over to FS2 now. Greg Wolf is also coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. I'll be heading down in a little bit to the paddock to start reporting, but always fun.
Yeah, it was a pleasure being with you.
Absolutely.
We'll be back together later or next week, Thursday and Friday as well.
To that.
Look forward to
But
it.
Andy will be sticking around with Greg Wolf. We'll have Richie Migliori and Paula Duca with us as well. Coverage continues next on FS2. Horses heading out from the paddock for the 3rd, 1.5 miles on the turf. Belmont at the Big A. Stay with us on FS2 for continuing coverage.
Good to be with you on this Sunday afternoon here on Fox Sports 2. Live look at South Ozone Park, New York. Belmont at the Big A. Closing out this week, 1 week remains, and then it's upstate to Saratoga. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. We have 3-year-old fillies featured later today in the Wilton.
Yeah, the Wilton's been moved from Saratoga. I think we're going to leave it here permanently. We might have to find a new name for it, being that Wilton, which many of you probably know, is a town just outside of Saratoga. Most of you have probably been at the Wilton Mall at some time in your life if you've been up there, but the Wilton will be run today. And listen, you laugh about the Wilton. Winner of the Wilton 2 years ago won the Alabama in her next start.
That would be randomized, who we're going to talk more about. We'll show you that performance when we get closer to the race. This one, 1.5 miles on the turf, allowance optional claiming field. Joel Rosario for Mike Maker on vesting.
I'll be interested to see if Joel gets this horse a little closer to the pace. The only time ran for the New Connections was going shorter. He's better going longer. I picked him.
Rad Ortiz Jr. on Hamilton's Way.
Not a lot of speed in this race. This one could ultimately be the speed of the speed. Didn't love his last race, but if he's in front, could make him dangerous.
John Terranova Barnes heading out Classic Creation.
He's at times run fast enough to compete in here. His will to win lately in question, but he's another horse, I guess.
Win on the turf, 2 back for the 4, Be of Courage.
The question with him is whether or not he can handle the distance. He's as talented as anybody, if not more talented, but is he a horse that wants 1.5 miles?
How many lengths will Greystone spot this field?
I mean, he's a player, but man, he's got no speed.
St. James, the great Kerry Bryant trains.
Coming in off some jump races, so got some bottom to handle this distance.
And another jumper here, Lord Flincher on the outside for Kerry Bryant.
Doesn't hurt to have Flavian Pratt, and a horse that's actually run some of his better races going longer. Still not sure they're quite good enough to beat this field, but he's far from out of it.
You are going to ultimately wind up where?
I went to vesting in this race. I actually think he's better going longer. If you look at some of his races last year, his best race was going 1 mile and 3/8 at Saratoga. Thought he ran a very good race when second to Breeze, who wired him in January at Gulfstream. Then he didn't get the best of trips in his subsequent race on March 2nd. Going shorter last time out, probably not the best spot for him. He's a better horse going longer. Now listen, if you don't want a horse that was purchased from Chad Brown's barn, sold at $85,000 at Keeneland in April, then maybe, you don't trust the change. I'm not worried about it. I think he's the horse to beat. But listen, 9 to 5 is no bargain.
He's going to be joining me up here on the set a little bit later on our coverage. For right now, let's head downstairs to Richie Migliori.
Yeah, guys, I think, Andy, you and I are thinking in very similar lines with the one vesting. The thing that I'm having a tough time with is where is the speed in this race? There's absolutely no speed. Vesting at times has shown speed last year. Actually won right here, wire to wire, going 1 mile and 3/8 last year. And with that inside position, maybe Joel Rosario will allow him to kind of gallop on because I just don't see much pace signed on. The 4-horse Be of Courage, I have a soft spot for this horse. I like him a great deal. He looks terrific. I questioned the 1.5 miles with him. He did act up a little bit unseated. Javier Castellano right here by the wire. Didn't go anyplace. The pony rider was able to keep him in hand. Javier remounted immediately. The 1.5 miles is the big question mark there. The 5 Greystone. This is a horse that has already won at the 1.5 mile distance, but he has absolutely no speed in a race that has no speed. So I think he's kind of up against it tactically. And then Kerry Bryant has 2 runners in here. I prefer the 7, Lord Flincher. He looks great, galloped off beautifully under Flavian Pratt. He's turning back in distance. One of the 2 that can say that, both Kerry Bryant runners turning back in distance from a 2 mile and 1/8 race over hurdles where he won. So the 1.5 miles should not be any problem, certainly from a fitness standpoint.
All right, Mig, thank you. 8 to 5 favoritism vesting. Both Mig and Andy going to line up there. So is the betting public.
8 to 5 is on the 3 or 2 now. I misread it. I didn't think he'd be this short. I was frankly surprised he was 2 to 1 on the line, so it shows what I know. Be of Courage is kind of the interesting horse in here because he's really good. And he had no real chance the way the race was run last time out. But the question with him is he going to be effective at 1.5 miles? He's 1 mile and a 16th type horses, and most of these horses that are good at that distance, they don't necessarily run as well at 1.5 miles.
He was actually, and here's a look at him, he was actually a pretty effective closing sprinter way back when. And now you're going to ask him to win at 1.5 miles? It could happen.
He's a very cool horse. He's one of my favorite horses, New York bred. He's a very honest horse, and he's been able to stay on the racetrack now, and I like him. And I could see a worse gamble than taking 4 to 1 on him because I think strictly from a talent level, you could make the argument he's the best horse in the race. But the other horses have run effectively going these longer distances, and I just question whether or not he's really trustworthy going long. Noble Mission is a Galileo, but I still am a little bit dubious.
Meanwhile, Lord Flincher, of those jumpers for the Kerry Bryan barn, that is the one getting much more attention on the outside.
Yeah, he's not really a jumper type, though. You're right. I didn't even realize it. He won jumping last time. Wasn't Risk taking a Karovich horse years ago, before? The horse who ran second, I think so. I should look that up, actually. You used to see it much more often, Greg, back in the day, especially when Jonathan Shepard was so dominant in Saratoga. I believe that Tommy Voss saw it too, but with Jonathan, I think that he won Jonathan Shepard may have won the training title in 1984 in Saratoga. I'll try to look that up. Moving horses from jump races to these longer races on the turf and having real success. Gives them a lot of bottom, that's for sure.
Yes, it does. Flavien Prat will be in the irons from that outside post position. But 3-2 favoritism as we start a mandatory pay pick 5, by the way.
Ooh.
Vesting your favorite. Almost $100,000 in the mandatory pay pick 5 pool. Good luck to everyone getting involved. You can do so at Naira Bets. And there is Joel Rosario. A couple of wins on Friday.
Yeah, good situation. A lot of riders were out of town. Flavien Prat was at Ascot. Flavien Prat got a lot of abuse.
Yes, he did. Amazing. Probably, I mean, you can make the argument there's no better rider on the planet right now. And trainer took a shot at him for the ride.
A shot?
Which race was it?
In the Prince of Wales
Okay.
on Wednesday. He said he was too close to the pace. I've taken my shots at riders in the past, so who am I to knock it? But, I got a problem knocking Flavien Prat, and I'm not sure that horse was going to win if he was first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, top of the strap. That was harsh.
A little bit of sour grapes, it seemed
like a little sour grapes to me. That's about as harsh as I've ever. That guy's. Tom Amoss could learn from him. That was right. That was rough.
It was rough.
Yeah. I wanted to ask Flavien what was going on there because it seemed a little harsh.
Don't think he'll be riding for that trainer anymore.
Probably. I don't think either one of them wants to ride. I don't think he wants Flavien, and I can't imagine Flavien wants that abuse again. That seemed a little bit harsh. I don't know. I was surprised.
Who will last this 1.5 miles coming up? The majority of this field, really, with the exception of Greystone, no one's won at it. And Greystone, just sort of that horse who he's going to keep rolling because he doesn't run much at all early in a race.
Met the owners of Greystone coming in today when I was coming up for Talking Horses, so maybe that's a good sign. Very, very nice people, so looking forward to that. You've got a race, and Richie, I agree completely with Richie that there's just a dearth of speed in this race. So you're taking a horse that he's so slow in a race that projected no pace. He was far off the pace projector on Timeform US. That's slow, and that's a bit of a concern for him.
He'll be in the equivalent of Wilton early in this race. Well, we have that race still to come. 3-year-old fillies on the card. Mazayat for Bill Mott. Junior Alvarado coming off that impressive maiden victory. I didn't think morning line favorite. That is a difficult race.
Yeah, I picked Vesting. I got this totally wrong. I never thought he'd be this overwhelming a favorite. I really misread this. Not that I'm really against him, but I wouldn't bet him at this price.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the third from Belmont at the Big A.
St. James the Great. Lord Flintshire. Lord Flintshire. Going in. All set. And they're off. Lord Flintshire flashes early speed towards the outside, and here comes Hamilton's Way. In between horses, now to be on the early kick, and Hamilton's Way is ahead in front. At the rail, Vesting is close to the early action. These two now spread apart as Vesting will press on, and Hamilton's Way is comfortable with that. It's going to back off here and stalk in second. At the rail, in the red cap, here comes Bee of Courage. Is now a challenging third. Is to the inside of Lord Flintshire, who's now a well-settled fourth. just in behind them. Comes the pair of Classic Creation with St. James the Great and the trailer, Ricardo Santana Jr. on Greystone. Set to pass us here for the first time, and on the front end, now trying to draw away a little bit, that's Vesting, who's up by 2.5. Lord Flintshire is backed off, right there with Hamilton's Way, they're second and third. Bee of Courage on the wrong lead is right in behind them here in fourth, is comfortable enough, is 2.5 lengths clear. Now 3. In front of that pair is going to be Classic Creation to the inside of St. James the Great. Still far back, Greystone is the trailer. Vesting has the lead, and Vesting and Joel Rosario going to try and take him almost all the way. They grabbed the lead on the backstretch, and now Vesting is up by still that 2. Here towards the inside and ready to challenge. Lord Flintshire has now moved forward, is now within a length and a half of the leader, Bee of Courage. Hamilton's Way is now back to 4th, and St. James the Great to the outside of Classic Creation. They've moved in much closer, and Greystone has caught up with the group as they work up the backstretch one more time. 112.76 for 3/4 of a mile. They're still chasing Vesting. Here comes the first move from Bee of Courage. Bee of Courage is tugging here, moves forward, and Bee of Courage and Javier Castellano within range. Lord Flintshire is down towards the inside for Flavien Prat, saving all the ground. Is now a challenging third still as they are inside, a half mile left to go. St. James the Great starts to rally on wider. Hamilton's Way in between horses. Classic Creation nowhere to go, and Greystone would still have to pass them all. They turn up the pressure now on the leader. Vesting is in front. It's Vesting with a head advantage. Bee of Courage is just ranged up on the outside trying to run this leader down, but Vesting is still in hand, and look at this confident ride here from Joel Rosario. And now Vesting, just under this hand ride, is galloping away from the field. Vesting now just a little bit of encouragement, but Vesting is still well out in front. Inside the final 16th, no doubt, it is all Vesting to win this one on the front end. Greystone up for second, then Bee of Courage, and Classic Creation in 2 minutes 27.48 seconds.
Classic Joel Rosario ride right there.
It was really interesting watching the race because Hamilton's Way seemed to be a little bit in front of Vesting early, and Joel said, all right, you don't really want to go, I'm going to go. And once he did that, he was just in such a controlling position. And we were saying it on the set. Chris Griffin made note of it, how confident Joel was and able to get the job done. And you know, it turned out with Bee of Courage, he just couldn't finish the race. He's just not getting this distance.
Joel in front, he pretty much always has more.
Yeah.
And that was the case here with Vesting at this 1.5 miles. Dominant winner as the 6-5 favorite to start off this mandatory pay pick 5.
Yep, getting it done. You got to give a little credit there to Greystone getting up for second. It was not a fast pace, and I know you'll look at the time and say, well, it's not that slow. This turf is very, very firm, so I think this was a very moderate time, very moderate pace.
1:5.43, Vesting the victory. Joel Rosario, 3 Diamonds Farm for trainer Mike Maker.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. That's where you can play all the action. NYRA Bets, get signed up, started if you have not already, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 1.5 miles on the grass, and it was vesting with the win and the kickoff of a mandatory payout. Pick 5, Joel Rosario out in front and had plenty left in the stretch.
Yeah, being aggressive obviously helped and putting him in a controlling position in this race. And it was really a race where if somebody sort of seized the bull by the horn, so to speak, and went to the front, it was going to give them a tactical advantage. It doesn't hurt when you're probably the best horse anyway.
Easy time here for vesting. So second career victory. A maiden win was at 1 mile and 3/8. Maybe a tip-off that would have liked this distance here. And the 1.5 miles, right up his alley as well.
Well, he's going to have to find some tougher spots now after winning his non-winners of 2 condition in this race. So I think actually it's his non-winners of 1. Huh? I'm sorry, it's non-winners of 1. So he can still win the condition up in Saratoga. We'll see him up there.
$4.60 for the victory. Race 4 starts the pick 6. 1 16th on the turf. Starter optional claiming field. And 7-5 on Twirly right now. Bill Mott Jr. Alvarado team up.
Really?
Off a win on dirt on a muddy sealed track. The turf effort was not very good.
I would argue that the 8-1 morning line is an underlay. It feels like somebody mispunched. What is going on? Is it me? I want to see where this horse is in multi-race bets.
Race was not taken off the turf, right? Speaking of, no, it was not. I'm joking. There's Bill Mott, Jr. Alvarado. They have the best 3-year-old in the game right now in Sovereignty, and an emerging 3-year-old filly who we'll see in the Wilton still to come.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for being with us on our Sunday coverage from Belmont to the Big A and at Monmouth Park. Race 4 coming up, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. As we get set for this $16,000 condition claiming group. Minute to post. Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
Focus on the 2 horses that are getting bet right now, the 2 and the 3 in here, and they're tough to endorse. The 2 getting on the turf for the first time. I think it's a little bit of a gamble. And the 3 is 0 for 10 on the turf, although the 3 has the best numbers, at least when you go back and you look. Colville here, the 2, this is just Paco Lopez money. And right now is probably going to be your second choice, which is, I don't know. This horse has been running miles 70 races at Parks, and now is going to cut to 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Maybe it's meant to be, but it will be without me with the 2 in here. I do like the 3. I thought the 10. Major player in here, our Legal Tender. You know, this horse has had 3 turf starts, a win in 2/3. They were big numbers. They would beat this field. And 0 for 7 on the synthetic. The horse is completely a better turf horse. And I'm surprised that horse is not your favorite. And then the other horse would here, I maybe would include would be the 8. You know, this horse ran a good race at Delaware, then tried his hand at Saratoga and just was outclassed. Maybe getting back to, you know, where he belongs, he could show some speed with Dexter Haddock. But I like the 10 in here, Legal Tender. If he can get back to that race with Sam Warren aboard.
I'm with you, Paulie. I like the 10 as well, but I also firmly agree with you that Paulino at 8 to 1 is the value play in here. I mean, I thought the 3, 8, and 10 were the main 3 players. Obviously, Empire Sky, the New York bred, the 3 has some good races to get back to. I agree with him. You get back to the last turf race that our Legal Tender ran, he's going to be very tough. But Paulino, if he gets clear on the lead and he's supposed to get the right aggressive ride, I think you agree too, Greg. He's a bit of an overlay.
I was really intrigued by him. Surprised he's up there at 7-1 right now. Talking about the 8, Dexter Haddock will be aboard. And, you know, the favorite right now, the 3 Empire Sky, even though cutting back, sprinting numbers on the grass, you know, some of the best of the field. But 0 for 10 on the turf now, starting to pile up.
I agree. He's had a lot of chances at prices. He's been a lot of short prices in his career, and he's just failed to get it done for the most part. I agree with you. I like the 10 like Paulie, and I think the 8 is the interesting alternative.
Axel Concepcion will be on the favorite. That's the 3 Empire Sky. So 5 to 2 for Kathleen Damazzi off the bench here, this 6-year-old. Stay load up.
Yeah, I mean, this is I think this is the most contentious race they've run down there today. You've got a solid-sized field here going the 5.5 furlongs on the turf, and the other track list is muddy. It feels closer to good. They obviously got a little more rain than we did down there, but I don't think the track is muddy, and it is harrowed.
Well, on the turf for this one, it's listed as firm, 5.5 on the lawn for this 4th race. Starts the Jersey Shore 6. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Spice Bag, post position 5. Hot on your heels, 3rd last. Now make it 2 back as K-Paz has gone in. Hot on your heels goes forward. Here's Tonight to the outside. Full field of 12 here. 2 Voyage, 5.5 furlongs on the lawn. We're ready to go. And they're off. Having to take up right at the start was Don't Be So Grouchy. Nostalgia's Smile on the lead with Paulino on the outside. These 2 a neck apart as they come out of the chute. Tonight on the far outside makes it a party of 3. K-Paz is 2 lengths off the leading trio with Hot on Your Heels and Spice Bag to the inside. A length back to Tropenhagen in the red jacket in midfield. Colville next. The gray Empire Sky off the fence in the 3 path. He's 8 lengths off the lead. 2 better than Curious Soul. Our Legal Tender is second to last, and Don't Be So Grouchy is trailing as the dozen runners round the far turn. Paulino tries to flee from the pack, leads by 2 from Nostalgia's Smile. Tonight is given way, is done back and forth with K-Paz at the top of the lane. Tropenhagen caught wide, about 5 paths off the rail as they corner farther out. Empire Sky is launching a rally, has some work to do. 6 lengths behind with 1 furlong to go. Colville coming up the inside, but Paulino is well clear, 2.5 ahead. Colville switching outside for a rally. It's Paulino finding more on the lead. Paulino gets to the wire in time. Colville second best. Empire Sky third. Photo for 4th. Nostalgia's Smile and Tropenhagen.
Paulino or Paulino? Hunch play for LaDuca,
if
maybe.
Paul had
Paulino
picked it, it would be Paulino.
using that speed to his advantage. Tired at 5 furlongs on the grass last time out. Hangs on for 5.5 today.
Yeah, and once again, the two got a very nice trip in there, just not able to get up in this situation. First time in the grass for a horse with a huge pedigree, but it's really for dirt. Empire Sky doesn't win, and the 10-hour legal tender was never in contention at any point, but a good job sort of cruising the lead, not going too fast, and getting that lead and keeping it the whole race.
5-1 in the end, was around 7-1, I believe, when we were talking about him. 8-2-3 finish. Dexter Haddock for Maria Montoya. And first time actually hitting the board on the grass in 4 tries.
That's weird, but ran some salty spots. And I thought the race against Marathoner, the first one was good. Yeah, was able to get clear today.
Back to Belmont at the Big A, and odds have considerably changed here. The 6 Bottle Rocket has become an even money favorite.
Do you think it's because it's the first Wes Anderson movie?
Ah, that was a great one, wasn't it?
I love that movie. Absolutely.
Owen Wilson?
Saw that movie with Andy Byer, actually, in the Coconut Grove.
Did he like it?
He did. He said, we were leaving Gulfstream, it was way back, and he said, let's go see one of those ridiculous indie movies that you like. So he went to dinner in Coconut Grove and went to see Bottle Rocket. I'd read the reviews. It was a lot of fun. Good movie, if you haven't seen it.
Is that where he was discovered, Owen Wilson? That was pretty early on, wasn't it?
Did he write that? Did he and Luke write that with Wes Anderson? That was
know.
96.
We'll look it up.
Preceded Rushmore, which is one of my all-time favorite movies.
Here is the Mott Alvarado runner, who's still somehow a much shorter price than I think most would expect.
So are they going to bet every Mott Junior horse? This horse should be 20-1. He is about 15-1 in doubles. I have no idea what's going on here. He can't win in any race he's ever run. His turf race was atrocious. I like the one Temple City Taboo in here. There's 3 major players on paper, the 1, 4, and 6. And Bottle Rocket can certainly win, and I think he is the horse to beat, and I have no problem being favored in here. Pallotta Sister's a very big price if you like her. I don't like that 2 weeks ago she was entered at Monmouth for $16,000. Now you see, I like Antonia Arriaga, who's taken over the training of this horse. Temple City Taboo was in a absolutely impossible spot last time. I mean, those horses are stakes horses compared to these. And I think you may see a little bit of a forward move with this horse. There's Antonio Arriaga right there, the trainer, and I took her over Bottle Rocket. I think one of these two will likely win.
Well, trained by that man right there, formerly with another barn. He'll have Jose Lezcano aboard. He was aboard last time out as well. There's Jose. 6-5, slight second choice right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no... I mean, you have to think the 4 Pallotta Sisters is going to come way down from those current odds, right?
Yes.
It's supposed to be.
Why was Temple City Taboo, and there she is, why was she so far back last start?
Well, I think that's a reasonable question. It was raining. I don't know if that affected things. And it was a race that was dominated horses who were much more forward. But I don't know why she got that far back. She's not that slow. And in fact, I think there's a real chance she could wire the field in here. I mean, there's no real speed in this race. I'd like to see Jose be aggressive with her.
She was forward in a stake in the Sanibel Island at 7.5 furlongs. A Gulfstream second start of her career. Here's Pallotta Sisters, 7-1. Ricardo Santana Jr. for trainer Wayne Potts.
Obviously, she's run fast enough in her turf races that she has to be considered a contender in here. I just wonder if her best races are behind her. But having said that, at 7-1, she's a massive overlay. I don't think she's supposed to be more than 3-1 or 7-2 in this race. And I have to imagine by post time, don't you think she probably lands down there, Greg?
Yeah, I would think that number comes significantly down. Starts the pick 6. Meanwhile, just saw this win. Paulino back at Monmouth wires this field. Dexter Haddock for Maria Montoya and returns $12.60 for the victory. Colville, Empire Sky complete the trifecta.
Yeah, nice job getting the lead with Dexter Haddock and getting the job done with Paulino. $12.60, took some late money, but gets it done.
And we got later on another really good turf sprint in that 8th.
At Monmouth, I only looked at the first 5.
Okay.
I like the dichotomy in race number 6, though. I did look at it, of the 2 firsters for Chad Brown and Klarovich. One is a Constitution that cost $525,000. The other is a Gunnevera that sold for $40,000. Makes me want to bet the one that cost $40,000.
Yeah.
I know nothing, by the way.
The dam of that, yeah, Gunnevera was 0 for 1 on the dirt, but this the other foal wanted 5.5 furlong on synthetic, but didn't show a whole lot. But
well, you're on your game today.
Interesting.
Wow.
It's got a first or in the last as well.
Gunnevera was second in a race you and I
Breeders'
talked
Cup
about
Classic.
yesterday, but also I believe second
Woodward.
to Yoshida in
Yes,
the Woodward.
was.
You were talking about it yesterday.
Good call.
Office, yeah.
45 to 1 here, Celestial Express.
Yeah, I just don't know what you could possibly like about this horse.
As the board says. 5 to 1, Pallotta Sisters.
She's a big price if you look at double. She took absolutely no money, and probably a bad sign. But if you like her, she's a price.
Somehow, Twirly still 5 to 1, despite finishing just about last in the turf effort.
Yeah. I understand people liking the hot bar and the heart rider trainer combination, but I have no idea what they like about this horse.
Michael Trombetta with Dylan Davis, Bottle Rocket.
Yeah, it's a very logical horse. No surprise, the favorite.
And 13 red flags. We'll try the turf for the second time. The first try did not go well.
I mean, there's nothing to indicate this horse can handle the turf at all. Maybe she'll be forward, but I don't like her at the distance. I don't like her on the surface, and that's why she's 30 to 1.
2 minutes to post to kick off the pick 6. Let's go down to the MIG.
Yeah, guys, I'm very interested in the 4, Pallotta Sisters. She looks great from a physical perspective. She comes off a nice effort. I think that effort would put her very squarely in the frame. And she kind of has that profile that I look at where her form is a little dirtied up with those 2 synthetic races. Now, some horses are able to, perform well on both surfaces. I think you do see sometimes turf horses take the synthetic, but there are horses, because it is a distinctly different surface, that don't handle it. And I just feel like that maybe that's part of the reason why she's not, well, she's starting to come down now. She just ticked down to 7 to 2, but I think she's a major player here, as is the 6 Bottle Rocket. Me and Andy go far enough back where Boismazon Farm had a really good filly named Bottle Rocket. Obviously, she was bred in Kentucky. This one's bred in France. Bottle Rocket turned out to be a really good broodmare as well. She makes a lot of sense, looks great. Michael Trombetta's horses always look good. And you get Dylan Davis, who's been riding in good form. To me, the race is all about the 4 and the 6. I'll take the 4, who is now 3 to 1, so everybody kind of clicking in on the 4 here as she's taking more and more money.
So post time coming up.
Yeah,
Don't forget, the one you like, taking support as well, Temple City Taboo.
I think it's an interesting 2 to 1. I may actually bet Temple City Taboo in here. I think that's a fair price. I don't know exactly what you make of it with a horse like the 4 being entered the $16,000 level, because she was scratched. And don't forget, she did run for $15,000 at Turfway 2 races back on synthetic. Listen, she ran against much better horses last time. I was looking up some stats for Wayne Potts on the turf at Naira. In turf routes at Naira, Wayne Potts is 0 for 31 with only 1 hitting the board. 0 for 31 in turf routes. He's had a little more success in turf sprints, where he's gone a total of 5 for 48 in turf sprints with a positive ROI. But in turf routes, he not only has not won in 31 starts, and overall he's 7 for 86, a 61-cent ROI at all tracks.
Pretty interesting, too, because she's been fairly consistent. There she is on the grass, running her numbers.
Yeah.
And then she tries synthetic for 2 starts. She just hated it.
Well, I think it's a good example. These people say, oh, if they handle the turf, they like synthetic, It's not true. It's a third surface. I mean, there are dirt horses that handle synthetic fine. There are turf horses that handle synthetic fine. But it is a third surface. And, this is something that's going to come up when we go back to Belmont, and in the winter, we're racing on synthetics. Do not automatically assume that turf horses like synthetic. It's a fallacy.
Yeah, a lot of generalizations.
Yeah. Right. Generalizations in racing are a mistake. They're the kinds of things that are going to get you into trouble. And, I think one of the things we're all going to have to learn, I mean, I'm not somebody who's played a lot of synthetic. You probably have played more than I have.
A long time
experience
ago.
out in California,
Yeah.
but you have more experience than I do. I'm up for the challenge. I am. And I think, you're never too old to try to learn something new. And whether you're looking at pedigrees or things, you have to adapt.
Yeah. But even, too, within that, even from, having played it back then, there were all sorts of different types of surfaces with different compositions. So it's not like if you liked one, you necessarily liked another one.
Hollywood and Santa Anita were two completely different surfaces.
Pro-Ride,
and Del Mar was
absolutely.
different. Right,
Yep.
yeah. And I also think it's fair to say that synthetic surfaces have gotten better since then. More time. And listen, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a big fan of synthetic racing. I'm not. Having said that, given the winter racing product here, I think I'm willing to try something new because we need to do something, change things up.
Here is the one Andy will go with. Temple City Taboo for the barn of Antonio Arriaga. We'll see if this one can be a little more forward. Was near the back of the pack last time out, but has shown in the past the ability to be forward. This one for Wayne Potts, Ricardo Santana Jr., 7-2, third choice and even money. Bottle Rocket, Michael Trombetta, the 6 with Dylan Davis. The one to beat as we kick off the pick 6 on this Sunday card from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
13 red flags. 13 red flags goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking a tangle there was Celestial Express is going to be the early triller. Speed from Temple City Taboo is right there with Pallotta Sisters. They're 1-2 and 13 red flags joins them 3 wide. Twirly's going to find a nice spot. Gets over to the rail, is tucked in, is in 4th. Just in behind them comes Bottle Rocket. The lone trailer after the start, Celestial Express. They work around this turn, and Temple City Taboo is in front. Is only up by a half length. A little bit keen on the front end. Wants to sprint off. 23.41 for that opening quarter mile. Pallotta Sisters is not letting that leader get away. Pallotta Sisters right to the outside is now challenging. They're still a clear 1-2 with Twirly moving to the inside. Here is now taken third over 13 red flags. The 2 still at the back. Bottle Rocket with Celestial Express. Temple City Taboo. No easy leads as Pallotta Sisters has been there the entire journey. 47 seconds flat for half mile time. Twirly. Junior Alvarado moving through at the rail. They've had the run of the race so far, just saving ground to the inside, and now they work into the far turn, less than a half mile to go. 13 red flags is trying to make up some ground. Bottle Rocket and Celestial Express, Pallotta Sisters and Temple City Taboo. They are head and head as they're well into the far turn. Here comes the presence of Twirly right in behind them, and Bottle Rocket is following that move too. They're 3rd and 4th, and they move much closer here to the top 2-0. As they reach the top of the lane, Temple City Taboo kicks on Pallotta Sisters. Here comes Bottle Rocket. Bottle Rocket is now sprinted in front, and Bottle Rocket is drawing away. Twirly is now challenging, takes second, but Bottle Rocket got the jump. Bottle Rocket is in front. Twirly continues to chase this leader. Temple City Taboo. Give it to Bottle Rocket, Dylan Davis. They get the victory. Twirly was 2nd. Then came Temple City Taboo, and Pallotta Sisters finished 4th. Final running time, 1 minute 41.86 seconds.
Formful beginning to this pick 6. It's Bottle Rocket, Michael Trombetta barn, Dylan Davis. How about Twirly, though? 2nd time on the turf, running a lot better for Belmont.
Boy, somebody knew that Twirly was going to run better because maybe it wasn't just Mott Junior money because she stayed at 5-1 in there and actually got a good trip but ran a far improved race. But Bottle Rocket was just too good. It turns out the Temple City Taboo is just not very good, and she just really had no answer for this horse. And Bottle Rocket, who was the horse to beat on paper, and she ended up being much the best.
6-5-1-4. Bottle Rocket to kick off the pick 6. Late pick 5 will set the stage. When we come back, it's Dylan Davis for Michael Trombetta here in the 4th.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all She Feels Pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. the sport to the lifestyle. The best races, horses, and destination venues. Cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
It's the biggest day of the year at Meadows Racing. Saturday, July 26th is the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchid, starting at 11:45 a.m. Come out to Hollywood Casino at the Meadows in Washington, PA, and experience the thrill, the speed, and your chance to win big on Adios Day. Bring your bets, feel the roar of the crowd and the power of the pace. The Adios is coming. Get all the details at meadowsharnessracing.com.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Bottle Rocket looks the part of that price of even money here with Dylan Davis aboard.
Yeah, this horse was much the best. Got a good trip and a good ride from Dylan, which is usually the case, but I mean, this was a joke. This horse absolutely destroyed this field. Twirly ran to the money, took a lot of money, and actually ran well in here. A massively improved effort by that horse. The others, not competitive.
Rolling right on by this group for the 3rd turf win of her career in 9 tries. I don't remember seeing a lot of Roman Candles. Do you?
I don't even remember Roman Candles. No. I like Roman Candles. The Bottle Rocket's more
well
my
named
speed.
though, right?
Yeah.
$4.20 for the win. 6-5-1 finish. Let's move on to the late pick 5. 7 furlongs. $50,000 claiming racehorses who only have a maiden win on the resume, and it's outside favoritism. Chad Brown, Klarovich, Flavian Pratt with middle market.
Okay. The board's going to change a lot. Actually, the favorite of the double right now is the 8 over the 3 and 2. The 3 opened up at 13-1. I'm thinking that's going to change perceptibly. I thought that Golden Symphony was the horse to beat. Brave Buck, helped tremendously by the scratch of Flying Frisky, could be the controlling speed.
Junior Alvarado will be on Brave Buck. That man right there, Brad Cox, one of the top trainers on the planet. His Dubai World Cup surprise winner. Back in the States in a big race next weekend. We'll preview it next.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Hit Show out when it's all too late. Look at Hit Show right over the top. Hit Show for Florent Geroux and Brad Cox in the Dubai World Cup.
To say that was a surprise would be understating it. North of 40-1 in this upset score on this massive stage in the Dubai World Cup at a 1.25 mile Hit Show for Brad Cox.
I mean, obviously, with Forever Young, who finished third, not running his A race. But I'll tell you something, this horse got a tremendous ride from Florent Geroux in here. I mean, this might be the best ride that Florent has ever given, and he's had a very successful career. We'll see. An interesting race, but he, like Sierra Leone, a deep closer in that Stephen Foster.
Well, he's got a stablemate to deal with on the rail.
I got to tell you,
among others,
First Mission has made a career of failing in the biggest spots and hasn't won a Grade 1. First Mission, I know he ran well to win the Oaklawn Handicap with a very good trip. He's going to beat me.
And I'm such a fan of the horse who's runner-up here, Banishing, but Banishing is arguably a sprinter.
Banishing has a weird
he's
trajectory.
He's defied the odds, though, going longer.
I'm surprised he wasn't in here for Jacobson. He hasn't run since that Churchill Downs. I don't think he had. Maybe I'm wrong. I could have missed it. I'm not sure. I'm not following it enough.
Skippy Longstocking third in here, but yeah, First Mission, big performance. This was at 1 1/8 miles.
Skippy must be the speed, though. There's not a ton of speed signed on, and that's going to be another problem for Sierra Leone. I strongly disagree with the notion that Sierra Leone doesn't like Saratoga. I think he ran great up there. He just needs a little more pace.
What a field.
Yeah, it's a fun race. And
Mind Frame, Sierra Leone, Mystic Dan shown at least a little bit of life, bouncing back in a win in the Grade 3 Blame.
Mystic Dan ran, I thought both of his last two starts were good.
Yeah.
I don't know that they're good enough to beat a Sierra Leone if he runs his best race or a Mind Frame. And I think Mind Frame, I know he got a 99 buyer for that win last time. I think that race is better than the 99 figure suggests.
Really? Okay.
But is he going to be better at 1 1/8 miles? Now, he ran well in the Haskell. He ran well in the Belmont Stakes last year. I'm a big Mind Frame fan. I think he's a sensational racehorse. Looking forward to this race, and I'm hoping that Sierra Leone gets back on track. And this could be a setup. You know, you think this field and then fierceness in the Whitney. Exciting times.
Great to see that race back, too, with a great field.
Yeah.
Long, really great history of that Stephen Foster. Looking forward to see what happens in that race next weekend with some of those big names lining up. It's going to be interesting. And, you know, we talk about all these great older horses coming back. As you've said, these 3-year-olds, beware, because they fit right in. The sovereignty and journalism's with the best of the older horses, it would seem.
Well, I mean, it really felt like the story this year was going to be the older horses, but sovereignty and journalism have had something to say about that. As they prove going forward, the potential exists for it to be one of the better Breeders' Cup Classics. It's a long way away, and a lot can happen, but also new horses can step up as well. So there is the potential for this to be one of the really, really good Breeders' Cup Classics.
Had a New York bred stretch out and win just the other day. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the Ohio Derby. We're going to take a timeout. More coming up from Monmouth. 6-furlong sprint coming up at a maiden claiming race next as fans enjoy the Sunday action out of the Jersey Shore at the track.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Race 5 here at Monmouth. $10,000 maiden claiming race. All trying to get that first win. Sprinting 6 furlongs. Coming up 4 to 5 Loop of Henley from the rail. Let's go to Paul for more.
Yeah, and right now at even money, and I don't know if you want to take this horse right now at even money. You're getting Paco Lopez aboard, baby. That's enhancing this price down to that level because, you know, she was even money last time out. And, you know, if you look at that last race, Lance's Smile, the 4, probably should have beat her that day. She had kind of an awkward trip. Now, I get it, Loop of Henley for Ballybrit Stable. Could go to the front in here, but there's some other pace in here. I just think at 4 to 5, if that horse beats you, the 4, Lance's Smile, who I talked about, kind of got put in a pickle. You know, since putting the blinkers on, has been a little bit more forward. This is a horse that she always had a little bit trouble at the gate, but I thought her race last time out, she kind of ran in spots with the blinkers, maybe with Isaac Castillo kind of figuring her out. I think she'll run better second time here for Isaac. Now, the 7 here, Teresa, will be my selection. I thought the horse looked tremendous on the racetrack. He's got some numbers to go to. Those races at Aqueduct Park, the New York bred, I mean, are good. I mean, there are 50 buyers. Those play here. So, I mean, Faith Wilson now takes over the training of this mare. You get Jorge Gonzalez aboard. He likes to stay wide. So I think the 7 will be wide most of the way around there, which is not a good thing. But I'm going to pick Teresa here. And I also think the 5, whose fixed odds are kind of down, is a sneaky horse in here out of a Ravens Pass mare. I don't think I've ever seen a Ravens Pass mare in a while. If a lot of people don't forget, Ravens Pass won the Breeders' Cup Classic over the Pro Ride at Santa Anita.
Paulie, thank you. Short price again, even shorter, as he pointed out on this rail filly, who disappointed at even money last start.
Yeah, I couldn't. I mean, she may win, but I couldn't take it. I mean, frankly, I would bet the 7 in this race at 9 to 2. I know that she's had a lot of chances, but I don't know. In this field, why isn't she good enough to win? Why is she 9 to 2? I know she hasn't been out for a while, but that price, I'd take a shot.
Jess's Brew next door. Struggled at Tampa. Getting a first look here at Monmouth as you see a horse acting up in the gate there. I believe that's is that the 2?
It's the 2.
Yeah, True Honey. Close-up look from that cam, how dangerous that can be.
This feels like a delay. Should we talk a little, if there's going to be a delay, about the 5th at Aqueduct, which is what? Yeah. Okay.
Back, certainly, yeah. Back this one out, get
Let's
this one settled,
see
who was
if
very
they-
unhappy in the gate.
Christian Marat right with the mount. Rajiv's brother. This one's Rajiv's brother. It's got to be a tough one to overcome, you know.
Rajiv, good to hear. He had an injury
Oh, he did.
last week, but tweeted out he's okay.
Good.
Good to hear.
Thank God, I was afraid we'd see him in Saratoga.
You would
I
love to see him in
Raj.
Saratoga.
It's my man. Nice. We had a lot of fun with
We're gonna miss
Rajiv.
him, no question.
Yeah, he's such a good-natured guy above everything else. You know, he's a pleasure to be around. He's really a lot of fun. You know, he's got a great sense of humor, and he's a pleasure to be with. And he and I knock heads a little bit, but it's only because we're good
All
friends.
in good fun.
Yeah.
But it was fun to have him as part of the team last summer.
Yeah, Rajiv is the life of any party that he's in. As far as the racing here at Aqueduct, Brave Buck taking a lot of money because he's controlling speed. I think the story on the board right now is the 3 is such a big price. And I don't hold his last race against him. It was a muddy sealed track and an impossible spot. Aren't you surprised that he's not a clear favorite in this race? It looks like the favorite's the horse on the outside. And I'll tell you something about middle market. I mean, he might win. He's not that good. And I guess the biggest positive for the 8 middle market is he's not a total dump. You know, they're not running him for 16,000 or 20,000. They're running him for 50,000. So obviously they feel perhaps, you know, they don't want to really give him away. He could be claimed for the lower level. But I mean, where is his particularly good race? And
at least he came back off a long time away and
ran okay.
Ran the best figure of his career, which still, wasn't that good, but can improve off that.
But I also worry about his general lack of pace. And, the 5 looks, the 2 is the speed with a 5 scratch. But, I mean, I like the 6. I think the 6 can be closer. Do you like the 6 at all in this race? He's a huge price, very stormy.
Yeah, that one's interesting. I thought the 4 was interesting. It was 10-1 right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Blown cover. Just has both those races, I know they were against softer company. Well, they were pretty fast.
He finished ahead of Bray Buck last time on the pace.
And they were both at 7 for
1. I think the problem with him, and this is not a knock on Pat Quick, I think it's just tough to claim from Linda Rice.
That's a fair point.
That's the reason, but I don't disagree that the 2 at 3-1, you're supposed to at least look at the 4.
Tactical speed, can lay close early.
I'm hoping with Very Stormy the 6, sort of take a bigger view. I thought the races July 18th, August 15th, and September 14th, make him a player in this race. All of those races were fine. Obviously, things went wrong in that race on October 4th. It was a race that dominated up front, but he did not run well. And then they went to turf. He's not a turf horse. Had some time. They're not making a big drop with him. Bruce Levine's okay off layoffs. I just thought Very Stormy wasn't a bad alternative at a price.
I'm with you, though. I mean, the 8 is way, way over bet right now.
It just feels like a Chad Brown type thing, and I don't even know what's going on. I think they scratched. The 2 and 3 were scratched.
Yeah, so True Honey, I'm Kathy Cat, the 3 a first-time starter, both coming out here. Late scratches in this 5th at Monmouth Park. So that's a reason for this fairly lengthy delay as they're taking those numbers off the starting gate board.
Yeah, okay, and they were both big prices.
Yeah, so it hasn't changed things really a whole lot with the 1 still at even money here. Again, she was even money last start, weakened to 3rd late and avoided claim that day.
Yeah, so we got a bit of a delay here.
But she should be loose again, shouldn't she? Post parade here at Belmont of the Big A. Here's Bray Buck.
Yeah, and Bray Buck with a scratch of the 5 looks to control the race, and certainly a horse who can win.
Next door, Golden Symphony, Brad Cox, Manny Franco.
I just find it weird how this horse is bet, and I don't take it as a good sign. Race 2 back would make him very tough in here.
Here's Blown Cover, claimed again off Linda Rice.
That's the concern. Otherwise, he fits on paper.
Very Stormy coming off the bench for the 5-year-old return.
I made my spiel for this horse and thought he was a little bit interesting as a just as a big for price horse that's run well enough.
And the imposing connections of Chad Brown, Klarovich, and Flavian Pratt with middle market.
Yeah, I think this horse is massively overbet. I think he can win, but I think he's massively overbet.
New gelding from the rail, Bob John Ray, who actually has some performances that they certainly fit with everybody else. It's just has finished nowhere the last couple of starts against better.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this horse. He won 1 race. He beat me for a score, so he's certainly in my he's on my bad list.
Moves from Chad Brown to Rob Atras.
Rob Atras does not have great numbers off of long layoffs, off of trainer switches and layoffs, etc.
All right, loading back up. Late scratch of the 2 and the 3 here at Monmouth. Loop of Henley from the inside. Probably the speed of the race, and the 6. Wow, prices floated upwards. 4 to 5, then 2 late scratches and floats up to 6 to 5.
Right, they were big prices. The horse is scratched. I like the number 7, but it's a tepid selection, Teresa.
Matt Dinnerman with the call.
We're ready to go. And we're off. From the middle of the field, Mom's Empty Pockets being asked for speed. Loop of Henley, the favorite from the inside, as a nose in front of that rival. Mom's Empty Pockets. The Gray Lance's Smile finds room between horses. These three now across the track, and Loop of Henley as a nose in front of Lance's Smile. Mom's Empty Pockets easing off of them third. Teresa is outside of her, and she's running 3 off the pace. Big space of 6 or 7 to Jess's Brew, who's well out of it early. Out sprinted early on. Into the far turn they go. Lance's Smile, neck in front, is taking the lead away from Loop of Henley. Paco Lopez shaking her up to get going. Reclaims the lead, Loop of Henley, with 3 furlongs to go. And here comes Teresa in the 3 path. Teresa gets a good trip and is up to challenge Loop of Henley, who's back in second on the inside. Lance's Smile third. The other 2 well behind, and Teresa is taken over. Teresa coming to the top of the stretch. A length in front. Loop of Henley hugs the inside second, but it's Teresa who kicks on. Loop of Henley getting outside to try on again, but it's Teresa with a 2.5 length lead. Loop of Henley left behind in second, and it's Teresa coming to the line with Jorge Gonzalez opening up to a 3-length advantage. Teresa wins it. Loop of Henley second, Jess's Brew third, then Lance's Smile, and Mom's Empty Pockets, who crosses the line in fifth.
Teresa, 11th time. The charm goes off at 3-1 for the win.
Well, was there ever a point in this race where she didn't look about 1-9 to win this race, in comfortable stalking position behind 2 duelers, clearly at horse, and a switch to, it is Faith Wilson getting it done.
Late pick 5. It starts here. 7 furlongs, non-winners at 2 life. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, and we're going to start with the 2 Brave Buck, who definitely was aided by, the scratch of the 5 Flying Frisbee. Was used hard last time, gets a real positive rider change to Junior Alvarado, and a major player here. And this horse dueled through very, very demanding fractions last time and hung on very well. And I think maybe gets a much easier time of it today on the lead, the 3 Golden Symphony. Ultimately, this will be my top selection. I love the way this horse looks. Very well turned out. Comes off a subpar effort, but that was in the mud. His race 2 back when he broke his maiden for 50. First off the Brad Cox claim. Certainly would make this horse a major player here. And the 4, Blown Cover. It is difficult. I agree with you, Andy, about claiming off of Linda Rice, but horse really very well turned out, looks great, and I think it's going to sit a real good stalking kind of trip, and 7-1 I feel is a decent price for this horse. I landed on the 3, but the race runs to the 2, 3, and 4 for me, guys.
Yeah, we were just, as Mig was giving that report, talking again off camera, just surprising how much money Middle Market is taking. Absolutely one of the key players and could win here, but to be that short, little shocking.
He's a bit of a quirky horse. If you go back and look at that race that he won in March of 2024, his lone win, the running line doesn't really do justice because he was close, and then he just dropped back on the turn, and I bet him that day. I thought, well, he's finished. And then he re-rallied and came around. Now, listen, he's got a good outside post, but also the scratch of the 5, taking speed out of the race, does not help a horse like him. It helps horses like the 2. It helps a horse like the 6 that can be a little more forward. It does not help a horse that very well could be out the back door and be sitting last in here. Flavien Prat or not, and these connections, obviously, and Chad Brown, he might win, but 3-2 on him? He's a pretty unreliable horse.
Pick 5 pool approaching $270,000. Again, you can play it with Naira bets. And not a lot of easy sequences in here. Race 6 looks like it's wide open. That finale wide open. Even the Wilton, to me, I know Mazayat's going to take a lot of money. She's no cinch.
I don't know. The Wilton, I don't have confidence in there. I like Liam the Dust at scratched. I scratched into Mazayat, but I agree. I'm not, I think the 5's a little hard to make. I don't really like Cat Chat, but
I thought the 8th was impossible.
The 6th, anybody can win the 6th. I completely agree with you. I like Vacation Dance and Warolo in that race, but I agree. There's a lot of horses that can win in there. I think the 9th race, there are quite a few that can win the race. 5, the 6, the 9, the 1A, all of those horses. My plan in the 9th race today, and I'll be long gone, is bet against horses that come out of the right to win race, the 9th race on May 26th. I just did not think that was a good race, and I'd rather I'd look for the droppers.
Yeah, I'm including Majorca is going to be probably the favorite for Todd Pletcher.
I don't like that horse. That horse wins, I lose.
Ryan Ortiz Jr. will be aboard there, 5-2 morning line. 8-5 favorite here, this first leg of the late pick 5 sequence. Middle market, Flavien Prat for Chad Brown. Second back off a significant time away.
How is my horse 15 to 1 in here? Maybe he can't run anymore, but to me, the 6
Way
is a
too big.
crazy price. At
Way
15 to
too
1.
big. Chris Griffin to get us started here in the pick 5.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed here from Blown Cover. In between horses is right there with Golden Symphony. Just towards the outside, that comes Middle Market. Just behind them is Very Stormy, who's a well-settled fourth. And in between horses, Brave Buck, the trailer, Bob, John Ray. They work up the backstretch, tightly bunched field here, and they're chasing Golden Symphony, who's up by a half length. Blown Cover is stalking towards the outside with Middle Market. Center of the racetrack is now a shared third. In between horses comes Very Stormy at the rail. That's Brave Buck, and still the lone trailer, Bob, John Ray. 22.70 for the opening quarter mile. Golden Symphony trying to sprint away. Less than 4 furlongs to travel, is doing it easily so far. An all-in Blown Cover is right there in second. Middle Market starts to move 3 wide, is making hard work of it, trying to make up ground here from third. At the rail is Brave Buck, who starts to rally on there in the blue silks, and losing some ground was Very Stormy. The trailer, Bob John Ray. Golden Symphony has the lead. A confident look back there from Manny Franco. A quarter mile left to go, and they reach the top of the stretch, and look at Golden Symphony. Golden Symphony trying to sprint away is doing just that. Blown Cover has not gone away, though, is grinding away up on the outside, and Blown Cover is going to try one final time. Golden Symphony starts to tire just a touch, a 16th left to go. Golden Symphony, Blown Cover, still 1-2. Golden Symphony won it. Blown Cover second, Middle Market, and Bob John Ray in 1 at 21.60 seconds.
Quick final time for the 7 furlongs. Golden Symphony, Manny Franco, Brad Cox kick off this late pick 5.
I mean, this was basically a merry-go-round affair. I don't know what happened to 2, why he wasn't in front, but this horse got the lead, and it was over. As we expected, the 8, actually, Flavien did a decent job getting Middle Market in position, but he was massively overbet in this race at 8-5, whereas this horse, the logical horse, paid 2 to 1. Weird, right? A little weird.
Yeah. Mig said, looked the part, warming up. Forward early and keeps on rolling. Second win from 10 career starts. Sandy Goldfarb, Final Turn Racing, Brad Cox and Manny Franco team up for the win. 3 to 1. Sorry, 2 to 1.
Got bet late.
Second choice.
I mean, I don't know how this horse wasn't favored, to be honest. I think they were overbetting Connections in with the number 8.
Appears that way. 3-4-8-1. Blown Cover put in a little bit of a move, but never really threatening here.
Yeah, but he did run pretty well. Still ran his race off the claim.
So 2 to 1 start. Slight second choice to kick off the late pick 5. That's it for you this afternoon. We'll see you next Thursday.
I look forward to seeing you.
All right, Jonathan Kinchin going to join me on the desk after a short timeout. We'll be back with a lot more. We'll get into the late pick 4 when we come back. Plenty more from Monmouth on the way as well, including this 3-year-old filly. Ready to take that next step potentially for Bill Mott with Junior Alvarado Mazayat coming off an impressive maiden win. Stakes debut still to come.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance underway. In the late pick 5, it's Golden Symphony with the win. Brad Cox coupled today for Manny Franco, the Silks of Sandy Goldfarb, and the second career win for this 4-year-old son of Medaglia d'Oro, who was sharp early and no one able to catch him. $6.80 for the win. 3-4-8 here in the 5th. Race 6, Mile on the Grass. Fillies and mares 3 and up. New York breds in this first level allowance condition. Coming up, difficult race. Tongue twister right now. Trainer Carlos David, Dylan Davis, 8-5 favoritism on one who the last couple of starts, runner-up finishes, Gulfstream, and then here at Belmont at Aqueduct. Very good efforts, though, relative to the level in both. Should be tough, but a wide open group here in this one. And we'll hear from my new partner here on this race and the rest of the way. It seems like a very difficult card as we bring in Jonathan Kinchin. The feature, of course, the Wilton for 3-year-old fillies, where Maziot for Bill Mott, morning line favorite.
Yeah, look, and Maziot deserves to be the morning line favorite, but I think there's some other horses in there that have a chance to win, right? It's what we see with 3-year-olds. These horses can grow up. They can change overnight, and I think there's a couple in here. This is called TV, Wolfie. You don't say who you like yet. There's a couple of them that I think could win. You have to tune in to find out who I like.
Good tease, good tease. You just flew in from Miami?
Yeah, you know, I just got here. It was wasn't coach, middle seat, but we're here now.
Come on, you fly first class or private. Maziot, the one we've talked about there for Bill Mott. So coming off that maiden win where she beat a Chad Brown filly who looked pretty good on a wet track just last weekend, coming back to break her maiden.
The tricky thing about Bill Mott is that his horses seem to progressively improve. So if Maziot does take another step forward, the rest of them are in a little bit of trouble. I'm just hoping that some of the other horses can take a step forward and maybe Maziot just stays the same for today.
Numbers you have as we look at the cross-country pick 5 and race 6, we'll kick it off. Were her numbers, particularly that last race, that much better than the rest of this field? Because numbers I look at, they were not.
No, not that much better. I mean, Dry Powder has a number that's comparable. You know, and Sweet Seraphine, I think, can step forward. And there's some other ones. Cat Chat can also, is close enough, within reach.
That's still to come. Intriguing running of, the Wilton, which if it stays downstate, we probably will have to rename. We're taking suggestions. Used to be run at Saratoga, but moved the running of this race.
I got a good suggestion.
What is it?
Anytime you have an opportunity to name a race after Angel Cordero, I think we take it. How about the Angel Cordero?
The Angel Cordero Mile?
Sounds good to me.
He
deserves a graded stake, but
he does.
We'll start here.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More ahead, including that Wilton for 3-year-old fillies. We'll get back to Monmouth as well. Check in with Paul LaDuca as we get set for race 6 to kick off their pick 4. Going to stretch out on the lawn in that 6th at a mile and a 16th. Stay with us. Much more coming up on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value Pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
And randomized, going on strongly. Unsung Melody second, followed by Just Catherine. On the outside, Exceed with plenty of work to do. They're coming inside the final eighth of a mile, and randomized in complete command. Opening up to lead by 3. Just Catherine, a solid effort, but she's still 3 lengths behind, and it's going to be randomized. Randomized has won the Wilton.
Wilton winner a couple of summers ago and would go on to become a multiple Grade 1 winner, including the Alabama. Missed by a whisker, well, a half length, in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Pretty good career for randomized.
I'm curious if the world would argue with me about this, but I believe that the Alabama, in reality, is probably more prestigious than the Kentucky Oaks.
I would agree with that.
But I think that because the Kentucky Oaks happens to happen on the eve before the Derby, it gets a lot of credit. But I think that
a lot of people in the game would agree.
Mile and a quarter in the summer at Saratoga, first time that all those horses are running that distance, and probably the last time, unless they take on boys. I'm an Alabama guy, and randomized was sensational in her Alabama off of her Wilton win.
I feel like if you had a horse, though, you'd probably take either one.
I'd take a $15,000 claimer on a Wednesday at Parks. I don't care.
Both incredibly prestigious races. Yeah, I think, though, a lot of people feel that the Alabama is the one. And it seems like this year, we had a little bit, I'm not going to say down, but it was just, we didn't have the big player because Torpedo Anna, she went against the boys, and it was sensational. We loved it. This year's field could be loaded and pretty evenly matched with what's going on in this 3-year-old filly division.
No, I mean, it's cooking in the right direction. Hopefully, they all just kind of stay together and they continue to improve. And hopefully someone impresses us today in the Wilton that will target that race moving forward.
To Monmouth, 3 minutes away from race 6 here. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Freedom Glider, the 2. Paco Lopez right now the 5-2 favorite, who ran a very good effort end of last year's a 2-year-old. That was a pretty big number for a 2-year-old, wasn't it, on the grass?
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. When I see numbers that fit today from 2-year-olds and they're now 3, they're going to take another step forward.
Here's Orator, Shug McGahee.
I just love looking at those silks.
Claiborne Farm, special. Homebred for Claiborne, son of Warfront. Out of an AP Indy mare, Orate. 5-1. Here's the 3, investment mandate first-timer for Chad Brown.
When Chad sends these firsters down here, it's dangerous.
Arthur's Court for Lindsey Schultz, New Gelding.
This horse ran for 50 and for 80. Feels like they're kind of guessing at this point. Let's try the turf.
Huge price for Astern Command.
Yeah, and probably deserves to be that price considering who else is in here.
Here's an Oscar Performance first-time starter, the 6th.
Only 5% with first-time starters, these connections.
No Escape for Todd Pletcher, 3rd beat a length on the turf last start.
Yeah, I thought the horse ran okay last time. Seeing if they can try to pull one off at Monmouth.
Joe Orsino trains Animated with Sonny Leon.
Closing into a slow pace, one of my favorite angles, and you're getting 5-1.
And a Chad Brown first-timer by Gunnavera for Klarovich, Fiscal Drag.
The other Chad Brown, I guess you didn't think it was going to be a turf debut from Gunnavera, but Chad and Klarovich stables, they've got a way of finding kind of some of these hidden stallions from time to time that can excel on the grass.
And there's the 2 who was favored, slight second choice right now. Freedom Glider, 3-year-old debut coming up, but yes, certainly excited after what we saw to end the 2-year-old campaign.
But I will say, yes, and you have to definitely take that into consideration. I've always kind of been told by people that are smarter than me, handicapping legends, that you can expect maybe 10, 12, 15-point improvement from a 2-year-old to a 3-year-old. And especially at this time of the year, right? A late 3-year-old, a mid 3-year-old, you can expect just off of maturity If they were running in the 60s or the 70s, you can expect them to maybe run in the high 70s, low 80s. If this horse comes back and runs a high 70, low 80, it's going to be very, very tough for one of these first-time starters, unless, of course, one of these first-time starters is special. And I've heard actually Paul kind of touch on this before, and I want to elaborate a little bit. When people often think, I think at times, if you see Chad have horses at Monmouth, that it's, that's the second string. If they were good, they'd be at Saratoga with Chad. That is not the case. It's not the case at all. It's all about how many horses he has. It's all about size. And he'll send horses down to Monmouth, and then the good ones, he'll allow all the good ones to be spread everywhere. The good ones, then he'll bring up to Saratoga for the summer. So I wouldn't get carried away with that. The fact that investment mandate is down at Saratoga doesn't mean investment mandate is not a future graded stakes winner.
And, back to the 2 for just a moment. We're going to go to Paul, I know, real quick. We put that graphic up very quick, but we need to just say it again in case you didn't see it. 8 wins this weekend for that man right there, Paco Lopez.
And we talked about this yesterday. We talked about the Paco effect at Monmouth, and we compared it to the IRAD effect in New York. I still believe that the Paco effect might be stronger because he wins so many races. And I think to the public eye, the competition in the room is not nearly as much as it is up here.
So I'm a favorite here. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, I think the 2 is the horse to beat in here. When you look at Jorge Duarte, the trainer, as we're in the midst of all the flags that we show up all the time, we got a little bit of Serena Song behind me, as well as you see Joey panning out. Listen, the 2 Chad Brown runners, and of course Lady Secret, who was bought by Eugene Klein. If you guys remember those famous Silks, who owned the San Diego Chargers, not the Los Angeles Chargers. I think Lady Secret was a little bit better than Serena Song. But to get to this race, the 2 Jorge Duarte's horses do not really fire first time out. So the fact that this horse has run a couple good races, gets Lasix, he's 30% with Lasix, definitely the one to play in here. Now the 2 Chad Brown runners in here, JK and I have been talking about this. Like, you just can't dismiss him. And in the last race, he has a horse from Calumet, Dragonite, a first-time starter. That's probably going to be 3 to 5 or 4 to 5. Been working great guns. So it's just hard to throw out any of his runners in here. I think the 9's got a little bit of a look. I can't believe the horse is 12 to 1 at all. I landed on the 8 in here. I think that Animated did not get the best trips with Joe Bravo, who hasn't been riding here that much. Get Sonny Leon aboard for Joe Orsino. I think this horse has got a big look. JK talked about it. This horse closed into a slow pace last time, and you're getting a good price here at 6 to 1.
Interesting race. We'll see what Freedom Glad are sort of the known quantity in here at 7 to 5. And that race came in New York too, at Belmont and Aqueduct. But Chad Brown, reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer, will be eventually, probably when he's first eligible, I would think, a Hall of Famer. Got 2 in here that are making their debut. Of the 2, I don't know, there's not a ton of turf pedigree really on either of them. The 3, the Dam, was actually multiple grade 1 place for Bob Baffert, minor stakes winner on the dirt. But he has a knack for horses that don't seem to have a ton of turf pedigree, still winning on the grass.
Yeah, I mean, you're wasting clicks in your formulator account if you're looking up turf pedigrees on Chad Brown runners. It just doesn't really matter. Chad's got a great eye for identifying horses that are going to excel on the grass, and he's got a great feel for that. And so it's one of those situations you don't have to get too caught up in the pedigree of them all, of the horses that are going to be trying it. And I'm also not one of the other Chad Brown folks, because they exist in the world. I think that that's turf racing by nature. I think that the favored Chad Brown, or the shorter priced Chad Brown runner, can sometimes get beat because it's turf racing. It doesn't necessarily mean that the other one that was 8 to 1 was better. It just happens that way sometimes.
Well, the other Chad Brown here, outside post to deal with. And Sammy Camacho will be aboard there, but the only other foal from that Dam actually did win on synthetic. Spurning 5.5 furlongs.
That's in off the goalpost.
See what happens here. Double-digit odds from that outside post, but Freedom Glider looks imposing here. We'll see if Paco could get his 9th of the weekend. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's the 6th.
They've loaded a few runners here. Arthur's Court, No Escape, 2-back, Animated, post position 8, and to the outside, Fiscal Drag. We're ready to go. And they're off. Maddie Be Good got squeezed at the break and drops to the rear. Freedom Glider on the lead off the layoff, pretty fresh here, but relaxed, and shows the way with Arthur's Court and a Stern Command, who's moving forward 3 wide. Arthur's Court and a Stern Command, the long shot. It's a Stern Command with 1 lap to go. He's going to take the initiative here. Strides about 2 lengths clear of Arthur's Court. Freedom Glider going well in the early stages. Nice and relaxed third, down on the inside. Animated 4th. Just ahead of Order as they go into the first turn run. Then comes No Escape. Perfect Mandate, or rather that's Investment Mandate. He's 3rd last. Maddie Be Good drifted wide into that first turn run, is 2nd to last, and Fiscal Drag is at the back as they approach the backstretch run. A Stern Command is the pacemaker here. A length and a half in front of Arthur's Court in 2nd. Freedom Glider continues to race on the inside and goes well. Animated on a snug hold. He's 4th going okay. 3 off the pace. A half length to Order, a length to No Escape. Then comes Investment Mandate 3rd last with his stablemate Fiscal Drag, who moves alongside of him, and Maddie Be Good is now the trailer, 9 lengths from first to last as they go into the far turn. 85 to 1 shot. A Stern Command with a clear lead. Arthur's Court gets a tap on the shoulder in 2nd, and they quicken the pace. Freedom Glider 3rd. Animated getting closer nicely. Goes Animated in the 3 path, coming to the top of the lane. Order is 3 lengths behind here. Investment Mandate is given way. Fiscal Drag swings to the far outside. He's with No Escape. Animated on the outside comes calling for the lead now. Arthur's Court in the 2nd spot. A Stern Command gives way. Freedom Glider trying to move forward between horses. He's going to duck to the inside. Arthur's Court in front, turning away Animated. Here's Freedom Glider. Here comes Order flying. It's Arthur's Court in a photo finish with Freedom Glider, who took a dive at him down on the inside. Those two hit it together with Order 3rd. Investment Mandate re-rallying.
Tried to get this horse on the turf last time out. It was washed off. Turf debut. Arthur's Court, a huge surprise here in the 6th.
Yeah, big surprise, right? This is turf racing for you. The 2, in my opinion, if you want to evaluate performances in the race, was likely best, but just couldn't find a place to run late. Got stuck, tried to go in between horses. That didn't work. Tried to come up the inside. 3 more jumps. The 2 probably wins, but that's turf racing for you. You're going to get big prices like this from time to time.
Back to Belmont at the Big A. And post parade coming up here for race 6. Mile on the grass, New York bred. First allowance condition as we kick things off with Gallant, Greta, Mike Maker, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, has enough tactical speed from the inside. I like this horse quite a bit to be able to work out a trip. Not my pick, but definitely one that I would use.
Rogna has run well off the bench before, off the bench here today for James Bond.
Just doesn't have any early speed, which is a little bit of a concern if the pace doesn't materialize.
First time in forever. Here is Flavian Pratt for Leonard Powell.
I was like, I don't know, Wolfie, she ran May 2nd.
Hearing that song nonstop. Frozen's playing in the house a lot. From Hello, Bruce Brown.
Closing into a slow pace last time, but it was last year. That's the concern.
Bertrill, who is surprised at a couple of times at incredibly high numbers, including 100 to 1. 21 to 1 would be nothing.
Was 47 to 1 last time, got loose. How does this horse get a better trip than last time?
Here's Tongue Twister, 7 to 5.
Yeah, this one's a little bit interesting. Second off of a little mini break. One that I wouldn't be opposed to.
Howling Wind, there's actually some turf pedigree here. Javier Castellano.
Yeah, you know, and she's running a couple stakes races as well. They obviously thought a little bit of her. She gets Lasix. She's interesting at 14 to 1.
And there's actually some decent ones. Some boxed wine.
I'm very happy that I skipped this stage. I went straight from no wine at all to being introduced to only good wines. I'm very grateful.
21-1 off the bench for Phil Antonacci. Christopher Elliott arrives and Sail with the Wind, player outside for Jeremiah Engelhardt, who we're going to talk more about with that huge win in the Ohio Derby.
Surprising win in the Ohio Derby. I landed on the 9, Sail with the Wind. I don't love the post. I wish Katie drew a little bit better, but this horse was closing into a pace last time that I didn't think was all that quick. I thought she ran well. I think she's got an opportunity to take another step forward at a nice price, 9-1.
So here's Sail with the Wind back on May 17th. And this was the comeback effort as a 5-year-old mare, 11-1 in the spot with Katie Davis aboard. She's back aboard today. Runs a very good effort.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the determination she shows here to just keep running in the stretch. And I always think horses sometimes get lost in that little gap between the chute. And she didn't. She just kept focused. She kept running on. Like I said, I don't love the outside draw. I'm hoping that Katie can find a way to save some ground. I hope there's a little bit of pace in front of her. But you don't always get to say this. But at 8-1, I'm willing to find out if those things can happen.
Yeah, and look, in that performance was where she wanted to be from the outset. Breaking from the rail, different story here today. 3 minutes away from this 6th. Trainer of this one. How about this performance? A lot of people probably saying, what in the world is Jeremiah Engelhardt putting Moplex into the Ohio Derby for around 2 turns? This horse was finding more past the wire.
Yeah, Maya, look, I got a couple of texts. I got a couple of calls asking, what is he doing with this horse in here? So I want you to take a victory lap because it was obviously a very good decision. This horse ran extremely well. And it's funny, you have horses that run well sprinting. And the assumption is they're sprinters. And horses only have so many races, and so I understand why people limit them to certain spots. It just makes me think when I see Moplex run like that, all these great sprinters that I wish I would have seen run a little bit longer. Because when you give them the chance, sometimes this will happen.
Horse won at 5.5 furlongs, sprinting in the debut. Never gone 2 turns, and then this performance. And again, yeah, reaching out past the wire, creating that separation late in the stretch, and then still running on with it at 1 1/8. Exciting performance from Moplex as we bring in Acacia Clement. Good to see this trainer take this shot. I mean, you opened yourself up to a lot of criticism and see it work out.
Absolutely, but I do think it's important to mention, Greg, that this was not the first choice for Moplex. Moplex was entered Wednesday of Belmont Stakes Week in the Mike Lee, a restricted New York bred race going 7 furlongs. Unfortunately, he was in the barn that was quarantined due to the strangles outbreak up at Saratoga and was forced to scratch, not able to run, so having to wait the time out. Luckily, with the way the quarantine works, he did not have to miss any training time because he was still able to have designated training hours, and so looking for an alternate spot, Jeremiah Engelhardt said, I've always wanted to try 2 turns. Let's take a shot in a race like this where you find out, and it's easy enough to cut back in distance. Well, they certainly found out in a big way that he could handle the 2 turns, and certainly makes him a huge player, especially if they decide to go back to New York bred races like in the 2-turn Albany this summer. Now, talking about Jeremiah's horse coming up in this race, Sail with the Wind, I'm with Jonathan. I think this horse is a major player at a generous price. Second off the layoff. She's incredibly fit in here. And I have always written down throughout her career that she looks more like a turf horse. I love that they're sticking with the grass in here today. I thought she ran exceptionally well last time out. Just couldn't reach the winner, Red Burgundy. And I think she's going to fire with one of her better efforts today. Yes, a ground-saving trip will be needed. Now, the number 6 in Tongue Twister is currently the favorite at 6-5. Always my complaint with her is that she just doesn't carry a lot of conditioning, and I still feel the same. I wish that she would strengthen, but that's just typical of what she is. She did run on late last time out, settling from off the pace, and I think a lot of it will depend on how the pace does materialize in the race coming up in here because she's a closing type. We'll see if she gets the setup. She certainly has consistent races and some recency where some of the others are coming in off of layoffs. The one Gallant Greta won last time out, breaking her maiden on the turf. I do think that she's going to be forwardly placed from the inside as she got a little bit keen early on in that race last time out. She finished best. She had a very good trip. But again, her tactics, I think, should help her. She's also really settled a lot coming back as a 4-year-old. I haven't seen her in a little while, so it's really good to see that mentally she's really come along. And then finally, the 3 first time in forever, second off the layoff for Lenny Powell. She broke running last time out, and I think in that race it just really wasn't where you wanted to be, whereas today I think her tactics could bode well for her. She's another one that mentally has settled quite a bit, very relaxed in the preliminaries, and I think benefited from that last start, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Mile on the grass coming up. 7-5 favoritism, tongue twister. A lot of interesting ways to go in here rather than just take 7-5. Did you think so?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, look, I'm going to put the 6 in the winner circle. I think the 1 is the most likely winner, in my opinion, at 3-1. And I like the 9 quite a bit from a wagering standpoint.
Yeah, 6-1 outside. See what Katie Davis right there can do and try and get some better post position out of the gate from an outside post. Let's go to Chris Griffin. Here's the 6th.
They're off. From Hello, hopped in the air at the start. From the outside sail with the wind, has got early speed, and there's First Time in Forever. First Time in Forever and Howling Wind. They're going to be a clear 1-2. Rogna is at the rail in third. It's a shared third, with joining this rival Sail with the Wind is now back to 4th. Just behind them is Bert Trill, who's in the 5th position with at the rail Gallant Greta. 3 wide in that group. There comes Tongue Twister. The 2 at the back from Hello had the awkward beginning as the trailer is just behind, boxed wide. They work to the backstretch. Easy lead for First Time in Forever. 24.67, an easy opening quarter mile for First Time in Forever. Flavien Prat, they control the pace and now back it down just a touch as Howling Wind is right there in second. Bert Trill starts to move forward 3 wide. Rogna tightly at the rail, 4 wide there. Center of the course is Tongue Twister. Gallant Greta is in behind horses, nowhere to go yet. Towards the outside comes Sail with the Wind. The 2 at the back, boxed wide, and From Hello. First Time in Forever, no excuses, just loping along here into the far turn, 49.51 for a half-mile time. First Time in Forever has had it all her own way, is approaching the top of the lane, and they are all in behind. It's First Time in Forever in hand, now gets the cue and tries to put this one away. Bert Trill down the center of the course. Gallant Greta finds the seam at the rail. Rogna. Gallant Greta starts to build some momentum, but First Time in Forever had that easy lead. Gallant Greta is moving towards the outside. First Time in Forever has not put this race away yet. Gallant Greta is catching with every single stride. First Time in Forever holds on. Gallant Greta second, then came Sail with the Wind. Another photo. That was Bert Trill to the inside of Tongue Twister in 1 minute 36.57 seconds.
First Time in Forever, Flavien Prat. Leonard Powell picks up the 4th win of her career on grass.
I'll remind everyone that Flavien Prat, in my opinion, I think that his aggressiveness when he first started coming to New York, just for weekends, wiring fields and turf races, being aggressive, this is the type of ride that I think inspired them to realize that there was an opportunity for him to come to New York. And this is what he does so well. He's so good everywhere. He's like that basketball player that can guard all 5 positions, that can play all 5 positions, that can score inside, that can shoot threes, that makes free throws. That is Flavien Prat as a rider.
No weaknesses, does it all at the highest of levels, and you're winning Eclipse Award winning rider. He is just incredible at moving up horses, complete difference maker. And 7-2 here on First Time in Forever, 3-1-9-6. And look at old Bert Trill rounding out the superfecta at 29.01.
Yeah, the 1 Gallant Greta ran well. Got a great ride from Joelle staying inside. Sail with the Wind. Just, when a horse goes wire to wire, you're not set up great with a horse like Sail with the Wind. But I will be circling Sail with the Wind for Saratoga, a horse that I would definitely be interested in when we get back upstate, which is right around the corner.
Yes, it is. We got 1 more week left. 4 days of racing after today, and then it is on to Saratoga. But some work to finish up here before we get there. Coming up next, our feature on this Sunday card, Wilton for 3-year-old fillies. one-turn mile. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado. They had a pretty good week. Belmont at Saratoga with a Belmont Stakes win with Sovereignty. They have a talented 3-year-old filly now making her stakes debut. Mazayat coming up when we return.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4.
Bright Future Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright Future.
Bright Future, look at that. Bright Future, the class prevails.
Bright Future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, our feature race. Belmont of the Big A is coming up next. It is 3-year-old fillies, one-turn mile in the Wilton. We'll get to that in a moment. That man right there, talk about riding high. Flavien Prat, reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider, and a week away from getting back to where he made history last summer.
What do you think's going to happen?
Ooh, could he do it again?
I mean, he was so good last summer, and I worry Irad's one of those guys. It's like, I know he's been thinking about it since closing day. And his agent, Steve Rushing, I'm sure has been thinking about it as well. It's going to be fun. And let's not forget, there's other guys that can pop up too, right? You know, Jose's going to come in with a lot of Kentucky clientele, and then also have his old New York connections. Joel, Louis.
Dylan Davis had that great summer.
It's going to be interesting. I would imagine that one of those two will pull it off between Flavien and Irad, but it's going to be fun to watch.
Here's the field for the Wilton current odds. Again, 3-year-old fillies going a one-turn mile. Mazayat off that impressive maiden victory. It's on a muddy sealed track for Bill Mott with Junior Alvarado. Opens up at even money.
The one thing I like the most about this horse is not this horse. It's that Clicquot, a horse that beat this horse 2 starts back, is pretty good. And I think that this one obviously has shown to be good and can improve. I'm always a little bit leery of leaning too hard on a horse that wins on a sloppy racetrack. It's sometimes hard to identify how good those races actually were. There's been a horse that's come back and won out of that, which is at least a little bit
Chad
comforting.
Brown, Meursault was impressive on a wet track last weekend.
It's just a little bit at a short price. I want everything to make sense. I don't want question marks at 4 to 5. or even money.
Yeah, I'm not sure she deserves to be this short. Obviously talented, and she has, all 3 starts. She has improved start to start, but she would likely need to again, which she could, and there she is. But you have a lot of other, just about everyone else, improving 3-year-old fillies in this group as well. Daughter of Bernardini out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare. Junior, Bill Mott, Kentucky Derby and a Belmont Stakes with Sovereignty. Now, maybe an emerging 3-year-old filly trying to get into this picture in the division. When we come back in the Wilton, we'll get to Monmouth as well. When we return, 7th race, main track, 6 furlong sprint, where Howler, undefeated, lightly raced, 2 for 2, puts that perfect record on the line next.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One today, we get to all do 1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the Frizette easily.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at NYRA.com/Saratoga. Join America's Day at the Races for the special July 4th Racing Festival at Saratoga Racecourse. 4 days of great racing as a prelude to Saratoga's summer meet.
Action kicks off Thursday, July 3rd, 1 Eastern.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Back with you with the Wilton to come, and in Saratoga County, town of Wilton includes this historic site, Grant's Cottage. President Grant arrived there back on June 16th, 1885 with a large entourage of family, friends, and more. To complete his memoirs, he would die 6 weeks later. Guests could tour the cottage's 4 rooms, view floral arrangements that remain from that August 4th funeral. Wilton coming up next, 3-year-old fillies. 1 turn mile here, Belmont at the Big A, and Mazeat, even money favorite. Off that powerful gate-to-wire win on that muddy sealed surface to break her maiden, but this is the stakes debut. In fact, first test against winners for her. You have several others who are on the rise as well, and some who have more experience than her, and we'll talk about the rest of this field coming up in a moment. We'll get back to the Wilton. Going to Monmouth first for this 6 furlong sprint coming up, where Howler briefly mentioned, and there is this Daughter of Irish Warcry, who's 2 for 2, JK, coming in.
Yeah, look, I mean, you see those silks. I think about Irish Warcry, who wore those same silks. A horse that I was interested in the Kentucky Derby, and I think Rajiv,
he did.
Our friend Rajiv rode. And I don't love the last race where the horse was odds on and won, and the figure was a little bit slow. It's the race prior to that last summer that shows that Howler, in my opinion, has a much higher ceiling than the last race might suggest.
Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, when I looked at this race, I thought it was 2 fillies that could win this race, the 3 or the 8. I mean, I just think the 3 in here. Howler is very, very fast, and it's the horse to catch in here. I don't get the infatuation with the 7 in here, who's 0 for 20 the last 2 years and has got 1 win in the 2s, or the 3 Howlers already 2 for 2 lifetime. So you know, right now, it looks like the 8 is going to click down, and your 7's going to be your second choice. I don't get that. I get the 3. The 7 can maybe run second or third, but this horse wins on the win end. It's going to be without me. I thought the 8 was the horse to beat. Jamie Ness has been monstrous off the claim. The horse was a little washy, but, you know, not too bad. I'll tell you what, if I wish I'm going to get on my Naira Bets app and play the 6 in here. I just think the 6 looked tremendous out of all the horses. Misinterpretation. I just like the way she looked. I don't know if she's good enough to win this race, but I'm going to throw her underneath. I landed on the 8 with the 3 and the 6. I just think the 7 can run second or third, but not with me at 7-2.
So 9-5 favorite, Howler. See if she can get back to that debut. As JK mentioned, that was, the one that kind of points her out as one with a lot of talent. I thought Factor Bella ran a huge race last time out. We'll see. She was very wide throughout the running of that race, where Winky Winky on the outside did beat her. Winky Winky, 6-time winner, 2-1 second choice. Good sprint here. Coming up in the 7th, Matt Dinnerman the call.
2 back. Factor Bella. And to the outside post, Winky Winky. Here's Winky Winky. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for all. Winky Winky, Factor Bella on the far outside with Howler, who's moving up. And Howler snatches the lead from Winky Winky. And Factor Bella takes back to third with Misinterpretation. Kate's Cuban Kiss in the 5th position. She's 4 off the pace gap of 3 to Awesome Pick, second to last. And Heavens Express whips them in. A strung out group. Howler is setting the pace here, a length in front of Winky Winky, who's in second in chase mode, getting a little bit closer. Now a half length off of Howler as they go into the 4th turn. Now there's a space of 2.5 to Factor Bella. Misinterpretation has come under a ride. Kate's Cuban Kiss 5th right now, still 7 or 8 behind. Awesome Pick is trying to roll here, passes 2 rivals in fact, and claims 4th, but has some work to do at the quarter pole. Winky Winky has come under a ride, loses second to Factor Bella. Howler still on the lead with Factor Bella, and these two are off the turn together. Factor Bella roars past Howler off the turn. Awesome Pick is 26-1, continues to run on, but Factor Bella scoots away, and she's 3 on top and kicks away from the competition. Factor Bella, Sunny Leone in a dominant effort, and she's coming to the line strong. Awesome Pick second best. Winky Winky re-rallies to complete the trifecta. Howler fades to 4th.
Factor Bella, this was a dominant performance. 1 for 23 coming in from Tony Wilson Barn. Wow.
Hey, sometimes it just takes that 24th start to get your second win. It's a good, I call that a host pick, right? You know,
she
Wolfie,
did run huge last start.
No, it's a host pick for Wolfie. We don't put your picture on there and say that you did it, but you did it. You pushed the horse.
Sunny Leone for the Tony Wilson Barn, and bet down quite a bit. Went off in 5-2 in the end, at least from the last few minutes before the gates open. Back to the Wilton. There is Mazayat. 3-year-old fillies in our feature coming up. Let's go downstairs to Acacia Clement.
And we'll take a look at Mazayat, who comes out for the very dangerous Belmont barn, who it seems like can do no wrong right now. And this is a filly that had 2 second-place finishes that I think put a lot of foundation into her coming in to that last race. It was a win on a wet track, but my notes from that day said that she really just looked best against that field and was a big standout. Second-place finisher Merceau would come back to win with an 81 Beyer speed figure in her next start, I think legitimizing that field. And another horse came back to win yesterday, though in a maiden claiming race. Now, as far as Mazayat today, as far as her handling the fast track, I don't see any reason why she should have any issue with it. She's even more defined today than last time out, but once again, incredibly professional. She was able to get a good lead on the front end last time out, and I do think she'll have some pace company in here. But given how she ran in Kentucky and in Florida in her first couple of starts, I don't think she's necessarily a need the lead type. Furthermore, she's not acting like an early speed type of horse here in the paddock, so I'll keep my eyes on her. But so far, so good for your favorite in the paddock ahead of this Wilton, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up momentarily. We are going to, in about a minute or so, kick our coverage over to FS1. We'll continue over there, and we'll bring you this this Wilton.
When we get to FS1, we're going to really step our game up, too.
Well, in a big way, because we have a special guest joining us.
Huge guest.
Yeah, he only joins us for the big shows. Winningest rider in the history of Aqueduct Racetrack.
I said, hey, would you want to come on early? He said, nope, FS1 only. I said, okay, well, you're big time. Whatever you say.
That would be the MiG, who will be joining us momentarily. She looks great, Mazayat. See if she runs her look. She looked very good on that muddy, sealed surface. But as we have said time and time again here, there are a lot of fillies on the rise in here.
If the MiG was riding her, couldn't lose.
He was pretty good in his day. Coverage continues on FS1, the Wilton, our Sunday feature for this 3-year-old fillies. When you kick it over to FS1, we'll have more from Monmouth as well. We'll see you over there right after this with our Sunday feature from Belmont at the Big A. Welcome to Belmont at the Big A for the Sunday card from Aqueduct. 5 race days remain before action moves north. Today's feature, we'll have racing fans excited for what's ahead with a Wilton named after the town in Saratoga County, just 20 minutes north of the spa. The duo of Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott and Junior Alvarado, when we were last in Saratoga, left no doubt with sovereignty in the Belmont Stakes. Who's the top 3-year-old in the game today? They team up again with a talented 3-year-old filly, Mazayat, taking on Stakes Company for the first time in her career. Is she ready for that next step? We will find out. She is even money as we are 10 minutes to post in our Sunday feature here. Greg Wolf alongside champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, champion rider Richie Migliori. Good to see you both, and we'll find out. We don't know how good she is. She looked very good, Mazayat, breaking her maiden. Now comes her stakes debut.
Well, I think, Richie, that's what's so fun about 3-year-olds is, like, we know who's pretty good right now, but you know they can change overnight.
They do. They change a great deal. Horses mature at different periods of time, but when they do start maturing, it happens at a much accelerated rate than it would for, let's say, people. It's always fun. There's a lot of speed in here, though, guys, isn't there?
It definitely feels like there is a handful of speed in here. And a small field, you'd like to think riders will be pretty aggressive trying to get their position moving forward. Well, if they were the MiG, they would do that. But I think there's some opportunities for some horses that might not necessarily be that big-time favorite. I like the 2, Cat Chat.
And Mazayat, look, she didn't really separate herself to warrant this kind of price from the figure she ran in that maiden victory. And it was on a different kind of track as well. It was a wet track today. We have fast going. We'll see if she can take that next step. Junior Alvarado back aboard. As you take a look at the current odds, Sweet Seraphine on the outside, Cherie DeVoe won the first time going long at Churchill. She comes into New York. Here's a look at that maiden score from the current favorite.
Yeah, Richie, I mean, for me, she ran extremely well on a muddy racetrack, but we're not going to get a muddy racetrack today. And sometimes with young horses, when they have their best performance on a muddy racetrack, you have to ask yourself, was it the track that moved them up?
Right. How much did the track contribute to that big effort? Now, you know, one thing we do know about Bill Mott is his horses do improve with racing, and every race she has taken a step forward. But that's the X factor. Was it the off-going that made her take that extra step forward?
We'll learn more today. There she is since that time. And you never know how they did it, but the most recent work in prep for the stakes debut, quickest of 63 in the morning bullet workout on the Belmont training track at 4 furlongs.
And I'll also say about Mazayat that while we're questioning the figure and the performance on the muddy racetrack, that there has been 2 horses that have run back and one of them has won. I wouldn't call this a key race, but the theory of a key race of a horse that runs a big number but then has a horse come back and run well out of that, it does make you feel a little bit more comfortable about it.
Yeah, that was Meursault for Chad Brown, who won last weekend on a wet track and won pretty easily doing it as well. Not just about Mazayat, and here are some other talented 3-year-old fillies. With more on this field, let's go back to Acacia Clement.
And Greg, all systems go and all things positive for your favorite Mazayat here in the paddock. But if you do think there could be some pace in this race, one horse that might benefit from that is to the outside in the number 6, Sweet Seraphine, coming in for Cherie DeVaux. I think it was a little bit of a workman-like effort last time out, but it was off of a layoff and winning at a mile. Not an easy thing to do. She's been in Kentucky, so it is my first time seeing her, but she is a little bit still unfurnished kind of frame. And so I think that she probably really benefited from having that race under her belt, and she's going to be fitter and stronger today than she was last time out, where she got a little bit keen early in the race. She had to duel late and she was up in time. I think it's an effort that she really can move forward off of, and pace dynamics might be in her favor today.
She's very interesting, guys. 8-5 right now from the outside post. That win was off the bench. Expensive filly, $900,000 purchase. We'll see her last in the post parade. Here's Cat Chat from the inside.
I think this is a filly that's been improving, and she's a closer in a race with speed. I'm very interested in Cat Chat even before Jonathan liked her.
Was 4-5, now 6-5 on Mazayat.
Yeah, she's the most likely winner. I just don't love her price from a wagering standpoint with a bunch of horses that could take steps forward.
5-1 next door. This is Dry Powder, who has won 2 very quick races, including finishing ahead of Scottish Lassie, who was, as a 2-year-old filly, considered that prep for the juvenile filly is probably the best race of any 2-year-old filly.
Yeah, the Frizette last year, she was very impressive, and this filly adds speed to the affair as well. Made a nice physical impression.
Pink Ruby, she's won 2 in a row for Lindsay Schultz.
I just think these connects are going to have a big year. Son of Curlin connect, you get that same Curlin influence. I think Pink Ruby has a chance to take a step forward. She's got a lot of speed. She's got to go just a taste faster.
And a terrific trainer in Sweet Seraphine, stretching out and winning off a long layoff for Cherie DeVaux.
Extremely well posted, and she's the other true closer in the race. Cat Chat being the other one. There's 3 speeds in between them, or 3 speeds, excuse me, in between them. But does she warrant 8-5 and the 2 Cat Chat at 5-1? Because don't they look fairly similar in some respects?
I agree.
You can play this race, the rest of this meet, 4 days that remain next week before we head to Saratoga, and Saratoga all summer long with us and beyond by getting signed up right there at NyraBets.com. New members, punch in the code BONUS200 at sign up. You'll get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus just for playing with NyraBets. So 4 minutes to post here. Mazayat has been throughout the one to beat. But yes, I guess the biggest question mark, she's got to reproduce that effort. Maiden win against better competition and winners, and do it on a fast track. Meanwhile, here's Dry Powder. This was back on May 1st, start number 2, and finishing ahead of Scottish Lassie, who many thought she was a foregone conclusion in here. She got beat and ran 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't overly impressed with this performance. Look, the figure came back pretty nice, though. You got to give some credit there. But, you know, I just, if I'm looking for someone outside of the favorite, I'm looking elsewhere.
Right. Yeah, I think Jonathan and I are on the same wavelength that if we're trying to beat the favorite, Mazayat, it's with a horse with a different style. I don't want someone that's involved with her early because I think that could be both of their undoing. I want someone that's going to be coming from behind them, and the 2 that fit that category are the 2 Cat Chat and the 6 Sweet Seraphine, and you're just getting a better price with Cat Chat, and I just don't feel like, at least on paper, there's a huge separation between the 2.
Let's go back to Acacia.
I totally agree with that thought process, and I thought the exact same thing about how this race could potentially play out. But as far as the number 4 Dry Powder is concerned, I'm with Richie. She made an excellent physical impression. My first time laying eyes on her, and there is a lot of her. She has a ton of substance, which I think makes it even more impressive that she won sprinting, going 6 furlongs first time out, because I never would look at this filly and say that she looks like she wants to go 6 furlongs. I think that she was just precocious. And then coming back second last time out when going a mile, beat Scottish Lassie, as mentioned. Now, she was a horse that was kind of pressing the pace setter in that early duel, and both she and Scottish Lassie getting run down late by Cassiar, with the race kind of falling apart. So tactically, we'll see how she fares, but she's a horse that I think is doing what she wants to do and maybe coming in with some real credentials. Now, the number 2, Cat Chat, the other closer, as you guys mentioned, she did win in a 3-horse field last time out, but she was incredibly far back in that race, and she came rolling late with the best momentum. I thought she ran pretty well 2 starts back as well when going the 7 furlongs. Now, she is a bit more of a compact, shorter coupled type of frame in her, but if there is going to be some pace to run at, especially with the presence of a horse like Pink Ruby in here who has that early speed, Cat Chat will be one running late. From a physical perspective, she's one that I thought would need to take a step forward in this spot, but she has shown that she is able to overcome whatever kind of the race setup might be, and she will be running in the final jumps. We'll see if she can get there in time, Greg.
Well, she fits the bill as one who's going to be running late from off the pace. Cat Chat has the inside post. Kendra Carmouche back aboard after that win on a sloppy sealed surface last start.
Richie, I'm obsessed with it as a horse player. As a rider, tell me why the 6, Sweet Seraphine, has such a good draw in here. Why does it matter from a rider's perspective?
Well, especially out of the chute here at Aqueduct, you have a half-a-mile run to the far turn. You don't lose ground on straightaways, so being drawn outside, you're the last one in the gate, so less time standing in there. The inside horse, you see where the number is, number 2. Look how much empty space from that stall to the rail. And horses have a tendency to run away from horses towards empty space, and you have a finite amount of space there. That's why you see a lot of inside positions out of chute races, 7/8 a mile, don't break particularly well. Either they lose a little bit of their focus with all that empty space, or they run to that empty space. The outside, you're last one in, boom, you're out of there, usually get away clean. And then you can assess what's going on inside of you, where you want to position yourself. It basically puts you in control of the race.
And as you give that dissertation on that post, there she is, Sweet Seraphine. She's become the 6-5 favorite from that outside slot. And no doubt part of that, the man who's aboard, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, you know what? I think it has obviously a lot to do with Irad, but let's be honest. It's got a little bit to do with Cherie as well. Cherie is winning at 21% this year. She's turned into a premier trainer in this country. She's got the best turf horse in this country, in my opinion, and she feels pretty. And I think a lot of it also has to do with that.
Won the Breeders' Cup Mile last year out at Del Mar. Cherie DeVoe has become, just a big-time trainer in our sport.
She worked with harness horses. Her family's involved with harness horses. She worked for Chuck Simon, went on to work for Chad Brown. She has a very well-rounded equine education, and obviously she's putting it to good use.
And Vava won yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw that in the Chicago. It was impressive down at Churchill Downs. So
that was
she's
a
back.
solid field she handled there, too.
And it just seems like with Sweet Seraphine, too, who's still favored, maybe if anyone, just more upside, winning on the stretch out, off the bench, that she could take a big step forward.
Well, I say all of that. I don't like her in here. But I do think that she deserves the money that she's taking. I'm going to go with the 2 at 6-1. The 3 is the most likely winner, in my opinion. I think the 6 is a little bit overbet.
It's the Wilton for 3-year-old fillies. Chris Griffin with the call.
And they're off. Slight stumble after the start there for Sweet Seraphine is going to be the early trailer. The lead goes to Pink Ruby right out towards the front, and there's Pink Ruby flashing early speed. In between horses, Dry Powder, and joining them 3 across the racetrack is Mazayat. It's these 3 as they come out of the chute. Now second to last, collecting herself with Sweet Seraphine, and far back, the lone trailer, Cat Chat, just not keeping up with the rest of the field. 8 lengths to the trailer. A 3-way battle for the front. And Mazayat to the inside has got the lead, is up by a half length. Dry Powder engaged towards the outside here from second, and a 3 wide. Pink Ruby applying the pressure too. Sweet Seraphine is now 7 off the lead, is alone in 4th. Hasn't been asked the question yet, is just moving right there in that 4th position, and the trailer still Cat Chat. 44-4, that posted half-mile time. They're moving quickly and it's pressured. There's still 3 across the racetrack. Mazayat has been confronted by Dry Powder. Here comes a 3 wide run from Pink Ruby is in pursuit too. It's these 3 still across the track. And Sweet Seraphine starts to build momentum now, is starting to collect herself, and here she comes towards the outside. Is still about 5 off the leading trio, who went quickly throughout. They reach the top of the stretch. Mazayat to the inside. Dry Powder is right there in between horses, and Pink Ruby down the center of the racetrack. Sweet Seraphine is just trying to build that momentum. Cat Chat from way out of it is on the grandstand side. It's Dry Powder who's in front, but here comes Sweet Seraphine. They're very far apart, but Sweet Seraphine might get there. Dry Powder, Sweet Seraphine, and a photo! Might have got up in the last jump. Sweet Seraphine and Dry Powder, they're in a tight photo in the Wilton. It's a photo in 1 minute 39.5.94 seconds.
Irad Ortiz Jr., he's going to deserve a break after this race. Wow, did not get out all that great. Very far back, and she just gets up. It looks like it. A tight finish for the win here in the Wilton.
Yeah, Irad earned his money. He really had to ride Sweet Seraphine extremely hard. What about the effort from Dry Powder, who was a part of that 3-horse fray that went 44 and change? She was the last lady standing after that protracted long duel. And just could not hold off the relentless drive from Sweet Seraphine. Cat Chat way too far out early. She just looked lethargic early.
Oh, it's a lot closer than I thought it was. Richie, how do you handle a situation like that where you just in no man's land? Irad was so far back. They were so far in front of him. How do you not panic, trust your internal clock, and still find a way to run those horses down?
Well, you're really studying the horses in front of you. How are they doing it? Are they chewing on each other? Are there any contact? Are they going too fast? And then you got to trust what's underneath you and how they're traveling. If they're off the bridle and you see 3 horses doing, you've got to make the assumption they're going too fast and they're going to come back to me. I wouldn't say Dry Powder came back to her. She went and got her on the wrong lead and all. Left lead, you see leading here. A big effort from the 4 Dry Powder. Unlucky, but Sweet Seraphine was good.
Well, it did go fairly. I mean, the track's playing still somewhat fast. Not quite as fast a couple of days ago, probably, but 44 and 4 for the half mile. As we go back to the start, keep your eyes outside on the 6.
The 6 bobbles a bit. 2 didn't break particularly sharp.
Almost to her nose.
Yeah. Actually, it was worse on the head-on than I thought what I saw in the pan, guys. But, you know, Irad, listen, he's got so much confidence. He's on pace to win more than 300 races again this year for the 11th year in a row. That's 3,000 wins in 10 years. That's a remarkable.
How do you have just mentally, is that the harder part of it? I mean, just obviously stay healthy. It's incredibly difficult.
Sure.
No one knows that better than you in this sport, but the mental fatigue.
But I never see it with Irad. It doesn't matter what kind of race it is either. He is just so focused on winning that I think he looks at every race like a challenge, and that must keep his energy level up. Not an easy thing to maintain.
It's remarkable how he just has that motor that, I say it all the time, he has that Mamba-like quality every single race. Doesn't matter if it's a grade 1 or a $10,000 claiming race. Irad Ortiz Jr. brings his 100% A effort every single time, and he had to work from start to finish for this win after that slow break from Sweet Seraphine. She comes and gets this victory here in the Wilton, getting by Dry Powder.
Behind a no-doubt champion, Echo Zulu, Sierra Leone does it. Early voting comes inside. He wins the precinct.
Gunite, Cyber Knight,
Society, Otiva, it's Baba. Gun Pilot.
Hit 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, Mark, $3 million. Thank you.
Back in our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 1. What a performance from Sweet Seraphine. To her knees out of the gate. Spotted the field a bunch of lengths and still comes and wins it anyway. Our Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale to be held on July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Start considering your entries today. Arad Ortiz Jr., Cherie DeVoe for Stonehaven Steeding, homebred on an expensive $900,000 daughter of Quality Road. With the win here in the Wilton, let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning rider Arad Ortiz, she's now a stakes winner in her third start. And Arad didn't switch leads, but she had that momentum coming, had to feel good as she was closing strongly in the stretch.
Yeah, by the 3 pole, she started picking up by her own and start moving really, really nice. I make some grab on those horses. I think the pace was a little fast in front of me. She stumbled, and I was a little further than what I want to, but worked out good. It's hard to make ground today on this track. I think she did a great effort.
She certainly did, and you mentioned the stumble at the start. It's not easy, especially for an inexperienced filly, to recover from something like that and put herself into the race.
Yeah, but she handled it very, very well, very professional. She stumbled, she get up. I just tried to just ride her, don't ride the race, and work out beautiful, work out perfect. On the end, she's on the wrong lead, but a little unexpected. After the wire, asked her to change, and she changed right away. So it was a little hard for me to try to make her switch on the stretch because it was so close to win, but she get it. She did it. She did it. So she deserves a lot of credit, and I think she's a nice filly.
Yeah, she certainly does. And I loved what you said about asking her to switch after the wire, teaching her something as well. At the end of the day, you guys are horsemen as well. It has to be rewarding seeing the development of a young horse, too.
Yes, I mean, I'm happy that she just broke her maiden last time. She got beat first time out. She learned a lot from that one. Jose brought her last time. And she did a very professional, go through horses inside and able to come back and win a stake like today. And I'm happy for her, happy for the whole team, for the owners, and for Sheriff too. She did a great job. And I mean, we are horsemen. We love horses. I love when they win for me, and I give them some love every time, even when they got beat, because they try for me. So I'm happy. I'm happy to all the horses that I've been riding my whole life. I love horses, and I'm happy when they do what I ask them to do. So that's pretty fun. That's the fun part of this profession.
Very well said. Well, congratulations on a nice stakes win today.
Thank you.
Greg?
One of the absolute best in the business, Arad Ortiz Jr., who is so used to coming out on top when we head to the summer at Saratoga, and then Flavien Prat kind of, stole that away from him with that incredible summer last year. As you look at the photo finish right there, and perfectly timed after that poor start out of the gate. But yeah, you got to feel like Arad is extra motivated to get back on top at Saratoga this summer.
Yeah, of course. You know, you work hard to get there. You got to work twice as hard to stay there. And there's a lot of very talented riders in New York. I mean, you know, us as people that cover it and fans of the game, it's brilliant to watch these guys ride day in and out. But to compete against them every day, it's got to be difficult.
We say it all the time, especially when we get to Saratoga. The best jockey colony there is in the sport. But do you feel with Arad Ortiz Jr. and Flavien Prat, it sort of feels like when Federer and Nadal were at the top of the tennis world, and then there's still a lot of good players, but those two separated themselves. Do you feel like it's that way right now?
I think that's a great analogy. You know, it really frames it well. You have super talented riders, but they have separated from the field. And again, Irad is so ultra consistent, doesn't matter what kind of race. He is a $2 bettor's best friend in some respects. Now, his horses do get overbet, but he delivers more times than not. He would have been the favorite rider from all the guys in my neighborhood growing up in Brooklyn. Because they'd come out here, and if a guy didn't get on his belly and ride hard, the whole talk on the train home was, that guy's a mutt, he didn't even try. You know, and not betting a lot of money, but you know, we didn't even get a run for our try. You can never say that about Arad Ortiz. All he does is ride hard.
Yes, he does. We just saw it in the Wilton and that incredible furious close with Sweet Seraphine getting out poor of the gate and still getting up to win that race as the favorite. Here's a look at the cross-country pick 5. 2 legs remain. 8th at Monmouth coming up next, and then the 8th at Belmont at the Big A will close things out, sprinting on the grass. And I thought absolutely anybody could win that 8th here at Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, it's a wide open spot. They're all wide open. I mean, I thought the first leg of this pick 5, I actually liked the 3 horse. The rest of them I thought were crapshoots.
To Monmouth, 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the lawn in this Jersey bred allowance optional claiming race, and here she's a bombshell.
Yeah, I mean, look, she showed speed 3 starts back, but her last 2 haven't been that quick. She's going to have to break away from there.
One Fine Wine. We need Mig's recommendations. Just one on the grass to Breaker Maiden going long. Cuts back.
Add a Pinot Grigio would not be my first choice, but did take her 9 times to Breaker Maiden. I like the fact that Paco sticks. Listen, Paco at Monmouth is horse are going to take money the way Irad's horses take money in New York.
Wow, looks tremendous on the warm-up, too. 3-2 here on One Fine Wine. Little Leah, quick early. Blinkers come off. We'll get on turf for the first time.
Yeah, quick early, blinkers off, usually a sign that they want to get a horse to relax a little bit more.
Only turf start from the 6 here. Easy World left you wanting a little more.
Yeah, definitely wanted a little more, and just a little bit light even in the dirt figures.
All right, who was it, Mig?
Well, you know who Richie's Valentine was.
Richie's Valentine. Yeah, come on, Carmella.
Amazing Grace's Joy went by. You better say that. Major player of the 8 with Eric Cancel. Here's Let Her Run, the 9 we just saw as well. Sadie Baby, big price.
Yeah, Sadie Baby drawn towards the outside is going to have to work out a trip from out there. It seems like this horse is going to be wide.
Up the 12, an outside look at 10-1.
Yeah, then this horse is turning back in distance, is closing, going longer. Will she lose too much contact? Will she have too much to do? That's the worry.
And also eligible draws in Postino's Prophecy.
Yeah, just a little bit too slow for this group, in my opinion.
Minute to post coming up. Let's bring in 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca for more from the Jersey Shore. Paulie.
Yeah, you guys gotta calm down. You can't set up Mig like that. You're gonna get him in some deep trouble there. One Fine Wine. We'll start with the 2 here at 6-5, and you're getting Paco Lopez. And listen, this was her last race. She was 1-5 going a mile. You know, cutting back to 5.5 furlongs. She does have some races going 5.5 that are pretty good. She ran a 59 Beyer, but she just she towered over this group last time out with Paco aboard. That was basically her 2025 debut on turf. Now she's going to cut back in distance. You know, can she stay within tact of these horses? I think she can. She's got some early speed enough, and there's not a ton of pace in here besides the 8 horse in here, who they're all going to have to catch. And yes, it is Eric Cancel in the ride in here for Joseph Mazza. She's a 7-year-old mare, but she's probably the quickest one in here. 1 for 25 lifetime, Greg, but I put that horse in the winner's circle. That was 1 for 20-something last time in the last race, and she's going to be the one to catch her at age 7. I landed on the 11. I can't believe the 11 Sadie Baby here is 17-1 here for Patrick McBurney. The other Patrick McBurney, you get Melissa Iorio. I think you draw into the 8 slot in here. This horse is a better sprinter, I believe, and does have a little bit of tactical speed. And like I said, draws in towards the 8 spot. You know, Greg, you were talking about any horse can win the next race in this cross country. I don't really trust the 2 here. I think any one of these fillies or mares can win this race.
Interesting. Yeah, I was referring to that Belmont of the Big A race, but Paulie feeling this one wide open despite the presence of a 6-5 favorite where Paco, I believe it would be his 10th victory this weekend.
He wins races in bunches, and he starts. And you know, it's interesting. He always seems to position his horses in the right spot. I have not always been the biggest fan. He does things a little bit unorthodox for the way I was taught, Jonathan. But I will say this, he puts horses in the right spots.
Well, what do you think that is? Is it homework? Is it feel? How do you think that constantly happens? I'll say this for you. I think a lot of the times he has the best horse, so he's able to maneuver probably a little bit better than the others. But why do you think he always finds himself in those positions?
I think with him it's a lot more instinctual. You know, you even watch the way he warms horses up. He's just kind of going with the feel of it, the flow of it, with the horse, where they place him. I don't think he maps out a race, you know, as intricately as some other people, but he knows where horses need to be. You know, there's an old story. Eddie Arcaro rode a horse for a guy, and the guy, you know, horse finished 4th or 5th, and I motioned Eddie, you know, why didn't you move up at the 3/8 pole? Why? And he said, because I didn't want to leave the horse. Horse got to take you there. You got a dance partner. You can't run faster than the horse can take you.
And let me clear 8 wins for Paco this weekend. This will be a 9th here on now the even money favorite, One Fine Wine, turning back in distance. 8th from Monmouth. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Flower walking up. Two back, Summer Flowers in. Postino's Prophecy outside post. Draws in from the also eligible list, and she goes in. We're ready to go. And Lare off. One Fine Wine put into play from the onset. She's a bombshell from the inside. Amazing Grace's Joy in the 3-path, stalking off dueling leaders. One Fine Wine, and She's a Bombshell, and they spar. They put 3 lengths, now maybe even 4 on Amazing Grace's Joy. Sadie Baby in the 4th position with Let Her Run, and inside it's Little Leah. Space of 3 lengths to Richie's Valentine. Postino's Prophecy, second to last. Summer Flower at the back. They're going hard on the lead here. She's a Bombshell inside. One Fine Wine, a neck off outside as they corner into the far turn. Amazing Grace's Joy has gotten a perfect trip. Is 3rd racing alone now. Amazing Grace's Joy in the 3-path, creeping in at the top of the stretch. Sadie Baby's 4 lengths off the leading trio as they come off the corner. Let Her Run needs to do more, being asked to pick it up down the lane. Amazing Grace's Joy pounced on the top pair and blew right by. Amazing Grace's Joy kicks away 2.5 lengths. Postino's Prophecy coming on with Let Her Run, and also Summer Flower. Amazing Grace's Joy reaching for the wire, and she gets there. Amazing Grace's Joy, photo for second. Let Her Run, and a surging Summer Flower. Postino's Prophecy checks it forward.
7-year-old debut. And as Paulie pointed out, last race we had a 1 for 23 filly breakthrough, get her 2nd win, and here it's a 1 for 25 7-year-old mare who gets just her 2nd career win.
She'd always shown some speed throughout her career, and I think that in turf sprints, that's the biggest weapon you can have. No matter how you apply it, just the fact that you have that club in your bag, and Eric Cancel and Amazing Grace's Joy use that club.
Yeah, terrific job by Joe Mazza, too, having her ready off the bench. Not easy as you get older, whether you're a person or a horse, to get your optimum fitness level back quickly. Paul identified that she was probably the fastest of the fast, and she was.
Wins at 3-1 in her 7-year-old return to the races. Getting just her 2nd victory, career start number 26. As we shift back to Belmont at the Big A, this will close out the cross-country Pick 5. 6 furlongs, sprinting on the lawn. New York Breds allowance optional claiming field, and on the outside it is Warallo. Chris Engelhart Barn, big performance last time out. 89 Beyer speed figure in the turf debut to win going away by 3.5 lengths. Let's go downstairs to Acacia for more.
And we'll get to that horse in a moment, Greg. But starting things off with a layoff runner in the number 3 Vacation Dance, who does make his first start for trainer Brad Cox coming back in here. This is a horse that really kind of wears his heart on his sleeve. When he is alert and bright in the paddock, he tends to run his better races. And then sometimes when he can be a little bit more dull acting and laid back, he usually doesn't fire as much. Today, I'm seeing the Vacation Dance that you want to see. That's alert, that's bright. He's sharper after the tack was on as well. He certainly had shown some moments of some big talent. And for such a big horse, he's remarkably light on his feet. I've always remarked on this in the way that he moves, in the way that he covers the ground. So he's very much a sprinter. He does look fit coming back off of the layoff and wearing those blinkers. Very tiny cheater cup affixed on his head today. So curious as to what he might do, because like I said, he's acting in a way that I like to see. He was forwardly placed last time out and then just flat in that last race. And so he's a horse that is a little bit hit or miss we'll see if a change of scenery and the layoff does help him to take a step forward as he comes back, making his first start since October. Now, to the outside, a horse with some more recency, the 10 Warlow. Interesting that it took that long until he was a 6-year-old to get him on the turf. And he's a horse that had run well on the dirt before as well, but he's by War Dancer. While the dam never tried the grass, there were 3 other siblings in the family that were turf winners, and the second dam was good on the grass as well. He also looks like a turf sprinter. Slacker in his pasterns, big flat hoof on him, and he is a horse that really carries a lot of conditioning. Very strong and powerful in the way that he's put together. 2 starts back, he was, when I last saw him, he was pretty revved up prior to the race. In fact, he actually got loose in the warm-up for a few moments and then was pretty fired up when getting the rider back aboard. But last time out, he ran exceptionally well, being forwardly placed on the turf. So far, so good. He's minding his P's and Q's here in the paddock, but he's a horse that I think could be a new animal and a very dangerous player since switching surfaces, as so far he's really shown that he's backing up that pedigree with an affinity for the grass, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Joel Rosario. He'll be outside on that impressive winner in the turf debut last time out. This one right here, Warlow, 6-year-old. Dominant performance, getting on the grass for the first time in career start number 19. Currently the 2-1 favorite.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a 1-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. You're watching America's Day at the Races. And post-parade, here we go for the 8th. Belmont of the Big A, 6 furlong sprinting on the grass. Here is Yarrow off the bench for Miguel Clement.
Yeah, a horse that had some big runs up at Saratoga, knocked me out of some pick fives, I remember. Tactical from the inside will need to be with Manny Franco.
Vacation Dance, Brad Cox, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Switches to the Brad Cox barn. You get Irad Ortiz, another one who's going to need to try to work out a trip from the inside with not much tactical speed.
Mark Cassie Barn has Dylan Davis, and this is the 4-year-old return for Set.
Yeah, ran okay as a 3-year-old, but could take a step forward as a 4-year-old.
That was in some tough graded stakes company. Clancy Fancy 10-1.
Yeah, has good speed. One turf race was okay. He's going to have to get faster because this is a pretty deep group.
Power Attack, 4-time winner on the turf, but it's a much tougher group.
Yeah, much tougher group. Has some good numbers, but that was back last spring. I don't trust this one.
Seaverd, 9-1. This is a horse who does have a shot.
I just wish the horse would have ran a little bit better last time off of a break.
And the one to beat still 19th start of his career, finally put on the lawn, and boy, did he respond.
Yeah, by War Dancer, he gets a good horse that can run on dirt, but his turf horses seem to be better, and that was a huge performance. And you get Joel Rosario, maybe one of the best turf sprint riders in the world.
4 minutes away from this 8th. It will close out this cross-country pick 5. First time in forever. Flavien Prat kicking things off back in the 6th, Belmont of the Big A. It's been pretty formful to this point.
Yeah, it's been formful. I mean, these things will still pay okay, though, because you don't have any super short-priced favorites, right? The shortest price here was the 6, Sweet Seraphine, but there was still another horse that was taking money in there. This was actually the second choice in that situation. So when you can beat favorites, when you can beat other people's singles, is when your opportunity for at least a significant or okay score can kind of rise.
You guys, are having an interesting conversation about outside post in that race we had in the Wilton. Outside post here for the favorite in this turf sprint. You not worried about it at all, Mig?
Well, I don't think it's ideal. I don't like outside posts even in turf sprints and turf racing in general. But this horse has a lot of natural speed, and with Joel, I would imagine he's going to set up shop second, third in a stalking position, if not on the lead.
When you have the kind of pace that he showed, is it less of a concern?
I feel like I'm arguing with Tom Brady about how to win a Super Bowl, but I disagree with Mig. I prefer outside posts in turf sprints because they're so short, I don't want to get stopped. I'd rather lose ground than get stopped. I agree with him 2 turns. I don't want to lose that ground. It's a longer race. But in short turf sprints, I love an outside post.
Well, from a comfort level, a safety level, yeah, I liked outside posts. You're riding properly. You want to get down in there. You want to be in the muck and the mire. You got to save ground. That's the key to turf racing, patience and saving ground.
So, and look, some very good riders, like someone who used to work for us, who won a lot of big races, he loved outside posts and turf sprints. Talking about Gary Stevens.
Yeah, I'm just, listen, I was brought up in a different era maybe. And, my boss, the saying when I was a kid getting started was, you go outside of 1, inside of 2. You don't want to be 3 wide. I mean, now you come to modify that. There's no cookie cutter way to do this. But I have seen it and I've experienced it that saving ground in turf races, yeah, it's going to bite you once in a while where you eat one, but you're going to win more races that way.
Talk about it. I've heard you say before, Mig, about, they're not Ferraris, right? There's no like gas brake, gas brake, gas brake,
Right.
gas brake. They only have a run or 2, especially at this level. To me, that's why I prefer an outside post, because I know that I'm not going to have to worry about them being Ferraris. They can be a semi-truck out there on the gas, and they're never going to hit the brake.
Yeah, well, listen, I think that's a fair way to explain it, too.
Let's go to Acacia.
We'll go down to the inside with the one Yarrow. And as far as that conversation is concerned, I know that from my husband's vantage point, he far prefers an inside post, which is what Yarrow does get in here. And now at the age of 7, I would say Yarrow is probably best considered as the barn pet that everybody just has a soft spot and an affinity for. He's one of those horses that Richie kind of describes as a lunch pail horse. He goes out there, he does his job year in, year out. He looks exactly the same. He carries great weight and conditioning. He was always exceptional in his coat. He's laid back today, but that is very typical for Yarrow. And for his standards, he's very strong off the layoff coming back, which is a positive. Now, he did get a very good trip to win last time out, but he's a consistent guy, and he looks like he should be ready. And I know Manny Franco will have a ground-saving trip in that inside post. The number 5 Set comes back off of a layoff as a new gelding. He's a horse that I didn't see much last year, but a couple times that I did, he was very sharp and very forward prior to his races. He's gotten much sharper out on the track now as well. He never really grew or developed, which I was hoping to see a little bit more move forward from him. And I've always felt, looking at him, he looked like one that maybe wanted to go a bit longer, but I'm wondering with his demeanor if they're thinking shorter might actually be better for him. He does come back. He is fit enough off of the layoff, I think he does have to show that he can take a step forward now as a 4-year-old and as a gelding. I wanted to give a quick mention to a big price in the 7 Power Attack. This horse has races on the go back, and I know he's been running against claiming types, but I don't think he's a synthetic horse. He's back on his preferred surface. He has speed, and he warmed up beautifully out there. I think the first time back on the turf against New York breds in a long time. He's a generous price on the board, Greg.
Interesting race, a case to be made for so many of these runners, but it was an impressive turf debut from the 10 last start.
We're going to find out who's right here. We're going to find out. We're going to solve it.
Because it all comes down to this race.
Here. I picked the 10. Richie picked the 1. We'll find out right now who's right or wrong.
And Acacia will pick the winner with the 3.
She's going to sit right in behind us. I'm going to be wide. You're going to get stuck in behind horses. Acacia's going to come rolling down the middle of the track.
Here we go. Joel Rosario back aboard Warlow from that outside slot. Chris Griffin, the call.
And they're off. Broken an even line. Power Attack has the early speed right out towards the front. Vacation Dance is trying to join that leader towards the inside. Warallo is up in the early mix too, and here comes Warallo, is ready to challenge and runs right by Power Attack, who's now back to second. Warallo is the leader. Warallo is up by 3/4 of a length, extends the margin on Power Attack, who switches immediately to the 2-path, will stalk from second. Vacation Dance at the rail in third. To the outside, here comes Set, is rallying on from fourth. Just behind them comes Yarrow, looking for a way through in the purple cap. Out wider, that's Seaver, and the trailer, Clancy Fancy. They're chasing Warallo. Warallo and Joel Rosario, 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Here's Power Attack, is ready to pounce, and Power Attack is back for more. Warallo with a head advantage. Power Attack is in hand, and here comes the long shot. Power Attack ready to challenge, but Warallo's got more towards the inside. Down the center of the course, here comes Set. Warallo is game and trying to fight off the charge from Power Attack, but Set is the new danger. Here comes Set to the outside. Warallo still there. 16th left to go. Warallo to the inside. Set. Warallo and Set down to the line. Photo to the inside. Warallo, then came Set. Further back, another photo. That was Vacation Dance with Clancy Fancy. In 1 minute 7.39 seconds.
Did Warallo hang on? This got incredibly tight late. Joel Rosario from that outside post got to the front. But did this 5 Set come and get him late?
Well, we'll see. We either solved the equation or we didn't. This is going to be
10 had the nose down at the right time, didn't it look like?
Wow, that's really, really tight. I originally thought the 10, and now I'm leaning towards the dead heat.
Really?
It's so close.
5-2 or 9-5. 9-5 with the inside runner here, the 10 of those purple and white silks.
Now imagine if the 10, Warallo, had post 1 and didn't have to use to clear for the outside.
Oh, that's the determination that made you the great rider that you are.
107-1 final time, by the way, for the 6 furlongs. Moving pretty good, and it is Warallo with the victory. 10-5-3-6. Joel Rosario, whenever you see him in front, he usually has more left.
And he relies so much on his hand ride, less the crop, hands and heels, holding horses together and getting just a bit more run out of them. Warallo, very game, 2 for 2 now on the turf. Set ran to him like he had to win. Was it the layoff that got to him, or did he just have a little bit of hang in him?
I don't know. I mean, the layoff could have definitely had something to do with it, but I'm always going to side with aggression. I'm a believer that if you're a horse player, if you're an owner, if you're a trainer, well, I guess trainer would be a little different. You know your individuals, but I think that you have to pick a side. Do you want your riders to be patient, or do you want them to be aggressive? Because it's a coin flip a lot of times,
sure.
And you can't just kind of go back and forth. Oh, you should have been passive this time. Oh no, you should have been aggressive this time. I am the guy who always wants my riders aggressive, and I will always side with them if they're aggressive. If they get beat, they get beat. Joel was aggressive in my opinion, right? He popped away from there. He decided to take the lead. He took the lead. It almost cost him, but it worked out this time because sometimes it won't.
But I think, he made the right move because it looked like at one point Kendrick Carmouche was going to go on with the 7 Power Attack. When he took a hold of his horse, Joel said, okay, I'm going. And it basically won him the race. He was able to
play
clear
to
from
win,
there.
don't play not to lose.
Yeah. But I do think, Mig, if Joel decides to rate off of Kendrick, what do you think the outcome is? You think he gets run over by Set?
Again, it's all speculation, right? But maybe he's going to use more energy being too wide, right, instead of being on the fence because he cleared, and also maybe fighting with his horse a little bit So let the horse be natural. Your best riders are chameleons. They fit the horse. They fit the situation.
10-5, 3-6 finish. Waralo took a little while to finally move him to the grass. It is paid off. Now 2 for 2 for the Chris Engelhart barn. Both wins with that man aboard, Joel Rosario.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS1. It's brought to you in part where you can play all the action at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play with us through the conclusion of this meet. After today, just 4 days remain. Then we head upstate to Saratoga all summer long and beyond. Took long enough, but what a move it has been putting Waralo on the grass.
Yeah, and look, I'll tell you what, those outside post positions, Mig, turf sprints. It's the way to go.
Especially when you got a fast horse, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think about Golden Pal when he won the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint from the 14-hole, the Juvenile Turf Sprint, I believe, one of the turf sprints. He won a couple times. But from the outside, I think that I just like a horse that's in the clear. Now, look, do I know that I got lucky here in a photo? Of course I got lucky in a photo. The horse is probably second best here. His nose just happened to cross the wire first. But I just prefer not getting stopped in turf sprints.
A true nose victory right there. $5.80 for the win at Joel Rosario. All we know is he put this horse on the front end and he won the race. And that might have been the difference.
And just for the record, he was on the rail before the turn. And in a perfect world, you don't get stopped, then you get to save ground. The thing about the difference between dirt racing and turf racing, a horse can steady in turf racing and still find acceleration. Dirt racing, you steady one, it takes them a lot longer to regain their stride.
But I will say, in all seriousness, the ability to find the rail in that situation is because he popped from the outside and was able to make a decision. He was able to dictate rather than be dictated to.
Well, I think it illustrated your point perfectly because he broke clean, didn't break super sharp, but he broke clean, and he was able to look over and assess, do I need to rate a little or do I go? And when he saw Kendrick take a hold, he said, I'm going to go. So that is the luxury the outside post affords you.
By the way, that payoff, very logical just about every single race. And it comes back $689 in the cross-country Big Five.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
Very good.
It's terrific. I mean, I have a hard enough time picking one winner, let alone consecutive winners, but
Going to close things out here, going longer on the grass. Mile and a 16th on the turf, $50,000 maiden claiming race. Are you kidding me right now? Mallorca, 1-9, morning line favorite for Todd Pletcher. Coming out of a race where, fine, dropped in for maiden 50 in the turf debut, was second, beat a half length. Not the quickest of races.
Here's what I think happened. Someone wanted to bet $1,000 on Mallorca because they've been there before they liked it. They accidentally probably hit an extra zero.
Maybe.
This horse should not be 1-9.
Will not stay that way, no. Was 5-2 morning line, probably will be more in that. Did you pick this horse on top?
No. No, I like the 1A.
I
Wow,
agree
15
here.
to 1, huh?
Love the 1A here. All these odds are completely going to change. Don't get too excited. As we get back to Monmouth, can we lock in at that?
You can at Monmouth.
6 furlongs here in the ninth of Monmouth. A maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win of their career. And we start with Aztec, a Warrior, blinkers on, a new gelding.
Yeah, this horse has some experience, but is going to need to show all of that speed from the inside.
13-1 next door. This is a Russell Cash runner, start number 4.
The comeback, though, with the 2 Silver Pocket, a lot to be desired, no?
What do you think? We can get back to it. Ripton's Music, 0 for 5 of the money. Here's the first time of the 4 we just saw at 5-1. Here's Soar Richard.
Soar Richard has some experience, too, but he's been running for a tag the last 2 starts. Wasn't able to win there. One of them was on synthetic.
Chad Brown, first-time starter, the 7 Dragonite, the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, it's we talked about it earlier in the show. Just because the horse has been working at Monmouth does not mean this is a second division for Chad Brown. This Dragonite looks like he might be all right.
And Mr. Chill, first-timer on the outside at 13-1.
Yeah, not taking much money, and we usually try to let the board help us indicate a horse has been showing talent in the mornings.
2 minutes to post. Let's go to Paul for more.
Yeah, and right now, this board is a little bit more wide open than I thought. When you kind of look at the fixed odds in here, right now the 5 is your favorite. Soar Richard over Dragonite, the Chad Brown runner. Now, the 5 in here, Soar Richard's gelding, getting a little bit all done in here, a lot of changes, but he's run for the maiden 25, and the 7's a Calumet runner that's got tremendous breeding. I have a Super Saver mare by Practical Joke, and, I just think that this horse warmed up good as well, and Dragonite, to me, was the horse, the beaten here. Now, the 4, Neonate, the other first-time starter by Neolithic. Neolithic's about 18% with his runners. Diane Marici's gotten to a good start to this meet. Now, she's only 1 for 9 this year with her first-time starters, but I thought this grade looked good, too. So, I was looking at a little bit 4-7. The 5 to me, Soar Richard. I think we've seen what we've seen, right? I mean, 60 some odd buyers, and I guess that's what they're projecting, but I don't see it with Dragonite. I think the 7's the horse to beat in here and is warming up tremendously. And Mig, I don't want to rub any more salt in the wound, but Caravel won the sprint from the 11 hole.
Uh-oh, Mig. Yeah, she did 43-1, by the way, beating the boys.
Must have been that outside post.
I'm over here trying to think of some more. Oh, I think, you know what? I'm going to mess up the names, but you know what? Let's just pull it up. While we're here, Wolfie, I'll let you carry on.
6.5 down the hill. I love the outside post because when you made that right-hand bend, the first one, you actually saved ground.
I wish the turf sprint was down the hill all the time.
Great race.
Yeah, that's a very different scenario where you want to be outside down the hill. 8-5 on this Chad Brown first-time starter. You can get signed up right there with that code for new members, bonus 200 at Naira Bets, and play all the action. Is this just a case of, we don't know. I've not read workout reports, don't know anything about this first-time starter. Second dam of the 7 was a stakes-winning sprinter on the dirt. Did run a 91 buyer sprinting at Belmont, but deserving of 8-5?
Here's what I'll say. You know, obviously Chad Brown wins with first time. He wins with every type of horse, first-time starters. There's probably this idea that when Chad shows up with a horse down here, a Calumet homebred, the horse can probably run a little bit. But here's the real thing about it. This horse has worked at Monmouth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. So there's these guys and gals in the morning that watch these horses work. They watch them exercise. They watch them practice. They watch them breeze. If a horse gets bet like this, it's because someone has seen this horse and has said this horse can run a little bit. So while you look at the paper and you see the last work for Dragonite on June 13th was 49-4, 48 out of 78, that could have been in hand, not being asked at all. You know, just it's you know, like you say all the time, like, it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. Right. And I think a lot of times these horses get bet based off of how they're working in the morning. I don't think this is just they're guessing because it's Chad.
Yeah, and Chad Brown tends to work most of his horses in company. So this horse might have been working in company with some horse that's more accomplished already, or, you know, has done something. Yeah, I think it's a great point you make. There are people that this is how they make their living. They watch these horses train.
And it's a weapon coming up for Saratoga, right? I like to look at the Daily Racing Forum's workout report where you can see who a horse was working with. So while this horse is, you know, like Mig said, this horse probably worked with another horse in the morning, but you look and see, oh, this horse worked with a Grade 2 winner. Oh, now we have an idea of how good the horse is. Unfortunately, we don't know that in this situation, but the fact the horse is getting bet, like I said, I think it's more than it's just being Chad Brown.
Dragonite was Samuel Marin in the irons. First-time starter. Son of Practical Joke for Chad Brown, the one to beat the 7 here in this 9th from Monmouth Park. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
2 back, Dragonite. And to the outside post, Mr. Chill. Mr. Chill, the Maryland bred here in New Jersey. First lifetime start for him for the James Popovich barn. We're ready to go. And they're off. Hesitant start from Ripton's Music. Soar Richard to the lead at once from the gray Neonate, who has early lick, takes the second spot away from Silver Pocket. Azteca Warrior down on the inside of horses in a tightly clumped up field. Ripton's Music after the slow break is Keen, moving up level second. 4 runners right behind the front runner, Soar Richard, who leads the way down the back stretch, and that 4 is about 5 clear of Silver Pocket and Mr. Chill, who's been out sprinted early. Approaching the far turn, Soar Richard on the lead a half length. Dragonite clearly into second now as they round the far turn. Goes pretty decently as they round that turn. Length and a half back to Ripton's Music. Azteca Warrior, the stablemate, is 4th, sent along 5 clear of Neonate, who has lost position here. Silver Pocket well behind Mr. Chill in another zip code at the quarter pole. Dragonite, the favorite, cruises to the front. Ran right by Soar Richard at the top of the lane. Ripton's Music into the second position. Dragonite with a 3/16 lead here. Dragonite by 2 coming down the lane here. Ripton's Music in second, and with a furlong to go, Dragonite increasing the lead to 4 lengths. Dragonite, the son of Practical Joke, is going to win on debut by open lengths here. Ripton's Music was second. Soar Richard holds 3rd. Azteca Warrior was 4th.
Dragonite, impressive here first time out. Chad Brown barn, Calumet Farm, Samuel Marin, 110-4.
Well, the money showed, and the money was right. And for the record, this horse didn't break on the far outside, but next to being the penultimate outside slot.
That was easy.
Yeah, Dragonite very good against this group. Public got it right. Impressive in the debut, winning as the favorite to close out action at the Jersey Shore. We'll have these prices when we come back. Still have the nightcap to come from Belmont at the Big A as well. Approaching the 13-minute mark to post, and we'll give you an update, the latest on the brand new Belmont Park. Under construction. Latest when we come back.
And they're off in the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace. 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes-winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragozin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day celebrates retired racehorses and fun for the whole family. Free with paid admission on Thursday, July 17th.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Just announced fairly recently that Belmont at Saratoga will be back next year for a final year as they finish up construction of what is going to be an incredible, brand new, modern, state-of-the-art facility at Belmont Park, set to open fall 2026. Mig, I know you go back there just about every night when you work out here, and you're able to walk around and see all the progress. How's it coming?
Really, a lot of progress. And I was away for a few months, obviously, over the winter in Arkansas. Came back, and I take my nightly walks. The structure of the building, the framework of the building is done for the first 2 floors. And it's really interesting to see, like, the rails are in, the drainage system's in. They've made remarkable progress. You know, people think, oh, well, it's just a building. No, there's a lot more going on. There's tunnels to get access to the infield underneath the racetracks. There's, the turf courses have all new drainage systems. The dirt course is different, the synthetic. So there's a lot more going on than just putting up a building. And it's an exciting time in New York racing. This is going to usher New York racing into the future.
Cannot wait to see it. Obviously, we'll be sad to see the end of Aqueduct Racing, where you had so many incredible moments over the course of your career, but that is going to be a facility unlike anything we have here in the States for horse racing.
Yeah, listen, I'll bittersweet. I love Aqueduct for so many reasons. First place I ever came racing, coming out here on the subway with my father, with the guys from the neighborhood, you know, and then to have the success I had here. Over 2,000 wins here, over 1,300 at Belmont, which is good, but not the all-time. And the fact that at Len, no one could ever catch me, Jonathan. So, you know, like I said, bittersweet.
Tear it down for mixes.
Great for New York racing, great for the game in general. And again, fall 2026, we cannot wait to see it. The brand new Belmont Park. Back in Monmouth, closing things out. Impressive first-time starter here for Chad Brown, Calumet Farm Homebred with Samuel Marin, Dragonite.
Yeah, Sammy Marin's really kind of fell in a sweet spot. Chad's using him and Sammy Camacho, but Marin a lot. And I've been impressed with what I've seen from him. Came off being leading rider at Tampa and carried his momentum over. Listen, he's got to deal with a guy named Paco Lopez there, but he's doing extremely well.
Pick 5 with that favorite ending it. $4,246. As we get back to the nightcap here, Belmont of the Big A in South Ozone Park, New York. And this is still bizarre to see Mallorca at this incredibly short number for Todd Pletcher, the 8-horse here.
Yeah, it's just way too slow. I mean, too low. And I say that because the horse set a slow pace last time on the lead and still wasn't able to win facing, you know, maiden 50s. Why all of a sudden is this horse so short? I don't get it.
Here is my man Mango. Gets post 2 for Rudy Rodriguez with Pratt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like this horse very much, but I guess it's nice insurance if you like the 1A like I do because you get Flavien Pratt. But this is one of those situations where I wish the horse wasn't coupled.
Second post to the outside, as good as he gets. The entry mate, whose only turf start was very good.
Yeah, the damned, her offspring's average buyer, 59. On the turf, 68. Better on the turf.
Dawes Sama, blinkers on.
Yeah, it gets the blinkers and a horse that can have speed. Sprinting didn't show that speed on turf last time.
It's an interesting horse at a huge number who was just a mess last time on the turf on the comeback.
Yeah, I mean.
And a big pedigree.
Going to have to definitely get all of that sorted out.
Produced a Grade 1 winner named Civil Union. Group 3 winner named War Dispatch. Here's the 6, Come Rain or Shine.
Major player coming off a layoff, but a horse that has figures that would certainly be a contender here.
Joel Rosario on Laird of Magnolia.
You get Joel Rosario?
Mallorca 1-4 with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, it's just hard to take this short a price in any kind of maiden claiming race. And I agree with Jonathan. Had everything his own way last time and couldn't see it through.
Ski Bum could be a thorn in the big favorite's side. Has early speed.
Love these silks. Historic silks of Glen Hill Farm. Source, I'll forgive for the last performance. There's some back races that make sense.
This 10 will be easy to point out without white sock on that left front here, McHale.
Well, this horse finished a length and a half behind your favorite, who is 1-4, and this horse is 15-1. Big disparity in price.
And Bobby Bob on the outside. Christopher Elliott rides.
Yeah, all the okay races, I suppose, were shorter on the dirt. Now we're going longer on the turf. Feels like a guess.
According to the double, Mallorca is going to be incredibly short. May come up a little bit, but yeah, it certainly looks like going to be odds on. Here's the 2, Nilrook from the inside post, and got back on the turf for the first time since September 24. Ran okay, I thought, that day with a little bit of trouble.
I thought so too, and just what Jonathan brought up, that there was a slow pace, and this horse was rallying from off the pace. Now gets a good inside post, gets to save ground, and hopefully gets more pace.
1-2. What are we missing here? Mallorca is going to stay this very short number. It's hard to understand why.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, you do mention the double. It looks a little. It looks like this horse is gonna be favored, but not 1-2 favored. But then as you slide down the wheel pays, the pick 3, the pick 4, the pick 5, it gets a little bit closer where it's not as, in the pick 3, right? It's $24 versus the next price of $46. The pick 4, it's $82. Next price, $129. It's not that drastic. This is just entirely overbet. Now, we'll sit here for the next 3 minutes and yell about how overbet the horse is and the horse will win, but how is the horse going to get a better trip than they got last time against a group that looks just like this one and still wasn't able to win?
Slow fractions, too, on the front end and still wasn't able to finish the deal. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, I completely agree. Could Mayorga win in here? Absolutely. And he looks fantastic. I don't have any problems with him. It's just that in these types of races, they're often so much more wide open because just in all fairness, in all honesty, these types of horses are often not the most trustworthy types. Now, Mayorga did move to the turf last time out. Second dam actually handled the turf in her native Argentina, and this horse is the brother to the filly El Terreno, who was a stakes winner on turf. So there was pedigree to suggest that he should move up, and clearly he did. I do think it's also fair, though, to say that maybe you don't necessarily want horses, and especially horses that were forward out of that race, won by right to win last time out. And at a short price, Mayorga, like I said, he could win. He warmed up nicely, looks great. But I think there are a couple of other intriguing prospects in here. The number 6, Come Rain or Shine, is off of a layoff, and if you watch that last race back, this horse, never mind walk out of the gate, he just didn't break and spotted the field so many lengths early on and ran on, and it might just be one of those races that fools you. And to be fair, he had burned some money prior to that, and while he's a Maryland bred running against in those waiver types, they were made in claiming quality fields, but he's a horse that I felt was an intriguing new face and one that I thought ran exceptionally well. Comes back here, he's fit off the layoff for Mike Trombetta. He does drop in for the claiming tag for the first time in his career. He's a horse I thought could be a little bit interesting at a new face in this place, so hopefully he gets out of the gate better, and he does have the right guy aboard to do that in Kendrick Carmouche. The 1A, good as he gets, I agree, this is the part of the entry that I would want. This one is the half-brother to multiple stakes winner Mugzamatic, 9-time turf winner, ton of turf pedigree, and this one by Kozan. And in his lone turf race, if you watch that back, he was off slow, he was wide the entire way, he never saw the rail, and I thought ran a gallant third that day in what turned out to be a pretty live race moving forward. If you just look at that race, and he is built more like a turf horse as well, I think he is a major player coming into this spot and getting back on the grass, Greg.
Yeah, I think being forgotten a little bit in here just because he's been on dirt for so long. The winner of his lone turf race, that 1A, came back to win next time out. The second place finisher came back to win his next 2, and then was not beaten by much second in his third start back. That was a productive race he comes out of. Acacia mentioned he was wide, so good to see him getting back on turf.
And I also like the fact that, his dirt race 2 back was arguably one of his best races on the dirt, but I do believe that he's probably better on the turf. When you look at the dam, Brown-Eyed Woman, you look at all of her offspring, their average Beyer speed figure for all of their runs is 59. But if you look at just the turf races, the average Beyer speed figure is 68. So her offspring are obviously better on grass, so I'm hoping that good as it gets, getting back on the grass will run better.
5-1 on the entry, still odds on, not the ridiculous 1-9 we'd seen when the odds opened up, but 4-5 would still seem short on Mayorga, who is not going to get near as easy a time of things you would think as he was able to get last time out when he missed by a half length.
I feel like there's going to be another click up to even money. It's just too short. A horse can win, but 4-5 is a little silly.
I just have a hard time taking those kind of short prices in maiden claiming races in general. It just feels like they're not quite as reliable as horses that race at a higher level.
I'll take it on a maiden special weight dropper, where the horse ran really well in a maiden special weight race, and they're just being realistic that the horse, even if they do win a maiden special weight, you make that decision. Now, I'll take one like that, but I'm not taking one who's been running against this competition, had a good trip and still didn't win. I want no interest in 4-5.
5 causing some delays here going in. So horse who off about a year and a half away back in May, came back on the grass and just completely rank, unhappy, throwing his head all over, and then actually did put in a little bit of a move in that race. And mentioned the dams produced some very good ones on the grass. We'll see if this horse can settle, finally gets into the gate. Set for the nightcap. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in, all set. And they're off. Majorca breaks with speed. Laird of Magnolia got bumped at the start. Is going to be the early trailer there with Come Rain or Shine. Dawsonmaw's got speed towards the inside, and now Dawsonmaw puts ahead in front and will lead him towards that turn. It's Dawsonmaw who's in front. Ski Bum is right in behind this leader. Bobby Bob towards the outside, and McHale moves forward, is now taken third. There's Majorca in fourth, followed by the Hero Code, who's there in fifth. Then comes Good As He Gets, who's now in the sixth position. At the rail, moving forward, that's Nilrook. Nilrook's going to save ground, is now in front of Come Rain or Shine. Bobby Bob towards the back end of the field. Comes My Man Magoo, second to last in the trailer. Laird of Magnolia. They worked to the backstretch, and the posted opening quarter was fast. 22 seconds flat for Dawsonmaw. The big long shot in front. Ski Bum is a comfortable second. McHale is right there in third under a snug hold. McHale and Javier Castellano traveling nicely there from third in front of Majorca, who's at the rail, and the Hero Code is the gray. Out in the center of the course. That's the leading five. Just behind them, Come Rain or Shine, Good As He Gets. Laird of Magnolia starts to move from the back. And here comes Laird of Magnolia. Mid-race move is going to push the tempo here. Is wide but rallying on at a huge number. Laird of Magnolia is trying to push some tempo into the race, and it's going to change the complexion completely. Ski Bum is in front. Laird of Magnolia, the Hero Code in between horses. Then comes McHale down towards the inside. Come Rain or Shine is ranging up on the outside. It's Ski Bum at the top of the lane. Ski Bum is trying to put this race away. The Hero Code, Laird of Magnolia right there. Come Rain or Shine, grandstand side, and here comes Come Rain or Shine. Come Rain or Shine, the Hero Code battles on in between horses. Ski Bum back to third. Come Rain or Shine almost there. Kendra Carmouche, Come Rain or Shine, wins the finale. The Hero Code second, then came Ski Bum in a photo with Laird of Magnolia in 1 minute 42 and 4.
Come Rain or Shine, Kendrick Carmouche for Michael Trombetta, 4-year-old debut. 6th time on the turf after 4 runner-ups and 5 tries. Finally gets the picture taken.
Well, everything really went the right way. Got a perfectly timed ride from Kendrick. There was enough pace up front, improved effort from the 5, the Hero Code, and an improved effort from the 9, Ski Bum. Showed good speed, chasing the pace, just hung on, appeared to hang on for third. There's a photo, but Larry Johnson, the estate of Larry Johnson, been winning races for decades with Michael Trombetta, and it's nice to see that his family's keeping the racing side of it going.
Those silks threw me off for a second. They look a lot like
Barry Schwartz's silks, right?
Yeah.
Barry Schwartz's cap, though, is black and white, and most of the jockeys don't wear a black and white cap, and they should, because that's the colors. I had one made when I was riding all those horses, so I always had the proper silks. That's the way he designed them.
How about that long shot, too, the Hero Code? 20-1.
Yeah, I think I said no, it wasn't him. I said something dismissive about the 7 when I said you get Joel Rosario, and Joel Rosario got you 4th if you're playing the Super.
6-5. 9-7 in here. It's Come Rain or Shine to close things out. Sad news that just came out. And everyone right now, I think their thoughts with D. Wayne Lukas and his family. Just announced he's been hospitalized in Louisville, Kentucky, and will not return to training, according to family members. His family sent out an update saying a severe blood infection has caused significant damage to his heart and digestive system. He has chosen to decline aggressive treatment plan and instead will return home to spend time with his wife, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Horses under his care, they'll be transferred to a veteran assistant in his barn. Everyone right now in this game, thoughts certainly with the legend, D. Wayne Lukas.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage and nightcap in the books. Kendrick Carmouche, Michael Trombetta, and come rain or shine, pretty good 4-year-old return to the races.
Real nice trip, real nice ride, smooth. Kendrick tipped out to the outside at the right moment. Horse came with big, long strides. It was a nice effort.
This reminds me, it's nice. I usually don't like giving this out this early, but I am 100% having Kendrick Carmouche for Car Talk this summer.
Wait, you've never had Kendrick?
No, and he reminded me every time if
That's
you're
shocking.
standing by the path at Saratoga and you see the riders come by and, they'll say hello if you see him, whatever. And Kendrick the other day, he said, man, you ain't never had me on Car Talk. And I was like, oh, my bad.
Let's leave that for those who don't know it and haven't watched our show at Saratoga this summer. Hopefully you join us this summer. But yeah, that's become one of the great segments that everyone looks forward to. Jonathan in the golf cart with always fun the guests you get. I cannot believe Kendrick's not been in there.
Listen, I sit next to the guy. I've never been on there either. So
I tried to get you one time, but they said we see enough of you.
Got to be my boss that said that.
We'll see who JK lines up in the cart this summer. Who'd you have, by the way, Belmont and Saratoga week?
I had Michael McCarthy, but I also filmed with John Sheriffs, which we didn't air, which will air this summer. And that was arguably one of the best we've ever done.
Ooh, cannot wait to see that. We're back with you Thursday, 1 Eastern start time on FS2. Final week of action here downstate before we head up to Saratoga in the Wilton. Sweet Seraphine. To her knees out of the gate, keeps on rolling. Arad Ortiz Jr. working hard, getting that victory in the Wilton. Meanwhile, Warlow switching to the grass. Outside post position did not matter. Got to the front under Joel Rosario and able to hang on for the win. Out 2 for 2 on the turf. We'll see you next Thursday at 1 Eastern.
A sizzling sale. Fasig-Tipton's July selected horses of racing age. Since inception, this sale has produced earners of nearly $100 million. Recent grads include Grade 1 Vanderbilt winner Nakatomi. And graded stakes winners Fort Washington. And Banishing, a leading market for racehorses ready to run. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.